Hi, good evening, everyone. Welcome to the first marathon of CUT. I mean, we have done quite a few earlier. पहले भी कुछ marathons तो हमने किए हैं. But this is the starting of the marathons that we do till the exam. Hopefully. I hope everything is fine till exams. So, what I want to, let's discuss how we will be going through these marathons. कैसा रहेगा ये? So, what I will be doing is, I have prepared a set of notes today. ठीक है, I will do it for all topics. आज मैंने demand and utility को cover किया है, but we'll begin with demand. Okay. Now, we may not have time to go through all the notes in the class. बहुत मुश्किल होगा because sometimes the note will be 35 to 40 page long. तो मैं क्या करूंगी ना, that I will be from that topic telling you exactly what are the important pointers in class from my notes. That I will cover with you. But the rest of the notes, जो बाकी notes हैं, आपको उसी दिन पे you have to read those notes thoroughly. ठीक है. Plus, then on that same topic, I will give you some MCQs and you have to do those MCQs on the same day. ठीक है. हमने ऑलरेडी एक टाइम टेबल तो ले ही लिया है. वी हैव टेकन द टाइम टेबल. द आइडिया इज दैट वी रैप दिस अप इन द नेक्स्ट 15 to 20 days. ठीक है. And we'll do this from Monday to Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. ये MCQs आपको पोर्टल पे इन्हीं नोट्स के नीचे मिल जाया करेंगे. फॉर टुडे, एज I'm telling in other classes also, आज के लिए you have to excuse me क्योंकि ये notes मेरे को बनाने में थोड़ा सा it took me time, so I just completed the notes 2-3 minutes back. That is why I will get it uploaded by tonight. ठीक है, I will send it to the team after the session. ठीक है, but from tomorrow I will try to be a bit more punctual. I will try to make sure कि क्लास से पहले ये नोट्स आपके पास पोर्टल में आपके सामने खुले हों. राइट. सो व्हाट यू विल बी डूइंग इज यू विल बी ओपनिंग द पोर्टल एंड उस पोर्टल पे यू विल बी ओपनिंग दीज नोट्स. यू विल कीप अ कॉपी विद यू साइमल्टेनियसली एंड इन नोट्स में से जो भी मैं क्लास में एक्सप्लेन कर रही हूँ यू विल जस्ट राइट दैट इन द कॉपी. After the class, you will revisit these notes in detail because I will not be doing everything from the notes in class. I will be giving you a summary of these notes in class. But in notes को detail में आपको class के बाद, after the class, you have to study them. एक बारी पढ़ना होगा. ठीक है. Plus, I will be giving you some MCQs which you will have to do. कुछ टॉपिक एमसीक्यू के वी हैव ऑलरेडी डन जब हम शुरू में वो रिवीजन सेशंस कर रहे थे दैट आई टुक इन द मॉर्निंग आवर्स ना. तो जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल व्हेन वी टॉक अबाउट द टॉपिक डिमांड, इस पे आई हैव लिटरली मेड एमसीक्यूज मल्टीपल टाइम्स. ठीक है. आई रिमेंबर जस्ट 1 month बैक आई हैड अपलोडेड सम एमसीक्यूज. तो आई विल आस्क द टीम टू जस्ट पुट दोज एमसीक्यूज आफ्टर दीज नोट्स ऑल्सो. इफ यू हैव डन दोज इट्स फाइन. मतलब अगर कर लिया एक बार तो दोबारा दोबारा करने का जरूरत नहीं है. आई रिमेंबर वी हैव डन एमसीक्यूज ऑन डिमांड, इलास्टिसिटी ऑफ डिमांड, स्नॉब इफेक्ट, बैंड वैगन इफेक्ट. उस पर हमने एमसीक्यूज ऑलरेडी प्रैक्टिस किए हैं. बट जस्ट टू पुट एवरीथिंग इन प्लेस इन वन गो एंड जस्ट टू हैव एवरीथिंग टॉपिक वाइज, आई आस्क द टीम टू जस्ट अपलोड दीज एमसीक्यूज हियर. ठीक है. सो द आइडिया दैट is there in my mind is that, so I've also given you that on the telegram group. हमने अच्छे से detail में I've given you that timetable. The idea is that in the next 15-20 days we should be able to revise microeconomics completely. हाँ, so अगर आप देखो the date that we finish microeconomics का revision is 4th December, right? And then we will begin with maths revision next. So if you are thorough enough with me, और आपने लाइफ में कभी नहीं पढ़ा है, if you have never ever studied economics, even if you're studying for the first time और आप ये सारे नोट्स को अच्छे से कर लोगे, you can be the one sitting at Delhi School of Economics, you can be the one sitting at IGIDR. Leave what you have done till now, उससे कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता, but you have to be very thorough with me from now onwards till 4th of December or 5th of December, जिसमें we will be wrapping this up. ठीक है. where it will be uploaded, I'll ask them to make a separate section called CUET Marathon. Yes, we will have those sessions for maths and stats too, as I said. Sorry, maybe I am reading the question now. So, abhi humne, so if you look into the schedule I have sent you, it is based on poll, huh? So, जब मैंने poll run किया था, all of you said that I should be going with microeconomics first. That's the reason मैंने micro से start किया है. And in microeconomics, we are trying to end it by 4th of December. So, the next subject that we can pick up can be maths or stats. I want to pick up maths first, but agar poll mein people say stats, we can pick stats. It depends on what you people want. In which videos you have studied, taught those effects. It is part of intermediate demand chapter. ठीक है? Should we begin now? So, आज के लिए you look here, you just open up a notebook and you just be with me. From tomorrow, you can open up your portal also and keep looking at these notes. Okay. So, what I want to do is I want to show you कि theory of demand में if I go to the demand side, what all is important from the point of view of demand. So, the first thing जो हमें जानना होगा, what determines demand. ठीक है. Then we want to understand what is called as law of demand. What is demand schedule, demand curve. ये एग्जाम में आ सकता है. What is expansion and contraction and how it is different from increase and decrease in demand. ठीक है. This is class 12th concept, but many of you might have forgotten कि how expansion of demand is different from increase in demand and how contraction of demand is different from decrease in demand. ये दोनों कैसे अलग हैं ये हमें जानना जरूरी है. उसके बाद बेटा we will understand elasticity of demand. और जब हम elasticity की बात करेंगे, so we want to understand four kind of elasticities. We want to understand price elasticity, income elasticity, cross price elasticity and advertisement elasticity. हर एक elasticity से related detail में conclusion you should be aware about that. माने if I tell you कि price elasticity negative है, तो why it is negative ये हमें पता होना चाहिए. अगर ये पॉजिटिव आ रही है किसी गुड के लिए, what will be that kind of good, we should know that. Similarly, if I tell you cross price elasticity is negative, उसका क्या मतलब है? Cross price elasticity positive, what that means? Cross price elasticity zero, what that means? We should be aware about this also. ठीक है? Similarly, income elasticity greater than 1, equal to 1, less than 1, इनका क्या मतलब है? We have to be aware about that. Less than 0 का क्या मतलब है? We have to be aware about that. So it means कि हर elasticity से related उसका implication, what that elasticity means, हमें उसको बहुत डिटेल में समझना है एज पार्ट ऑफ द CUET एग्जाम. इट कैन डेफिनेटली बी आस्क्ड इन एग्जाम. दो ही एग्जाम्स में ऐसे क्वेश्चन आते हैं, CUET एंड UGC नेट, और उन दोनों को हमें बहुत अच्छे से डिटेल में समझना है व्हाई इट हैपेंस. ठीक है. देन इफ आई गो टू थ्योरी ऑफ कंज्यूमर बिहेवियर, ये यूटिलिटी नहीं है, जस्ट बेसिक कंज्यूमर बिहेवियर है. तो एक आ जाता है मार्जिनल यूटिलिटी एनालिसिस and one is indifference curve analysis. So this is the entire thing which we should be trying to see through these notes. ठीक है. ओके बेटा, सबसे पहले हम बात करते हैं कि what is demand. अब डिमांड का बहुत ही सिंपल मीनिंग है that demand covers two things, willingness and ability. willingness का मतलब ये है कि I am willing to buy something. ठीक है. जैसे फॉर एग्जाम्पल if you tell me ma'am can you buy maybe a drug for me, but I am not willing to buy that. Maybe I have money to buy it, but do I have the willingness to buy it? क्या मैं वो खरीदना चाहती हूँ? Answer is no. So I must have the willingness to demand. And दूसरा है I must have the ability to demand. तो अगर हम इसमें एग्जाम्पल ले लेते हैं, फॉर एग्जाम्पल BMW, I don't have the ability to buy it. I don't have the money to buy it. तो I may be willing to buy it. मेरे को मन है खरीदने का, but I may not be able to buy it. तो जब भी हम डिमांड की बात करते हैं, whenever we talk about demand, we want both these things to be fulfilled. Both fulfilled. दोनों fulfill होनी चाहिए, willingness and ability. ठीक है. Based on that, all of you will go through this paragraph and read this. अब क्वेश्चन आता है व्हाट डिटरमाइंस डिमांड. डिटरमाइन मतलब कैसे डिमांड, कौन कौन सा फैक्टर्स है विच डिटरमाइन द डिमांड. सो यूजुअली फॉर दैट वी राइट आउट अ फंक्शन. वी से डिमांड इज अ फंक्शन ऑफ ओन प्राइस. ठीक है. ओन प्राइस में लॉ ऑफ डिमांड लगता है सीधा सीधा, दैट व्हेन प्राइस ऑफ अ कमोडिटी इंक्रीजेस डिमांड डिक्रीजेस, प्राइस डिक्रीजेस डिमांड इंक्रीजेस, ये लॉ ऑफ डिमांड है। देन वी हैव प्राइस ऑफ अदर गुड्स। अब ये अदर गुड्स कॉम्प्लीमेंट्री गुड्स भी हो सकते हैं, ये अदर गुड्स सब्स्टिट्यूट गुड्स भी हो सकते हैं, right? So it's called price of related goods. So when we talk about complementary goods, example can be ink and pen. When we talk about substitute goods, example can be tea and coffee. So complementary goods में जब इंक का प्राइस इंक्रीज होगा तो पेन का डिमांड डिक्रीज हो जाएगा। सब्स्टिट्यूट गुड्स में व्हेन प्राइस ऑफ टी विल इंक्रीज, पीपल विल गो टूवर्ड्स कॉफी, सब कॉफी की तरफ जाएंगे, तो डिमांड ऑफ कॉफी विल इंक्रीज। तो हमारे दो तरीके के गुड्स हो गए, सब्स्टिट्यूट एंड कॉम्प्लीमेंट। देन वी हैव इनकम ऑफ कंज्यूमर। अब अगर हम नॉर्मल गुड का बात करें, इफ आई टॉक अबाउट नॉर्मल गुड्स, व्हेन इनकम इंक्रीजेस डिमांड इंक्रीजेस, इनकम डिक्रीजेस डिमांड डिक्रीजेस। एंड व्हेन वी टॉक अबाउट इंफीरियर गुड्स तो रिलेशन रिवर्स हो जाता है, इनकम इंक्रीजेस डिमांड डिक्रीजेस, इनकम डिक्रीजेस डिमांड इंक्रीजेस। ठीक है। देन वी हैव टेस्ट एंड प्रेफरेंसेस। जैसे इफ आई हैव अ प्रेफरेंस टुवर्ड्स कॉफी, मुझे कॉफी बहुत पसंद है, सो व्हाट विल आई डू, कॉफी का प्राइस छोड़ के, बिकॉज आई हैव अ टेस्ट टुवर्ड्स कॉफी, आई विल जस्ट डिमांड कॉफी। आई डोंट लाइक टी, आई डोंट ड्रिंक टी, तो आई विल ऑलवेज गो टुवर्ड्स कॉफी। तो समटाइम्स पीपल्स टेस्ट एंड प्रेफरेंस, जो लोगों का टेस्ट या प्रेफरेंस है, दैट ऑल्सो गोज अहेड एंड डिटरमाइंस द डिमांड। तो आप सब लोग, ऑल ऑफ यू विल गो अहेड एंड रीड दिस आउट, व्हाट डिटरमाइंस डिमांड। इसमें प्राइस ऑफ कमोडिटी, प्राइस ऑफ रिलेटेड गुड्स, ठीक है, इनकम ऑफ द कंज्यूमर, इसमें सारे टाइप ऑफ गुड्स आर इंक्लूडेड। हाँ, टेस्ट एंड प्रेफरेंसेस, यू विल स्टडी दिस। नाउ वी टॉक अबाउट द टू काइंड ऑफ इफेक्ट्स। एक बोल देते हैं हम बैंड वैगन इफेक्ट, एंड द अदर वन इज कॉल्ड एज स्नॉब इफेक्ट। ठीक है। बोथ ऑफ दीज इफेक्ट्स, बेटा ये साइकोलॉजिकल इफेक्ट्स हैं, बट क्या डिफरेंस है दोनों में? हाँ, व्हाट्स द डिफरेंस बिटवीन बैंड वैगन इफेक्ट एंड स्नॉब इफेक्ट? बैंड वैगन इफेक्ट इज द इफेक्ट which leads to increase in demand of commodity, और स्नॉब इफेक्ट वो इफेक्ट है which leads to decrease in demand of the commodity। ठीक है। जैसे फॉर एग्जाम्पल व्हेन आई टॉक अबाउट आईफोन, एक को देखा आईफोन खरीदते हुए, सम अदर विल आल्सो बाय, देन दैट इज बैंडवैगन इफेक्ट। सब एक दूसरे को कॉपी करके डिमांड को इंक्रीज कर रहे हैं, राइट? सो व्हेन यू कॉपी अदर पीपल, व्हेन यू इंक्रीज द डिमांड ऑफ द कमोडिटी बाय कॉपीइंग, तो वो हो गया बैंडवैगन इफेक्ट। स्नॉब इफेक्ट है व्हेन द डिमांड ऑफ द कमोडिटी डिक्रीजेस। जैसे फॉर एग्जाम्पल एक बहुत ही एक्सक्लूसिव कैफे है, ठीक है, this cafe till 2024 it would only take upper richer class। माने वो एंट्री के लिए आपको बहुत ज्यादा अपना कुछ दिखा के, अपना कुछ कनेक्शन दिखा के सिर्फ उस कैफे में यू कुड एंटर देन। ठीक है। सो दिस रिचर क्लास, इनको बहुत एक्सक्लूसिव फील होता था कि ओ वी आर ओनली द पीपल हु आर गोइंग इन दिस कैफे। अब क्या हुआ 2025 में, सपोज दिस कैफे इट ओपन्स फॉर ऑल, सबके लिए कैफे खुल गया, राइट? तो जैसे ही कैफे सबके लिए खुलेगा, द मोमेंट इट ओपन्स अप फॉर ऑल, क्या होगा, व्हाट विल हैपन? दीज रिच क्लास पीपल विल नो मोर गो, दे विल फील अरे इट्स नॉट एक्सक्लूसिव, कोई भी आ जा रहा है, देयर इज नो जेंट्री, वी डोंट वांट टू गो, दे मे फील लाइक दैट। एंड पीपल लाइक अस, हम तो वैसे ही नहीं जा सकते बिकॉज द प्राइसेस आर हाई। तो what will happen is that there will be a decrease in demand. ये usually it happens with some diamond or some kind of diamonds or some kind of painting sometime. माने when you see that anybody is buying it, तो जो rich class होता है they stop buying it, right? So it has a negative effect, right? So this becomes your snob effect. ठीक है, दोनों ही साइकोलॉजिकल इफेक्ट्स हैं एंड दे आर इंपॉर्टेंट फ्रॉम एग्जाम पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू, यू हैव टू स्टडी देम। ठीक है, ओके। फिर कंज्यूमर एक्सपेक्टेशंस आ जाता है। कंज्यूमर एक्सपेक्टेशंस आल्सो हैव अ रोल टू प्ले। माने इफ आई थिंक कि फ्यूचर में प्राइस ऑफ कमोडिटी इज गोइंग टू इंक्रीज, मेरा एक्सपेक्टेशन है दैट इन्फ्लेशन आने वाला है, फ्यूचर में चीजें महंगी होंगी, सो व्हाट विल आई डू टुडे, आई विल डिक्रीज माय डिमांड इन द फ्यूचर and I want to consume today. So I will increase my demand in present. Sometimes इसकी वजह से we also see hoarding effect, है ना। अगर हमें लगता है कि फ्यूचर में एकदम से इसका प्राइस बहुत बढ़ेगा चीज का, सो एवरीवन वांट्स टू स्टॉक दैट थिंग, हम आज खरीद के रख लेते हैं दैट वील सेल इन द फ्यूचर एट अ हायर प्राइस, राइट। सो expectations also affect the demand of the commodity. That is what we have written. अभी कुछ other factors I leave it to you. You can go ahead and study them. Okay. Demand function मैंने बता दिया है क्या होता है. You can study on your own. Now let's talk about the law of demand. Law of demand was given by Marshall. Names are important. नाम याद रखने बहुत important है आपका CUET and नेट एग्जाम के लिए. इट इज वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट दैट यू रिमेंबर द नेम्स. तो एल्फ्रेड मार्शल ने लॉ ऑफ डिमांड दिया था एंड इन वेरी सिंपल टर्म्स ही सेड कि व्हेन प्राइस ऑफ द कमोडिटी इंक्रीजेस द डिमांड ऑफ द कमोडिटी डिक्रीजेस. दिस इज कॉल्ड एज लॉ ऑफ डिमांड. इसी को अगर मैं एक टेबल में रिप्रेजेंट करूं, ठीक है, डिफरेंट प्राइसेस डिफरेंट डिमांड, तो ये हो गया हमारा डिमांड शेड्यूल. एंड इसी को इफ आई रिप्रेजेंट इट इन अ ग्राफ, then this is my demand curve. ठीक है, now let's talk about market demand. बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है. Many of you make market demand curve incorrectly till date. देखो, मार्केट डिमांड इंडिविजुअल डिमांड को ऐड करके आता है. So when I add individual demand together, तो मुझे market demand मिल रहा है. This is simple to understand. माने A is demanding 3 units, B is demanding 2 units, तो 5 unit हो गया. A is demanding 2, B is demanding 1, तो 3 units हो गया. A is demanding 1, B is demanding 0, तो 1 unit हो गया. This is easy to understand. But यहाँ पे मुझे एक बहुत important aspect highlight करवाना है. I have to highlight very very important aspect here, and that is this line. Notice कि when the demand by A is 0 या by B is 0 in this case, तो बेटा A का जो भी डिमांड है, whatever is the demand of A and whatever is the market demand, they are both the same. दोनों सेम है, isn't it? So when the demand of B is 0, जब B का डिमांड 0 है, when the demand of B is 0, then demand by A and market demand are the same. दोनों सेम हैं. माने at this price of 20, A and market demand curve will coincide. A and market demand curve will coincide. तो अगर हम ग्राफिकली देखें, if I look graphically, I am talking about price of 20. At price of 20, A is demanding 1 unit. At the same price, B is demanding 0. तो अगर मैं यहां पे देखूं, then the total demand is going to be 1. Now any price above 20. अब if the demand of B is 0 at 20, अगर वो प्राइस 20 पे ही 0 डिमांड कर रहा था, देन एनी प्राइस अबव 20 ऑल्सो डिमांड बाय बी विल बी 0, बिकॉज प्राइस ऑफ 20 पे ही बी का डिमांड 0 है. तो व्हेन प्राइस इज 20, अगर बी का डिमांड 0 है, तो अगर उससे कुछ ऊपर प्राइस भी होगा, देन ऑल्सो बीज डिमांड विल बी 0. और अगर B का डिमांड 0 है, इफ B's डिमांड इज 0, तो एट एनी प्राइस अबव 20, डिमांड ऑफ A एंड मार्केट डिमांड कर्व शुड बी द सेम. तो दैट इज एग्जैक्टली व्हाट इज हैपनिंग हियर. अगर हम ये वाला पार्ट यहां देखेंगे, इफ आई लुक हियर, दिस पार्ट एंड दिस पार्ट, दिस इज एग्जैक्टली सेम. माने दिस इज एग्जैक्टली जो ए का डिमांड है वही यहाँ पे प्लॉटेड है, और यहाँ पे एट दिस पार्ट, ये वाला जो एस्पेक्ट है, हियर मार्केट डिमांड कर्व इज फ्लैटर। क्यों फ्लैट है? बिकॉज इट इज इंक्लूडिंग डिमांड ऑफ बोथ ए एंड बी। दोनों ए और बी का डिमांड बाकी एस्पेक्ट्स में है, राइट? सो वी कैन से कि मार्केट डिमांड कर्व विल बी फ्लैटर देन इंडिविजुअल डिमांड कर्व। फ्लैटर माने उसमें ज्यादा अमाउंट इन्वॉल्व है, ज्यादा क्वांटिटी इन्वॉल्व है। यू सी हियर, हियर इट इज 5, यहाँ पे 3 एंड 2 था, हियर इट इज 3, यहाँ पे 2 एंड 1 था। सो मार्केट डिमांड विल बी मोर देन इंडिविजुअल डिमांड, दैट इज वाई वो फ्लैटर है। बट देयर विल बी सम पार्ट ऑफ मार्केट डिमांड जो किसी एक इंडिविजुअल के डिमांड कर्व से कोइंसाइड करेगा, व्हेन द अदर डिमांड विल बी जीरो, विच इज दिस पार्ट। जब बाकी डिमांड जीरो कर रहे हैं, सो ए का डिमांड बिकम्स द मार्केट, राइट? सो दिस इज इंपॉर्टेंट दैट मार्केट डिमांड में एक किंक आता है। व्हेन दिस किंक विल कम, मार्केट डिमांड का अगर हम कर्व देखें, हाउ इट इज प्लॉटेड लाइक दिस किंक विल मीन कि किसी एक कंज्यूमर का जो डिमांड है इट वुड हैव बिकम जीरो। जैसे यहाँ पे बी का डिमांड इट बिकेम जीरो, एंड इसके बाद मार्केट डिमांड इज जस्ट ए का डिमांड, बिकॉज बीज डिमांड इज जीरो, राइट? सो रिमेंबर दैट देयर कैन बी किंक, मार्केट डिमांड कर्व में किंक आ सकता है, वी कैन हैव अ किंक। दिस इज व्हाट इज इंपॉर्टेंट हियर, ठीक है? लॉ ऑफ डिमांड, अब ये भी इंपॉर्टेंट है। सो यू हैव टू ऑल्सो नो द रीजंस behind law of demand, the reasons behind law of demand। तो reason behind law of demand सिर्फ ये basic नहीं है कि when price increases quantity decreases। reasons होते हैं substitution effect, income effect। तो substitution effect क्या बोलता है? that when price of a commodity increases, substitute it for a cheaper commodity। आप किसी और commodity को ढूंढो which is cheaper। Income effect says what? That when price of a commodity decreases, your real income increases. And if your real income is increasing, you will increase the demand. है ना? रियल इनकम माने परचेजिंग पावर। तो अगर मेरा परचेजिंग पावर इंक्रीज हो रहा है, आई मस्ट कंज्यूम मोर कमोडिटी, इजंट इट? तो लॉ ऑफ डिमांड के बहुत सारे रीजंस हैं, and you have to know those reasons. So go ahead and read this. Read the law of demand reason, income effect, substitution effect, arrival of new customer, different uses. ये important है, ठीक है? Now let's talk about exceptions. The most important exception to law of demand is called as Giffen good. It's called as Giffen good. Giffen good कौन से good होते हैं? Those goods which are ultra inferior माने बहुत बहुत inferior commodity है, right? They are called as Giffen goods. So Giffen goods are those goods which when price of commodity increases, demand increases, price of commodity decreases, demand decreases। तो जब प्राइस इसका इंक्रीज होता है, right, we spend more on those goods, we buy more of those goods क्योंकि they are very very inferior, I don't have the ability to shift to the higher good, इन्हीं की डिमांड मुझे बढ़ानी पड़ती है। Now how did Giffen found this out? उनको कैसे दिखा गिफिन गुड्स के बारे में? It was through a classic potato meat example। अगर हम एग्जाम्पल देखते हैं, सपोज इफ आई टेल यू दैट से पोटेटो इज 10 rupees, meat is 50 rupees, and my income is 100 rupees। ठीक है, लेट्स मेक इनकम 60। ठीक है, I just have to show you one example। Let's say income 60 है and I have to spend on these two goods। तो अभी क्या किया मैंने, से 1 unit पोटेटो लिया, 1 unit मीट लिया, एंड आई हैव 60 रुपीज मैंने स्पेंड कर दिया। ठीक है, से प्राइस ऑफ पोटेटो जो है दैट वाज 10। ठीक है, एंड आई एम बाइंग 1 यूनिट ऑफ पोटेटो एंड आई एम बाइंग 1 यूनिट ऑफ मीट। मैंने 60 रुपीज खर्च कर दिया। नाउ लेट्स से दैट द प्राइस ऑफ पोटेटो इंक्रीजेस टू 20 रुपीज एंड मीट अभी भी 50 रुपीज है। I हैव टू बाय पोटेटो टू मेक माई फूड. हाँ, 1 kg पोटेटो बहुत होते हैं. दिस इज 10 per kg सपोज. हाँ, एंड 1 kg पोटेटो इज इनफ टू सस्टेन माई फैमिली. माने पोटेटो के बिना मेरा फैमिली नहीं चल सकता. आई हैव टू बाय देम. बट नाउ अगर मैं 20 रुपीज पोटेटो पे स्पेंड करूं, इफ आई स्पेंड 20 ऑन पोटेटो, तो क्या 60 रुपीज में मैं मीट ले पाऊंगी? विल आई बी एबल टू बाय मीट? नो, because if I buy 1 unit of potato, 1 kg of potato, तो 60 में से 20 has been spent and I am left up with only 40. And meat का प्राइस तो 50 है. So I cannot buy meat. तो अब क्या करना पड़ेगा? I will have to spend entire money on potato because meat एक तरीके से unaffordable हो गया. Potato मुझे लेना ही है for my family, to sustain my family, right? So now what happens is that I end up spending the entire money on potato and my demand of potato increases from 1 to 3 kgs because meat की जगह भी now I am feeding my family with potatoes. This becomes a classic example of Giffen Goods. Right? So when price of the potato increased from 10 to 20, I started increasing the demand. So ये exception to law of demand you have to study. Then you can study the other exceptions also. ठीक है? Okay. अब हम बात करेंगे increase and decrease in demand की. So you do these things, these differences well. Whenever we talk about increase or decrease in demand, it is due to factors other than price. तो जब भी प्राइस इंक्रीज होने की वजह से डिमांड डिक्रीज होती है और वाइस वर्सा, दिस इज एक्सपेंशन और कॉन्ट्रैक्शन. बट व्हेन डिमांड चेंजेस ड्यू टू अदर फैक्टर्स like change in price of substitute goods, complementary goods, taste and preference, income, है ना, तो ये हो जाता है हमारा इंक्रीज और डिक्रीज इन डिमांड. When demand increases, demand curve shift rightwards. When demand decreases, demand curve shifts leftwards. तो ये हमारा increase and decrease in demand हुआ. Expansion contraction is movement along the curve. माने if I move from A to B, तो ये expansion है. If I move from B to A, तो ये contraction है. It is along the same curve, but increase and decrease is due to factors other than price. ठीक है? Okay. Now let's talk about elasticity. तो पहला formula elasticity का which is important. All of you will make a formula sheet. From today onwards. उसको बोलोगे micro formula sheet, microeconomics. And you will write all these formulas in the formula sheet. सारे के सारे formulas आप उसमें note down करोगे. ठीक है? So the first formula is price elasticity. So price elasticity is percentage change in quantity demanded upon percentage change in price. ठीक है? इसको हम change in demand by change in price into initial price by initial quantity into 100 भी लिख सकते हैं. Into 100 अगर हमें percentage terms में चाहिए, otherwise like this also it's fine. ठीक? So this becomes your elasticity of demand. Beta, homework. You have to do all these numericals. जितना भी numericals listed है, you have to do these numericals. It is based on this formula of elasticity of demand. ठीक है? Okay. The next is point elasticity. Again, इस पे one MCQ can be asked. एक MCQ इसमें से आ सकता है. So when we talk about point elasticity, basically point elasticity is that at every point on the demand curve, the elasticity differs. ठीक है? Point elasticity के लिए the formula is lower segment by upper segment. Now we find exactly the center point of this demand curve, exactly center, and वहां पे elasticity of demand is unit elastic. ठीक है? यहां पे it is infinity, यहां पे it is zero. Zero क्यों? बिकॉज इट इज लोअर बाय अपर, तो लोअर में तो कोई सेगमेंट बचा ही नहीं है, इट्स ऑन द एक्स एक्सिस, तो लोअर में देयर इज नो सेगमेंट। यहां पे देखो लोअर सेगमेंट एंड अपर सेगमेंट आर इक्वल, इसलिए इट इज 1। यहाँ पे देयर इज नो लोअर सेगमेंट लेफ्ट, सो इट बिकम्स 0। Here elasticity is more than 1, here it is less than 1. This is very important. ये match the following में भी आ सकता है. It can also be asked in reasoning assertion. ठीक है, ऐसा कुछ statement that the point elasticity, ये assertion है, on x-axis is 0. Reason, the point elasticity is lower segment is the ratio of lower segment by upper segment, ऐसे कर दिया। So yes, it is 0 because of this reason, क्योंकि उसका formula lower segment by upper segment है। So both assertion and reasoning are correct. ऐसे करके they can be asked in exam, आपको इस हिसाब से इसको करना होगा, ठीक है। Okay, then you have the formula of arc elasticity. Arc elasticity is usually when we take average quantity and price. माने यहां पर instead of taking P and Q, हम P1 plus P2 by 2 लेते हैं and Q1 plus Q2 by 2. So we take average quantity and average price. अगर हम वो formula use करते हैं then it becomes arc elasticity. ठीक है, 2 and 2 cancel भी हो सकता है, so you can say change in Q by change in P into P1 plus P2 by Q1 plus Q2. And change in quantity क्या है? Difference in quantity. Change in price क्या है? Difference in price. P1 plus P2 by Q1 plus Q2. तो all these formulas are correct. आप कोई भी formula use कर सकते हो, ठीक है? That is your arc elasticity. ठीक है, I leave it to you. You read these explanations कि किसका क्या meaning है. This is something you can do on your own. Last method that you have to understand for elasticity वो हो गया हमारा revenue method. So revenue method says that when price and total revenue move in the opposite direction, then elasticity is more than 1. When price and revenue move in the same direction, then it is less than 1. When price changes but total revenue unchanged, then it is equal to 1. Okay? उसी को I have written it in a summarized way. You can read it here. Just remember, opposite direction, same direction, unchanged. Okay, this you can read, not from me. अब हम आ जाते हैं income elasticity पे. So income elasticity basically goes ahead and says that we are talking about percentage change in quantity due to percentage change in income. So change in quantity, change in income into income by quantity, इसको हमने बोल दिया income elasticity. ठीक है, अब again if income elasticity is greater than 0 माने positive, it is normal good. And if it is less than 0 माने negative, so it is inferior good. And automatically Giffen good भी हो ही गया, because all Giffen are inferior. तो जो भी चीज inferior होगी वो definitely we can say that Giffen is also satisfying the properties of that. So less than 0 means it is inferior and Giffen. Question for all of you, write it in the chat. What if income elasticity is more than 1? What is that good? Good, that's right. Exactly. Simple, luxury. And less than 1? Correct. It will be necessity. So this is the summary of income elasticity in one sheet. Nothing more than this can come from income elasticity. Positive, negative, greater than 1, less than 1. ठीक है, ये income elasticity summarized है. Okay. Then you can study this, do these. Now let's talk about cross price elasticity. So see here, when price of ink increases, demand of pen decreases. माने ink का price and pen का demand opposite direction में चल रहा है. They're moving in opposite direction. So opposite direction means elasticity will be negative. And what are pen and ink? Complementary goods. Complementary goods have negative cross price elasticity. वैसे ही when price of tea increases, people move towards coffee. So demand of coffee increases. So tea and coffee का price, इसका price and इसका demand move in the same direction. Same direction means positive relationship, means that they are substitute goods. Tea and coffee are substitute goods. So negative cross price elasticity, complementary goods. Positive cross price elasticity, substitute goods. Okay. This is what you have to remember. Others I have summarized above and below. You can do it. But these two, just make a note of this. Full notes you will get. Just write this in a sheet. Whatever I am writing. Full notes anyways will be there on your portal. Okay. So then you can do these examples. I'm leaving it to you. Okay. This is something new now. Okay. But this is called as advertisement elasticity. So advertisement elasticity asks that how your demand changes as advertisement expenditure changes. जब आप अपनी ad पे खर्चा बढ़ाते हो या कम करते हो, when you change your expenditure on ads, when you increase or decrease it, how your demand will change, that is called as advertisement elasticity. Percentage change in demand due to percentage change in advertising expenditure. Okay, that is your demand elasticity. Now this has certain meaning to it, right? So for example, if I say percentage change in demand upon percentage change in advertisement expenditure, and I tell you that this advertising elasticity is 0. माने न्यूमरेटर मस्ट हैव बीन 0. और 0 का क्या मतलब है? दैट मीन्स देयर वुड बी नो चेंज इन डिमांड. And no change in demand would have meant what? That demand is unresponsive to ad. डिमांड को एडवर्टाइजमेंट से कोई भी फर्क नहीं पड़ा. एड चलाने के बाद अगर डिमांड में कोई चेंज नहीं आ रहा, then that has 0 advertisement elasticity. Can you think of an example? क्या example हो सकता है इसका? That's right, only for firms, correct. Can you think of an example? Anyone? Necessary goods, okay. Think more. So yes, most of you are actually correct. ठीक बात है, that's right. So things like essential goods, namak, chini, chawal, basic vegetables, हाँ, your salt, your rice, your sugar, ठीक है? Usually their demand is stable. They are not affected with ads, right? Like for example, just because I start seeing Tata Namak ad today does not mean I will demand 1 की जगह 5 kgs. हाँ, it may create a brand awareness for me कि ठीक है, Tata is selling sugar, salt or sugar, but does not mean I will increase my demand overall. ठीक है? Similarly, you're right. Life-saving medicines. ठीक है? Tomorrow, if some pharma company, so I'm not sure how many of you follow the page of pharma CEOs or founders, but so all of you know this lady who comes on Shark Tank. Can you tell me the name? Who's from pharma industry? Exactly, Namita. So if you look into her page, every day she is promoting these age drugs these days, and sleep drugs, how you can, how you can regulate your sleep using those drugs. बहुत often you will see this thing that she is doing. Yes, everywhere she is doing, you can sleep well using my drugs, ऐसा करके, So my question is that by seeing the ad, are you changing your demand for the sleep drugs? No, right? अभी ये तो फिर भी this is not an essential drug, but essential drugs, life saving drugs, जो BP, sugar इन सब के होते हैं, just because I see an ad does not mean कि मैं उसका demand बढ़ा दूंगी. I will only take as much as I take, right? So yes, those goods have zero advertisement elasticity. Okay, so this is the implication of different type of elasticities related to advertisement. Okay, with this we wrap up the first topic, which is demand. Now you have to read these notes at any cost today. So I've wrapped up this part, this entire thing. Tomorrow, similarly, I will wrap up consumer theory. But as a homework, all of you will read these notes. Okay. And MCQs इस पे, as I said, I have already given. कुछ दिन पहले ही इसके MCQs दिए थे. But I will just post those MCQs again. All of you will do those MCQs. When we meet tomorrow, we will begin with the next topic, which is theory of consumer behavior. ठीक है? Okay. No, it is very difficult for me to do it back to back. So I need 1 hour break in between as a breather, and I have another marathon scheduled at 7:30. So that is why I've kept it at 4. But I will be posting the recordings. Variant workbook for CUET बिल्कुल जरूरत नहीं है. Where will the notes be uploaded? So as we said, I will make a special, we'll make a tab, which will say marathon tab, CUET marathon. उसमें we'll upload this video. उसके बाद we'll upload the notes. उसके बाद we'll upload the question related to this. And we'll follow the same process. Video, notes, question. Video, notes, question. What else should we do apart from these? Don't spend the entire day on this. मतलब ये सब मिला के what I am doing with you should take only 1 to 1.5 hours. 1 घंटा with me when I do this, and 1 hour for you to read the notes and do those questions. Apart from 2 hours, you continue the practice which you are doing, whichever subject you are doing, whichever subject you are weak in. Yes, it will be separate. That's right. So basically, our demand for salt will not change. And since we are looking from the perspective of consumers here, right, demand side, so it makes sense what we said. What you are saying is from the point of view of a monopolistic firm or an oligopoly, when they advertise how the quantity changes for them, what they will produce, quantity supplied based on demand, that will change. But from our aspect, as a consumer, I am demanding salt. That's it. We are not going to which brand. ठीक है? Okay. So we'll meet tomorrow. Same time. ठीक है? Okay. Bye. Hi, good evening, everyone. So, I hope all of you had the time to go through the lecture notes of yesterday and have thoroughly revised the topic of demand. Okay. But आज we will go ahead and we'll begin with the topic of utility. Okay. Just give me a minute. So we'll begin with the topic of utility. Okay. अब I'll wrap up ये utility and choice वाला topic in 2 days. Today we will do what is consumer equilibrium, what is budget line, on all those things, huh? Single commodity consumer equilibrium and two commodity consumer equilibrium and cardinal and ordinal utility. And in the next lecture, हम different type of indifference curve और उनमें कैसे equilibrium आता है, how we find equilibrium for different kind of indifference curve, we'll find that. Yes, it already got uploaded yesterday, na? Similarly, it will be done today. Okay. तो सबसे पहले we should know the difference between wants and needs. Want हमेशा unlimited होती हैं. हाँ, want तो I can want something very difficult to achieve. तो wants are unlimited. But from wants we want to understand कि कौन सी वो wants हैं जो necessary wants हैं, कौन सी वो wants हैं जो जिनके बिना we cannot live, right? Which are those wants which are necessities, right? Which are my needs. And we always want to go ahead and we always want to satisfy those needs first. We want to ensure कि हमारा जो भी income है we are able to buy the needs. ठीक है, of course, as income increases, what you need can increase and your wants can increase, but want is always unlimited. Now, what is utility? Utility is the want satisfying power of the commodity in very simple language, right? माने utility is the satisfaction we get from the commodity. जब हम कोई भी commodity consume करते हैं, so it makes us happy, right? That happiness we get from the commodity. Or sometimes it can make us sad also. So in Delhi, you go out, इतना बुरा air quality है that it can make you sad. So instead of getting positive utility, you're getting negative utility. So the satisfaction you get, whether negative or positive, from any commodity, वही utility है, right? Now, beta, because we are talking about exams like CUET, UGC NET, ऐसे exams में, a lot of times you may be asked match the following, या who gave what, authors of the book, है ना? ये सब बहुत often आता है. You may be given certain statements and asked who gave which statement, right? Or they may say utility is the quality of a good to satisfy want, right? Who gave this statement? So I have given you some important statements here कि किसने क्या दिया था. You can just remember them. इनको एक बारी अच्छे से पढ़ लेना कि what this is all about. ठीक है? अच्छा, similarly, it is very important that you know which year what happened. Okay, so for example, when we go ahead and when we talk about the concept of utility, right, is there ethics in utility? Well, no, economics does not talk about that, but that is exactly where we talk about things like externalities, right? So no, there are no ethics involved. I mean, for a criminal, he may get utility from shooting a person. Does not mean it's the right thing, but he still gets a positive satisfaction. Okay, so coming back to this, तो जब हम कोई भी concept की बात करते हैं, right, whether we talk about utility or demand, one thing which you have to do, all of you have to do, is the chronology of demand or chronology of utility. माने who gave what when, वो आपको ध्यान से करना होगा. So I am just mentioning the chronology of utility. You guys can add on to that chronology. ठीक है? So first of all, Adam Smith in 1776 talked about the paradox of वैल्यू। ठीक है, माने उन्होंने बोला कि दो चीजें होती हैं, एक होती है वैल्यू इन यूज एंड दूसरा हो जाता है वैल्यू इन एक्सचेंज। वैल्यू इन यूज मीन्स समथिंग विच गिव्स यू यूजफुलनेस। ठीक है, वैल्यू इन एक्सचेंज मीन्स प्राइस ऑफ द कमोडिटी, माने मार्केट वैल्यू। ठीक है, सो यूटिलिटी इज वैल्यू इन यूज, माने सेटिस्फैक्शन, कितना कोई चीज यूजफुल है मेरे लिए। जैसे फॉर एग्जाम्पल वाटर में हैव अ लो प्राइस, राइट, सो इट्स वैल्यू इन एक्सचेंज इज लो, बट वाटर के बिना वी कैन नॉट सर्वाइव, सो इट्स वैल्यू इन यूज इज हाई, right? So from here only, we can distinguish between the value of water and value of diamond. And I hope all of you know the water diamond paradox, है, जिसमें हम बोलते हैं why necessities like water they have a low price while luxuries have a high price। तो ये पहला चीज हो गया where we go ahead and we talk about Adam Smith। ठीक है, the second thing that post which we kind of started talking about utility, it basically happened by David Ricardo and Mill। So Ricardo, आई होप यू नो कि ये सारे हम क्लासिकल इकोनॉमिस्ट की बात कर रहे हैं, यूजुअली मैक्रो इकोनॉमिक्स में यूज होते हैं, बट आई एम जस्ट टेलिंग यू इनका कॉन्ट्रीब्यूशन इन माइक्रो। सो रिकार्डो 1817, इन ऑन टिप्स इट शुड बी इन योर माइंड, these are the things which are very very important from exam point of view, एकदम दिमाग में होना चाहिए क्या कब आया। so Ricardo and Mill 1848, now although they mainly focused on the side of labor and cost of production and labor theory, but उन्होंने भी एक वर्ड यूज कर लिया, लेबर थ्योरी ऑफ वैल्यू, माने इन अ वे दे ऑल्सो टॉक्ड अबाउट हाउ मच यूटिलिटी वॉज गेटिंग डिराइव्ड फ्रॉम लेबर, है ना, क्योंकि उन्होंने बोल दिया लेबर थ्योरी ऑफ वैल्यू। सो वी आर ऑल्सो टॉकिंग अबाउट लेबर से क्या यूटिलिटी एक्सट्रैक्ट हो रही है, क्या सेटिस्फैक्शन एक्सट्रैक्ट हो रही है, क्या वैल्यू एक्सट्रैक्ट हो पा रही है। देन वी हैड अ कंप्लीट रेवोल्यूशन, एक पूरा रेवोल्यूशन आया इकोनॉमिक्स में, एंड उस रेवोल्यूशन को वी नेम्ड दैट एज मार्जिनल रेवोल्यूशन। मार्जिनल रेवोल्यूशन, मार्जिनल रेवोल्यूशन 1870s के अराउंड इट स्टार्टेड, एंड दिस वॉज द रियल बिगनिंग, मतलब जैसे वो मार्जिनल यूटिलिटी, मार्जिनल कॉन्सेप्ट यूज होना शुरू हुआ, so this was the time when we started talking about more about utility। ठीक है, जिसमें we had certain important names, the first one was Jevons 1871 UK। ठीक है, इनको बोलते हैं विलियम स्टेनली जेविन्स, एंड ही इंट्रोड्यूस्ड द कॉन्सेप्ट ऑफ यूटिलिटी। ठीक है, बट ही वॉज वेरी फोकस्ड ऑन सब्जेक्टिव सेटिस्फैक्शन। ठीक है, माने ही emphasized more of the satisfaction in terms of, so he said subjective satisfaction is measurable, measure तो कर सकते हैं, but he kept talking about satisfaction depending on the final degree of utility। उन्होंने total utility के बारे में कुछ नहीं बोला कि there is a concept of total satisfaction, then there is a concept of additional satisfaction, इतना डिटेल में he didn't say। he just said कि you know what, we get some satisfaction from a commodity, or maybe that commodity is satisfaction is measurable। ठीक है, उतना करके he left। then we had Karl Menger, again 1871, but in Austria। he was the founder of Austrian school, and उन्होंने बोला कि goods drive value from marginal utility in satisfying human wants। तो उन्होंने भी marginal utility पे he focused on that, but he focused on individual preferences, माने there is no concept of society preferences, वो सब बहुत later concepts हैं। he just said that we are focusing on preferences that you derive from individual commodity as individual। so how much satisfaction I derive from a rubber band, from individual commodity, right? Then when walrus came into picture, right? That was 1874, right? That was in France, Switzerland. Huh? So that is when he integrated the concept of utility into a general framework. तो आपको सबको पता ही होगा, we all know there is something called as Walrasian equilibrium. ठीक है? So Walrasian equilibrium means general equilibrium. माने जहां पे हम we make those Edgeworth box and we find out when we have two commodity case कैसे होगा. So we moved ahead from individual preferences towards a general equilibrium concept. General equilibrium की तरफ हमने start किया चलना. Now all of this we were saying many things. बहुत कुछ हम यहाँ पे बोल तो रहे थे, but we were not putting them down in any book. ठीक है? So the first time that someone plugged these things into, integrated the concept of utility into general equilibrium, if you're asking for this, he brought the utility of individual into general equilibrium framework. ठीक है? अच्छा, अब क्या हुआ ना कि माने जेविन्स स्टार्टेड टॉकिंग वे बैक. जेविन्स बात कर रहे थे, मेंगर बात कर रहे थे, बट we could not see these things written in publications, in books. It was only Marshall in 1890 that he finally brought the concept of cardinal utility in his book Principles of Economics. Right? तो अब उन्होंने ये सब यूज किया, लॉ ऑफ डिमिनिशिंग मार्जिनल यूटिलिटी, कंज्यूमर सरप्लस, यूटिलिटी फंक्शन. हाँ, तो marginal utility of money, MUM. So no doubt marginal utility, utility, cardinal utility, ये सब terms float कर रही थी. They were floating around in 1870s, but they were formalized into a concept in 1890 by Marshall. The concept of diminishing marginal utility came into picture by Marshall. ठीक है? So sometimes what will happen is कि आपको match the following दिया जाएगा. You'll be given match the following. अब in some questions match the following में you will be given Jevons. Sometimes you will be given Menger. Sometimes you will be given Marshall. I know many of you will come to me. So जैसे for example in the question bank match the following. Suppose you are given Jevons, Walrus, Smith, Ricardo, and you are given options. और यहाँ पे दिया हुआ है cardinal utility या marginal utility, general equilibrium, value of surplus. You're given some options. अब you will say, ma'am, why have you marked cardinal utility with Jevons? वो तो मार्शल ने दिया था. You know it is wrong, ma'am. Last to last year, every year I see the same thing. So, no, Jevons is also correct. Right? अगर Jevons की जगह option I would have been given Menger, then also it is correct. If I would have been given Marshall, then also it is correct. They are all part of marginalized revolution. Right? Two will never be given to you. ऐसा नहीं होगा कि they'll give you Marshall also and Jevons also. उतना confusing they will never give you. Right? They will give you only one of these 2-3 names. But हाँ, you may be asked chronologically. ठीक है? जैसे they may ask you कि put them in order and they may give you Jevons, Marshall, Walrus, right? And they may give you Hicks and Allen. ठीक है? 4-5 उन्होंने दे दिया. They may give you Pareto. And they may ask you that put them in chronological order of giving utility. Utility के chronological order में इनको arrange करो. We understand all of them talked about generally about utility, but इनको you have to put them from early to the most recent one. तो ठीक है. Then we understand, Jevons should be followed by Walrus, should be followed by Marshall, should be followed by Pareto. So that way you have to remember which gave which year. Okay, Pareto I have to explain, don't worry. Huh? So yes. So I already have recorded that who gave what in which year. 100 economist ka, it should be there on your portal, Indian economy ki section mein. So you can look from there. But I also want you to do it topic wise. ठीक है, तो आप if you're studying just consumer today, just utility, उसका अलग से you just make a note of it. So then came this, Marshall, and this happened. अब ये तो हो गया, all of these economists till now, they were more of the cardinal utility economist. Cardinal means they said utility is measurable. Okay. Then came the ordinal utility revolution to say. Okay. And इसमें we had the coming up of Pareto in 1906. ठीक है, उन्होंने बोला utility is not something which is measurable. He introduced the concept of ordinal utility. He introduced the concept of ranking the preferences. उसी टाइम पे ड्यूरिंग अनदर 5-7 years Slutsky came into picture in 1915. स्लट्सकी आए और उन्होंने बोला कि जो भी हमारा चेंज इन डिमांड हो रहा है उसको वी कैन डिकम्पोज इट इन सब्स्टिट्यूशन इफेक्ट एंड इनकम इफेक्ट, एंड वी कैन कॉल दिस टोटल एज प्राइस इफेक्ट, राइट? देन this happened way back 1906, 1915. Then again we had to put these things in a book, we had to formalize them. So then came Hicks and Allen. Very important year, very important economist. किसी ना किसी जगह you will find their name in the exam. Hicks and Allen. They developed modern indifference curve analysis in a book that they wrote, A Reconsideration to the Theory of Value. ठीक है, इसमें इन्होंने they introduced ordinal concept formally. They introduced substitution income effect formally. They introduced the concept of ranking bundle formally. माने अभी तक भी people were doing it. सब बत बोल रहे थे, right? They were talking about indifference curve, about ordinal utility. ये सब हो रहा था, right? Slutsky was the one who introduced it, definitely. But who formalized these things? Who wrote them in some place for us to read? It was Hicks and Allen in 1934. Okay, good. I hope that this is clear. ठीक है, this happened. ठीक है, this ये जो three economists हैं, they introduced the ordinal revolution. माने we should be ranking the bundles. Now after this, consumer theory खत्म नहीं हुआ है, हाँ? Then we saw the coming up of revealed preference. ठीक है, revealed preference is majorly account मतलब majorly gifted to us by Paul Samuelson. Please beta, you have to remember them by heart. एकदम टिप्स पे होना चाहिए ये पूरा chronology. So by Paul Samuelson in 1938, he proposed revealed preference theory, and उन्होंने ये बात की कि utility can be inferred. माने आप मुझे बता दो कि bundle X is preferred over Y, तो इसका क्या meaning है? How do revealed preferences work? That first time it came by Paul Samuelson. ठीक है, there was another economist, rarely you would have seen his name, I'm not sure. Hendrik. Let me write in a better handwriting. Hothacker. HOUTHAKKER 1950. He talked about axioms in revealed preference. ठीक है, when so if you look into the first two pages of Varian, वहां पे हम बात करते हैं कि कब preferences consistent हैं. So those axioms ki when preferences will be consistent, right? When do I think that revealed preference is working in right direction? Those axioms were provided by Hendrick. Okay. So this is your revealed preference theory. इसके बाद came the modern utility concepts. ठीक है, मॉडर्न यूटिलिटी में एक तो हमारे पास होगा एक्सपेक्टेड यूटिलिटी कॉन्सेप्ट, जो हम रिस्क के चैप्टर में पढ़ते हैं, राइट? 1944, given by anyone would like to tell? We write that as VNM utility. Yes. So it was given by Von Neumann Morgenstern. So two people, एक हैं John Von, please write the spelling correctly, Neumann, and दूसरे हैं Oscar Morgenstern. ठीक है, दे इंट्रोड्यूस्ड ये जो भी अनसर्टेनिटी के अंडर हम एक्सपेक्टेड यूटिलिटी फंक्शंस पढ़ते हैं, इट वाज इंट्रोड्यूस्ड बाय देम. एंड एक्चुअली इफ यू लुक इनटू बुक्स, हम उनको बोलते भी VNM यूटिलिटी फंक्शन है. वी कॉल देम एज VNM यूटिलिटी फंक्शन. यस यस, कार्डिनल इज ऑलवेज बिफोर ऑर्डिनल. ठीक है, so this is the first thing that happened. And इसके बाद one last thing which you can write, it is called as prospect theory. ये भी अनसर्टेनिटी में ही आता है, द प्रोस्पेक्ट थ्योरी, जो बाउंडेड रैशनैलिटी के बारे में बात करता है. एंड दिस प्रोस्पेक्ट थ्योरी, दिस वाज गिवन बाय, अगेन राइट द स्पेलिंग वेरी केयरफुली, KAHNEMAN, right? And TVERSKY, Kahneman and Tversky in 1979. इन्होंने ये प्रोस्पेक्ट थ्योरी के बारे में बात की. दिस इज रिलेटेड टू बाउंडेड रैशनैलिटी. ठीक है, so this is the chronology of utility. Okay, I hope all of you have made a note of this. So basically utility can be divided in 4-5 phases. Cardinal, then ordinal, then what about revealed preference, what about modern economics? We can divide them, और हर एक के अंदर किस किस का contribution रहा है, you can just think about it. ठीक है, okay, I hope this is done. We'll come back to this now. ठीक है, so because Marshall and Hicks and Allen were the people जिन्होंने इसको बुक में लिखा था, who wrote them in book, you will always notice that these are related to, I mean, जब भी आप नाम पढ़ोगे इनका, आपको हमेशा दिखेगा कि in you will always see Marshall and Hicks and Allen, और किसी का नाम you will never find out. Okay, ठीक है, anything, anyone? This was before Hendrick. But the concept is different. I mean, Hendrick was related to revealed. So ये मॉडर्न यूटिलिटी कॉन्सेप्ट्स हैं, राइट? सो the port the portfolio kind of thing जिसमें which you will put under the category of these people, it will be modern utility. Okay, so we'll write it down here itself. Right. So again, books are again very important. So I'll write few of them जो यहाँ पे important है. But you make a list of the all authors, economic related with their books. तो यहाँ पर Hicks and Allen, a reconsideration of the theory of value. ठीक है. Similarly, you can also write for Newman and Morgenstern. So write down theory of games and economic behavior. Theory of games and economic behavior. Anything else, anyone? How to get port notes on portal? I have uploaded them, no? कल ही तो upload हो गए. Today I will upload them again. Just after the lecture, you should be able to see the notes. Okay. So we'll go. ठीक है, अब देखो, let's see. तो सबसे पहले we need to see marginal utility analysis. इसमें you do the definition of total utility and marginal utility. Total utility is sum of marginal utility. Marginal utility is difference of total utility. ठीक है, तो अगर by consuming n units, my total utility is 100 and n minus 1 units, my total utility is 90. तो nth unit का marginal utility will be 10. इसी को अगर हम हमारे डिफरेंशिएशन में लिखें तो marginal utility is how total utility changes as we change the consumption of any commodity. Whenever we change the consumption of commodity, change in total utility is called as marginal utility. तो एग्जाम में you may be asked answer these two questions. First, does this have positive marginal utility? Second, does it obey law of diminishing marginal utility? Does this have पॉजिटिव मार्जिनल यूटिलिटी? माने हमें चेक करना है कि क्या मार्जिनल यूटिलिटी ग्रेटर देन 0 है या नहीं है. माने वी नीड टू चेक दैट हाउ यूटिलिटी चेंजेस एज एक्स चेंजेस. क्या ये ग्रेटर देन 0 है? एज यूटिलिटी हाउ यूटिलिटी चेंजेस एज वाई चेंजेस. क्या ये ग्रेटर देन 0 है? ये हमें चेक करना है. ठीक है, ये हो गया कॉन्सेप्ट ऑफ पॉजिटिव मार्जिनल यूटिलिटी, ये पहला चीज है। डज इट ओबे लॉ ऑफ डिमिनिशिंग मार्जिनल यूटिलिटी? तो इसमें स्टेप्स इन्वॉल्व विल बी टू। फर्स्ट यू विल फाइंड मार्जिनल यूटिलिटी, second you will check how marginal utility changes as x changes। तो अगर हम इन दोनों कॉन्सेप्ट्स को क्लब करें, मार्जिनल यूटिलिटी माने हाउ यूटिलिटी चेंजेस एज एक्स चेंजेस, तो इफ आई रिप्लेस इट हियर तो क्या आ जाएगा? आई गेट डबल डेरिवेटिव। So to check if marginal utility is diminishing or not, क्या marginal utility decline हो रही है, you will check second order derivative. If this is less than 0, then diminishing. And to check if marginal utility is positive or not, आप simply marginal utility निकालोगे. You'll simply find marginal utility and check if it is greater than 0 or not. So please understand the difference between the two. Positive है या negative है, उसके लिए you'll only do first order derivative. Diminishing marginal utility है या नहीं, you'll do second order derivative of utility function. ठीक है? Okay. John Nash gave the theory of games. Yes, that's right. You're right. That's why Nash equilibrium. Correct. Portal means the portal on which all courses, just people who have access to courses. That's the portal. ठीक है, तो ये हो गया। Assumptions you do it on your own. I don't have to do the assumptions with you. अब हम बात करते हैं लॉ की। ये लॉ है लॉ ऑफ डिमिनिशिंग मार्जिनल यूटिलिटी। What does this law states? This law states that as you increase consumption of a commodity, the extra utility you get keeps declining. इसका ग्राफ हमारा ऐसा बन जाता है that as consumption of commodity increases, marginal utility decreases. ठीक है, marginal utility of the commodity decreases. ओके, ये लॉ इंपॉर्टेंट है, प्लीज डू दिस लॉ। अब हम इस पे आ जाते हैं, द रिलेशन बिटवीन टोटल यूटिलिटी एंड मार्जिनल यूटिलिटी, एंड इस रिलेशन को वी कैन स्टडी इन 3 phases। बेटा दिस इज phase 1। देखो phase 1 में इफ यू नोटिस, ऑल्दो मार्जिनल यूटिलिटी डिक्लाइन तो कर रहा है, पहला यूनिट से मार्जिनल यूटिलिटी 10 है, सेकेंड यूनिट से 8 है, थर्ड से 6 है, फोर्थ से 4 है। सो मार्जिनल यूटिलिटी इज डिक्लाइनिंग बट पॉजिटिव है फ्रॉम फर्स्ट 10, फ्रॉम सेकेंड 8, थर्ड 6, सो इट्स पॉजिटिव। सो जब तक मार्जिनल यूटिलिटी पॉजिटिव है, यू नोटिस टोटल यूटिलिटी इज इंक्रीजिंग। Then when marginal utility is 0, right? What was marginal utility? It was differentiation of total utility. तो अगर हम किसी भी चीज को डिफरेंशिएट करके इक्वल टू 0 प्लग इन करते हैं, व्हाट डज इट मीन? वी मीन दैट इधर हम मैक्सिमा निकाल रहे हैं या मिनिमा, क्योंकि दिस इज द फर्स्ट ऑर्डर कंडीशन। डिफरेंशिएट इक्वल टू 0, इधर मैक्सिमा या मिनिमा। सो व्हेन वी डिफरेंशिएट दिस एंड व्हेन वी इक्वेट इट टू 0, इसका मतलब ये हो गया दैट डेफिनेटली टोटल यूटिलिटी का या मैक्सिमा होगा या मिनिमा। इन दिस केस वी अचीव द मैक्सिमा ऑफ टोटल यूटिलिटी। And then when marginal utility is negative, the total utility will fall. So this is the relationship. Limitations you can do. Now let's talk about the case of single commodity. So so 2 cases we have to understand. The first is single commodity case. And the second is 2 commodity case. Single commodity case में our equilibrium condition is MUX by PX is equal to MUM. MUM क्या है? MUM है marginal यूटिलिटी ऑफ मनी, माने व्हेन वी स्पेंड 1 extra rupee, तो एक्स्ट्रा सेटिस्फैक्शन कितना मिलता है, हाउ मच इज द एक्स्ट्रा सेटिस्फैक्शन वी गेट बाय स्पेंडिंग एक्स्ट्रा रूपी, दैट इज कॉल्ड एज मार्जिनल यूटिलिटी ऑफ मनी। एंड ये है मार्जिनल यूटिलिटी ऑफ कमोडिटी डिवाइड बाय द प्राइस ऑफ कमोडिटी। ठीक है, सो सिंगल commodity equilibrium states that wherever these two will be equal, that will be your equilibrium. Okay, so this is your first law that we have, right? That mu x by px should be equal to mu m. Okay, now suppose if I assume that mu m is 1, तो I can plug 1 here, and अगर मैं इसको 1 plug करूंगी, I'll get mu x by px equal to 1, तो I will get mu x equal to px. Okay. We know mu x is declining, diminishing marginal utility. Suppose px, क्योंकि प्राइस है वो हमें मार्केट से गिवन है, सो सपोज px इज सम वैल्यू कांस्टेंट है, राइट? सो वेरेवर दीज टू बिकम इक्वल, ये मेरा इक्विलिब्रियम कंजम्पशन हो जाएगा. दिस इज वेयर आई कैन फाइंड माई इक्विलिब्रियम कंजम्पशन. ठीक है, ओके, then you can read this. Now we talk about consumer surplus. Now consumer surplus का concept ये बोलता है that the area above price below demand curve is consumer surplus. यही था, area above price below demand curve is consumer surplus. But we can also go ahead and we can also find out consumer surplus in from marginal utility curve. ठीक है, तो क्योंकि हम ये सोच सकते हैं that whatever amount we demand is equivalent to the additional utility we are getting from the commodity. We can take them more or less close कि जब तक मेरे को यूटिलिटी पॉजिटिव मिल रहा होगा एक्स्ट्रा, आई विल डिमांड द कमोडिटी, और अगर उससे यूटिलिटी जीरो हो जाएगा या नेगेटिव होगा, आई विल नॉट डिमांड द कमोडिटी. सो वी कैन थिंक दैट द मार्जिनल यूटिलिटी of a commodity very closely represents the demand of the commodity. ठीक है, और if I go ahead and I write the px here, right, तो we can say that this area, ये जो एरिया आ रहा है ये हमारा कंज्यूमर सरप्लस हो जाएगा. सो एरिया अबव प्राइस बिलो मार्जिनल यूटिलिटी कर्व, दैट इज ऑल्सो कंज्यूमर सरप्लस. इसको भी हम कंज्यूमर सरप्लस बोल सकते हैं. वी कैन ऑल्सो कॉल दिस एज कंज्यूमर सरप्लस. Sometimes they may ask you in exam कि find how to find consumer surplus from marginal utility curve. ठीक है, अच्छा, suppose I tell you marginal utility curve is 10 minus x. Price of the commodity is 5. Find consumer surplus. ठीक है, just give it a try. करो, सोचो एक बारी कैसे होगा. How will you find consumer surplus in this case? I am yet to take the concept of consumer surplus. I mean, today we are just doing the concept of consumer equilibrium. उसमें by chance consumer surplus has come into picture. We'll take that separately. Yes. So basically, because so what, when will you demand a commodity? कब तक commodity का demand होगा? As long as the utility we get from commodity is पॉजिटिव, तभी हम डिमांड करेंगे. सो इफ आई गो बैक टू दिस कर्व, हाँ, मार्जिनल यूटिलिटी वाले अगर कर्व पे जाते हैं, so we will demand the commodity. First unit will be demanded because its extra utility is positive. Second unit will be demanded because its extra utility is positive. So in a way, this is also telling me how much I will demand, right? And when will I demand? So in a way, this also represents my willingness to buy a commodity. Isliye we are taking them to be equivalent. That is how Marshall took them to be equivalent. 12.5. ठीक है, एक बार देख लेते हैं. लेट्स सी दिस. तो अगर हम मार्जिनल यूटिलिटी वाले कर्व को प्लॉट करते हैं, इफ वी प्लॉट दिस, हाउ विल वी गेट दिस बेटा? 10 minus x माने यू विल हैव 10 हियर. सो ये x है ना. देखो, व्हेन x इज 0, अगर मैं x को 0 प्लग करती हूँ, आई गेट 10 हियर. पुट 0 हियर, 10 आ जाएगा. ठीक है. अच्छा, px इज 5. तो ये इक्विलिब्रियम क्वांटिटी कितना होगा? व्हेन mux इक्वल टू px. So 10 minus x equal to 5. So x will be 5. Now what is consumer surplus? This area. So you find the area of this triangle. So half base height. This will be 12.5. Correct. All of you are correct. It will be 12.5. That's right. Any doubt in this? Anyone? Hi, good evening, everyone. Today, the agenda of the marathon is to look at different utility functions and to know how to find equilibrium for each one of them. Okay. So the first one that can be asked in exam, that is basically Cobb-Douglas utility function. It is basically Cobb-Douglas utility function. तो हमारा utility function हो जाता है बेटा, u is equal to a x1 to the power alpha x2 to the power beta. अब इस केस में the first thing that can be asked in exam is to find equilibrium. तो we need to go ahead and we need to remember the formula first कि x1 star will be alpha upon alpha plus beta m by px. x2 star will be beta upon alpha plus beta m by py, where px py are the prices and m is the income of the consumer, है ना? Of course इसको आप derive कर सकते हो mathematically, but there is no need to do so. अच्छा, these demand, when we write x and y as a function of income and prices, इसको बोल दिया जाता है मार्शेलियन डिमांड. ये एकदम फर्स्ट चीज है जो हमारे किसी भी एग्जाम में दिस कैन बी आस्क्ड. ठीक है. In order to go ahead and in order to solve this, एक क्वेश्चन ले लेते हैं क्विकली. ऑल ऑफ यू विल राइट द आंसर इन द चैट विंडो. सो सपोज आपको एक यूटिलिटी फंक्शन दिया हुआ है 10 x1 to the power 0.8, x2 to the power 0.2 and px दिया है 1, py 1, income 10. First, find equilibrium consumption of the two goods. Give it a try. Jaldi jaldi. Huh? Answer in the chat window. Find equilibrium demand of the two goods. So what will be x1 star, x2 star? Very good. तो थोड़ा अगर आप एनालाइज करो, हाँ, if suppose you have 2 hours, I'm just giving you a random number, I want you to do it. हाँ, CUET pattern change भी करता है, but just an example. Suppose in 2 hours I have to do 50 questions. Suppose you should always do this for all exams. I'm just giving you an example. So 2 hour means 2 into 60, 120 minute. ठीक है. 120 divided by 50. That means 2.4 minute per question. तो any question that you do, कोई भी question अगर हम करें, we should be able to do that question. We should do it in 2 to 3 minutes. Maximum. Maximum I am saying. And our agenda should be कि हम इसको 2 minutes में ही cover करें. If this is the pattern. ठीक है. सो फॉर एनी पेपर, वेदर यू आर गिविंग आईआईटी या आप गेट का एग्जाम दे रहे हो या आप नेट दे रहे हो या आप सीयूएट दे रहे हो या आप आरबीआई दे रहे हो, वट एवर एग्जाम यू आर गिविंग इन लाइफ, ऑल ऑफ यू विल डू समथिंग लाइक दिस कि ओके इस एग्जाम के लिए व्हाट इज द अमाउंट आई शुड बी डेडिकेटिंग टू दैट. और एक्चुअल एजेंडा मॉक पेपर्स का भी यही है. ठीक है. मॉक पेपर्स की जगह मैं आपको सिंपली आई कुड हैव गिवन यू एक क्वेश्चन एंड आंसर का पीडीएफ. Why do you have to give mock paper? Why you have to sit and do it on a platform? क्यों जरूरी है कि आप एक प्लेटफॉर्म पे बैठकर वहां पे लाइव 3 घंटा बैठ के एग्जाम दो? Why is that important? To see whether you are able to handle the pressure and do a question within that time frame. वो बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है. ठीक. So please do this analysis. Okay, तो यहाँ पे हम देख लेते हैं बेटा. x1 star will be m by px into alpha upon alpha plus beta. अल्फा है 0.8, अल्फा प्लस बीटा है 1, इनकम इज 10 एंड प्राइस ऑफ गुड एक्स इज 1. सो ऑल ऑफ यू आर राइट. x1 स्टार विल बी 8. तो x2 स्टार b विल फाइंड आउट बीटा अपॉन अल्फा प्लस बीटा m by py. बीटा इज 0.2, अल्फा प्लस बीटा इज 1, इनकम इज 10 एंड प्राइस ऑफ दिस इज दिस, सो 2. करेक्ट. ये एकदम ठीक है. Okay, now I want to ask you question number 2 related to Cobb-Douglas. Find cross price elasticity of good 1 and good 2. बताओ बेटा, what will be cross price elasticity of good 1 and good 2? Try that. माने Cross price elasticity of good 1 and good 2 will be percentage change in quantity of good 1 due to percentage change in price of good 2. And this another one will be percentage change in quantity of good 2 due to percentage change in price of good 1. What will be the answer? क्या होगा cross price elasticity for this question? Anyone? Zero. Isn't it? Zero नहीं हो जाएगा because this is how x1, this is x1 का डिमांड. देखो कि x1 जो है इट्स ओनली अ फंक्शन ऑफ px. क्या py आ रहा है? नहीं आ रहा. What is the formula of cross price elasticity? How x1 changes when p2 changes into p2 by x1. हाँ, क्योंकि पार्शियल है तो डेल कर सकते हैं, नो प्रॉब्लम. तो won't that be zero? यहाँ पे there is no presence of py. So del x1 by del py will be zero. Similarly, अगर हम यहां देखें, then here x2 is only a function of py. तो del x2 by del p1, बेटा ये भी जीरो होगा. गो बैक टू द चैप्टर ऑफ डिमांड जो हमने पढ़ा था 2 days बैक. क्रॉस प्राइस इलास्टिसिटी क्या पढ़ा था? व्हाट इज दिस? हाउ क्वांटिटी 1 changes when price of 2 changes into p2 by q1. How quantity 2 changes as price of 1 changes into p1 by q2. अब ये तो बहुत क्लियर है यहाँ पे that here x2 is only a function of py. px नहीं आ रहा. Here x1 is only a function of px. There is no py. So there is no cross price elasticity. Is it clear? Any doubt in this? Anyone? कुछ भी doubt? So if there is no cross price elasticity, तो अगर कोई आपसे interpretation पूछे, then we will say that these are unrelated goods. These are unrelated goods. इनका कोई एक दूसरे के साथ relation नहीं है. These are unrelated goods. Is it clear? ठीक है. Question number 3. Find share of expenditure on good X and good Y. Find the share of expenditure on good X and on good Y. Share of expenditure माने क्या? That means, where did it go? Here. So share of expenditure on good X माने क्या? You have to find P1 X1 by M. ये है share of expenditure on good X. And P2 X2 by M. This is the share of expenditure on good Y. निकालो. Try this. Very good. Yes. तो share of expenditure on good X basically हमारा यही है 0.8. And share of expenditure on good Y यही है 0.2. And we can try to find this also. देखो how many units of X I am buying? 8 units. तो P1 X1 कितना हो जाएगा? Price of good X is 1 into 8. And income कितना है? 10. So P1 X1 by M will be 8 by 10, 0.8. तो एग्जाम में they will ask you this question in exam. एग्जाम में क्वेश्चन आएगा कि find the share of expenditure on good X and good Y. ऐसे नहीं, ऐसे भी आ सकता है कि what is this? Is it alpha? Is it beta? तो हाँ, this is the power of good 1 and this is the power of good 2. ठीक है, this is the power of good 1 and power of good 2. अच्छा, what it tells? क्या बताता है? This is telling importance of good 1. इंपॉर्टेंस ऑफ गुड 2। ठीक है, क्वेश्चन नंबर डी। अच्छा, सपोज ये परसेंटेज टर्म्स में दे आस्क यू, तो कुछ नहीं, जस्ट मल्टीप्लाई इट विद 100। हाँ, सो इनटू 100 माने 80% एंड दैट विल बी 20%। क्वेश्चन नंबर 4, फाइंड इनकम इलास्टिसिटी ऑफ गुड 1 एंड गुड 2। फाइंड बेटा, इनकम इलास्टिसिटी निकालो गुड 1 एंड गुड 2 का। Their sum is always 1, not necessary, huh? So it can happen कि your utility function is 10 x1 to the power 2 x2 to the power 3, does not matter। तो अच्छा, उस केस में what will be share of expenditure? तो देखो, जनरलाइज करते हैं। तो वी नो कि x1 जो था, आर x1 was alpha upon alpha plus beta m by px। What is the formula of share of expenditure on good 1? Price into consumption upon income। So if I do that, price, consumption की जगह I will put this, ये वाला वैल्यू लिखो। So I'll get alpha upon alpha plus beta m by px upon income। So this will cancel, this will cancel, so share will come as alpha upon alpha plus beta। माने if my utility function is this, तो share of expenditure on good 1, right, it will become 2 upon 2 plus 3, that means 2 by 5, that means 0.4, and share of expenditure on good 2 will become 3 upon 2 plus 3, that means 3 by 5, that means 0.6। तो ये एक जनरल फॉर्मूला हो गया। शेयर ऑफ एक्सपेंडिचर इज ऑलवेज दिस वैल्यू। ठीक है, इज इट क्लियर नाउ? ओके, ट्राई दिस क्वेश्चन नाउ, गिव इट अ ट्राई। Income elasticity of good 1 and good 2। Anyone? So what was x1 beta? क्या निकाला हमने x1? Alpha upon alpha plus beta m by px। What is income elasticity formula? तो income elasticity का formula है how x changes as m changes into m by x1। So if I differentiate x with respect to m, तो क्या मिलेगा? Alpha upon alpha plus beta 1 by px, ये वैल्यू है, इंटू m बाय x1। ठीक है, तो ये हो जाएगा अल्फा अपॉन अल्फा प्लस बीटा m बाय px इंटू x1। लिसन टू मी वेरी केयरफुली, बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है ये बेटा। जब अभी हमने शेयर ऑफ एक्सपेंडिचर ऑन गुड 1 निकाला था, इट वॉज px इंटू x1 बाय m, ये उसका रिवर्स है। और इसका वैल्यू आया था अल्फा अपॉन अल्फा प्लस बीटा, ये m अपॉन पी एक्स वन है ना। तो माने दिस इज नथिंग बट अल्फा अपॉन अल्फा प्लस बीटा इंटू 1 बाय शेयर ऑन गुड 1। तो इसको अगर मैं रेसिप्रोकेट करूं, इफ आई रेसिप्रोकेट दिस, व्हाट विल आई गेट? 1। इसको अपने माइंड में परमानेंट रजिस्टर इट, परमानेंट, कि फॉर Cobb-Douglas utility function, income elasticity is always 1। Register it in your mind, बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है ये। For Cobb-Douglas utility function, income elasticity is always 1. Very, very important from exam point of view. 150%, it can be asked as an MCQ question. Clear? Any doubt in this? Last question. Cobb-Douglas se. E. So your utility function was 10, x1 to the power 0.8, x2 to the power 0.2. If consumer wants to grow utility by 5%, just give me a minute. I'm trying to frame it in the correct way. If consumer wants to grow utility by 5%, what should be amount by which income should increase? I think we should be able to do it. Just give it a try. थोड़ा सा क्वेश्चन को ट्वीक किया है. Consumer wants to grow utility by 5%. What should be the amount by which his income should increase? कोशिश करो ये करने का एक बारी. तो क्या करेंगे ना, लेट मी गिव यू अ हिंट. सी आपको x1 स्टार एंड x2 स्टार आपने निकाला था with these prices and income. You'll put those x1 star and x2 star in utility और आप मैक्सिमम यूटिलिटी निकालोगे. फिर आप न्यू यूटिलिटी निकालोगे बाय इंक्रीजिंग करंट यूटिलिटी बाय 5%. आपको एक न्यू यूटिलिटी फंक्शन मिलेगा. ठीक है. आई थिंक आई हैव मेड इट वेरी कॉम्प्लिकेटेड. यू विल गेट अ न्यू यूटिलिटी फंक्शन. ठीक है. अब उस न्यू यूटिलिटी को कांस्टेंट रखते हुए you will find x1 star and x2 star. मैंने आई हैव मर्ज्ड मार्शेलियन एंड हिक्सियन. मैंने दो चीजों को एक साथ कर दिया है. इंस्टेड ऑफ गिविंग यू टू सेपरेट थिंग्स मैं एक साथ निकाल रही हूं. एक बारी इनकम को कांस्टेंट रखते हुए वी आर फाइंडिंग x1 x2 और देन यूटिलिटी को कांस्टेंट रखते हुए वी आर फाइंडिंग x1 x2. आई हैव ट्राइड टू मर्ज द टू थिंग्स टुगेदर. राइट. आई थिंक ये थोड़ा आईआईटी लेवल हो गया. ठीक है. सो यू गिव इट अ ट्राई. हाँ, तो क्या करेंगे, योर यूटिलिटी विल बिकम, इफ आई पुट इट इन दिस 10 0. सो x का वैल्यू क्या आया था 8 ना. सो 8 टू द पावर 0.8 एंड x2 का वैल्यू 2 था तो 2 टू द पावर 0.2. यहां से यू विल गेट सम यूटिलिटी, कुछ यूटिलिटी आएगा. कैन वन ऑफ यू टेल मी ये वैल्यू क्या आ रहा है बाय पुटिंग इट इन अ कैलकुलेटर? कैन यू टेल मी ये यूटिलिटी का वैल्यू क्या है? एनीवन? ये वैल्यू कितना आ रहा है? 60.62. ठीक है. सो यू आर गेटिंग 60.62. नाउ इंक्रीज दिस यूटिलिटी बाय 5%. तो 60.62 प्लस 5% ऑफ 60.62 क्या वैल्यू आ रहा है? कैन यू टेल मी दिस वैल्यू? 60.62 प्लस 5/100 60.62 क्या वैल्यू आ रहा है? What value we are getting? 63.66. Yes, yes, you're allowed to use that. Don't worry. 63.66. Calculator is allowed. ठीक है. अच्छा, ये न्यू यूटिलिटी हो गया. अब वो बोल रहा है कि फाइंड x1 स्टार x2 स्टार फॉर दिस न्यू यूटिलिटी. माने मेरा यूटिलिटी फिक्स्ड है 63.66 पे. प्राइस ऑफ गुड एक्स 1 ही है, प्राइस ऑफ गुड वाई 1 ही है. आई हैव टू फाइंड न्यू इनकम. तो इक्विलिब्रियम के लिए आई स्टिल रिक्वायर MRS इज इक्वल टू PX बाय PY. व्हेन यू विल फाइंड यहां से MRS, आपको कुछ वैल्यू आएगा. हाँ, सो MRS विल बी MU1 बाय MU2. So MU1 will be 10, 0.8, x1 to the power minus 0.2, x2 to the power 0.2, और MU2 आएगा 10, 0.2, x1 to the power 0.8, x2 to the power minus 0.8. So when you will solve this ना, तो MRS आ जाएगा 4x2 by x1. ठीक है. So MRS will come as 4x2 by x1 and P1 by P2 1 ही है. So you will get 4x2 by x1 equal to 1. And utility function क्या है? 10 x1 to the power 0.8, x2 to the power 0.2 equal to ये utility 63.66. अब instead of x1 you can put 4x2. यहां से आपको x2 का वैल्यू आ जाएगा. बिट कॉम्प्लिकेटेड, माने थोड़ा ज्यादा हो गया CUT लेवल से, बट दिस इज व्हाट इज हिक्सियन डिमांड. इसको हम हिक्सियन डिमांड बोलते हैं. हिक्सियन डिमांड वो डिमांड हो जाता है व्हेन वी होल्ड यूटिलिटी कांस्टेंट एंड वी फाइंड x1 and x2. दैट इज कॉल्ड एज हिक्सियन डिमांड. एनीवन, एनी डाउट हियर? कुछ भी जो लग रहा है यू वांट टू अंडरस्टैंड इन दिस पार्ट? MRS ones, हाँ. तो MRS is just MU1 by MU2. So when I differentiate with respect to x1, the power comes down, power reduces by 1, or x2 as it is. And when I differentiate with respect to x2, the power comes down, power reduces by 1, and x1 as it is. But then I just simplified it. That's it. ठीक है, तो इसको सिंप्लीफाई करोगे. So 0.8 by 0.2 is 4. x2 to the power 0.2 and minus 0.8 will be x2 and this will be x1. ठीक है, ओके ओके, ठीक है. आई विल जस्ट समराइज मैंने क्या किया है. तो देखो, सी, आई वॉज गिवन प्राइस एंड इनकम. स्टेप 1 सिंपल था. आई फाउंड आउट मार्शेलियन डिमांड. मार्शेलियन डिमांड माने डिमांड एज अ फंक्शन ऑफ प्राइजेस एंड इनकम. तो मेरा मार्शेलियन डिमांड गुड 1 का आया 8 यूनिट एंड गुड 2 का आया 2 यूनिट. दिस इज व्हाट वी ऑलरेडी डिड. Step 2, which can be asked sometimes in exam, find maximum utility achievable. So if my Marshallian demand is 8,2, which all of you found it correctly, यहाँ निकाला था ना in step 1, all of you had found the Marshallian demand to be 8 and 2. So if 8 and 2 is the demand, we are asking what is the utility. तो utility function में डाल दिया. 10 x1 to the power 0.8, x2 to the power 0.2. You plugged 8 and 2 and you got a utility. That utility का value we got as 60.62. Then question क्या बोल रहा है? Question is saying utility is increasing by 5%. ठीक है. So we increased utility by 5%. तो हमने क्या किया? 60.2 plus 5% of 60 point this. और हमें एक न्यू यूटिलिटी मिल गया. वी गॉट अ न्यू यूटिलिटी 63.66. अब वी आर सेइंग कि होल्डिंग दिस न्यू यूटिलिटी कांस्टेंट. माने व्हाट वी हैव डन अभी तक ग्राफिकली, कि पहले कुछ प्राइस एंड इनकम के लिए एक बजट लाइन था और एक यूटिलिटी फंक्शन था। इस इंडिफरेंस कर्व पे, एट द इनिशियल इंडिफरेंस कर्व, माय यूटिलिटी वाज 60.62, ठीक है, एंड माय बंडल वाज 8,2। नाउ वी इंक्रीज्ड यूटिलिटी बाय 5%, तो इंडिफरेंस कर्व विल शिफ्ट हियर। ये इंडिफरेंस कर्व यहां चला गया, वी गॉट हियर, right? And we got the indifference curve here at 63.66. तो क्वेश्चन इज आस्किंग कि व्हाट हैपेंस हियर, व्हाट इज द न्यू बंडल हियर, यहाँ पे क्या बंडल है? तो नो प्रॉब्लम, यहाँ पे वी विल हैव अ न्यू बजट लाइन एंड वील हैव अ न्यू टेंजेंसी कंडीशन. So what I did in step 3 is that I equated MRS to PX by PY, because at any equilibrium मेरा tangency condition satisfy होना चाहिए. So my MRS was 4x2 by x1 and P1 by P2 is 1 comma 1. So I get 4x2 equal to x1. And I hold my utility at this new level, new indifference curve का जो utility है. So what is my utility function? Utility function था 10 into x1 to the power 0.8, x2 to the power 0.2, and I want to hold this at 63.66. Okay, so I put this condition here कि x1 is 4x2, and this entire function is in terms of x2. You find x2. आपको कुछ x2 मिलेगा यहां से. So you have found out your x2 and x1 from this, right? So you have found your new equilibrium bundle. So this is what we wanted to find. We wanted to find the new equilibrium bundle, and we have done that. Is it clear now? What would be increase in income? Now you can find that. अब new bundle मिल गया है, तो just multiply it with prices and get the new income. Right? So जो भी यहाँ पे value आ रहा है, if any one of you have solved it, you will get some x2. If you can tell me that x2 and x1, तो income will be price of x1 into x1 plus price of x2 into x2. Is it clear?
Excuse me, ma'am. Ma'am, in this question, when we're finding out the value of the new bundle, it's actually coming less than the previous bundle. So the income is also coming less than the previous income.
Hey, how is that possible? For higher utility, you need a higher consumption bundle, no?
Yes, but when I'm solving this, I'm getting x2 as 1.59 and x1 as 6.36. And the others are getting the same also.
I hope you've solved it correctly, huh? This is 10, 4 to the power 0.8, x2 to the power 0.8, x2 to the power 0.2 equal to 63.66. So this is
Ma'am,
10, 4 to the
ma'am,
power
I got
0.8 into x2 equal to 63.66. When base is same, power gets added. So x2 will be 63.66 divided by 10 into 4 to the power 0.8. Just solve this and tell me once. What
ma'am,
is
it is 2.1 and 8.4 for x1 8.4.
this? Is 8.4 na? Huh. Okay, so that's more na.
Ma'am, for x1 it is 8.4, for x2 it is 2.1.
For x1, 8.4, for x2, 2.1. Huh, so both have increased na. x1 and x2 have increased. Well, it was 2 and 8. So correct. It should not decrease. Not possible. Maybe you have done some mistake in calculation. हाँ, yes. ठीक है. Okay. Hi, good evening, everyone. So yesterday we did Cobb-Douglas and complementary goods. Yes, notes, because we didn't complete the notes, so it did not get uploaded yesterday. Once we do them, it should be uploaded. I think today it should be uploaded. Okay. Today we want to do, first of all, substitute goods, right? So again, we'll do it with the help of a question. So take a question and we'll start. So you are given a utility function. Achha, not this. So consider that an individual substitutes 2 units of tea for every 3 units of coffee. Okay, you have to tell me which is a valid utility function. U is equal to 2t plus 3c. U is equal to 3t plus 2c. U is equal to 1 by 2t plus 1 by 3c. U is equal to t plus 3 by 2 c. An individual substitutes 2 units of tea for 3 units of coffee. Which of the following is a valid utility function? Give it a try. So I want that tea is to coffee. I mean, not is to. The substitution between tea and coffee, that should be either I consume 2 tea or I go for 3 coffee, right? But always remember that in substitute goods, we are always interested in the total amount, right? So it does not matter whether I have tea or coffee. The only thing that matters to me is the total amount of drinks that I am going to go ahead and have. So therefore, in this case, what I can go ahead and what I can do is that I can say, suppose I want 18 drinks. I want 18 drinks. Okay. Now, how are these 18 drinks possible in a day? So with, it says 2 units of tea with either 2 units of tea or 3 units of coffee. So, I can replace this utility with 18. And I can say that, okay, this is 2t plus 3c, right? And I can find out that how this can happen. So this can happen either when I have 9 units of tea or when I have 6 units of coffee. Option A के हिसाब से, either if I put 18 here and I put 0 here, then T should be 9. And if I put 0 here, then C should be 6. Right? But is this matching the ratio given here? 9 tea or 6 coffee? Nah. Because my ratio requires that the tea is to coffee ratio should be 2:3. But here it is 3:2. You see this? This is 9:6. So if I divide by 3, it's 3:2. So the option A is not matching that ratio which is given to me. This is one way of looking into it. But when I will be checking it with option B, it will match that ratio, right? So that is going to match the ratio. So yes, you're right that option B is the right answer. One more way of checking this can be that you can find the MRS. So if I find the MRS here, MRS tells me the rate at which we substitute, वही definition है MRS का. तो अगर मैं option A का MRS निकालती हूँ, if I find the MRS, it is going to be MUT by MUC. And this is going to be 2 by 3. And if I go ahead and if I find the MRS here, then MRS is MUT by MUC. And this is going to be 3 by 2. ठीक है, तो इस केस में ये जो हमारा MRS है, हाँ, जो भी न्यूमरेटर में आता है ना, whatever comes in the numerator, that is taken on the x axis. तो t यहां पर है. And whatever I take in here, it comes in the denominator that comes on the y axis. तो c यहां पे है. Right? So the slope of this indifference curve is change in coffee by change in t. Right? So the slope is change in coffee by change in t. This slope is change in coffee by change in t. And this matches 3:2. So coffee changes 3 and t changes 2. MRS is slope. Slope is perpendicular by base. Perpendicular is change in coffee. Base is change in t. So again, this also matches. Many students अभी भी बहुत confused हैं with the definition of MRS. Please इसको बहुत ध्यान से समझना है कि when we write MRS equal to MUX by MUY, जब हम MRS को ऐसे लिखते हैं MUX by MUY, तो please understand that MRS is the slope. हाँ, MRS स्लोप है. और जब हम स्लोप की बात कर रहे हैं, इफ आई टेक x here and y here and ये हमारा इंडिफरेंस कर्व है, सो यू हैव टू अंडरस्टैंड दैट दिस स्लोप, दिस इज परपेंडिकुलर बाय बेस. माने ये MRS dy by dx है, right? Although I have MUX by MUY, but it will be dy by dx. इस चीज में कंफ्यूज नहीं होना है, ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है. एंड मोस्ट ऑफ यू स्टिल मेक अ प्रॉब्लम, मेक अ मिस्टेक इन दिस. ठीक है, तो आई वॉन्ट दैट मेरा ये जो रेशियो है, दिस रेशियो शुड बी 3/2. नाउ wherever you see this ratio 3/2, I think you didn't check option C or D. But wherever you see this ratio as 3/2, all of them will be correct. Right? वो सारे options ठीक होंगे. Is it making sense? Given equation of circle. Circle is neither concave nor convex. Different part of circle will mean different things. So if this is my indifference curve, it has both convex and concave parts to it. Okay, so you will check option C also. Did anyone check option C में what is the MRS? What if ये option में ही ना दिया होता? Then, so check all options. So what is the MRS in option number C? MUC by, acha, depends ki what I am taking on the x-axis. So I am taking T on the x-axis. So MUT by MUC. So this will be 1/2 by 1/3. माने हो जाएगा 3/2. So I am getting the same MRS. So C is also correct. Yes. ठीक है, तो MRS से चेक करना है. MRS इस रेशियो का ऑपोजिट होना चाहिए. तो अगर क्वेश्चन बोल रहा है 2 टी और 3 कॉफी, हाँ, and I am finding MRS as MUT by MUC, तो this should be 3/2. Wherever you are getting 3/2, it is correct. ठीक है, okay. अब we will go ahead and we will take question number 2. So now we know that your indifference curve is 3t plus 2c. I am giving you price of good x is 4. Price of good y is, say, let's take it to be 9. Income is 36. XY nahi, sorry. Price of tea and coffee, huh? Find equilibrium consumption of tea and coffee. Find equilibrium consumption of tea and coffee. Give it a try. Tell me what will happen. What will be equilibrium consumption? Write it in the chat window. So let's do this. So what will be my MRS? MUT by MUC. Mane it will be 3 by 2. What will be PT by PC? 4 by 9. Mane this is 2 by 3. Okay. MRS is greater than PT by PC. Therefore, all of good T. Therefore, all of good T. Mane you will go ahead and you will consume all of T. So what will be the consumption of tea, beta? Income divided by price of tea, and consumption of coffee will be 0. Okay. So my income is 36. Price of tea is 4. 9. That will be your answer. Correct. All of you are right. Okay. Question number 3 from this. Find income elasticity of good X. Find income elasticity of good X. Give it a try. One. Are you sure? सोचो थोड़ा ध्यान से सोचो. Are you sure income elasticity of good X is 1? अच्छा, are you telling me generally or are you telling me in this question? माने आई एम कंफ्यूज्ड. क्या हम इस क्वेश्चन के एस्पेक्ट में आप मुझे 1 0 1/4 बोल रहे हो, या जनरल में सब्स्टिट्यूट गुड्स के लिए 1 0 बोल रहे हो? सो अच्छा, फर्स्ट ठीक है, तो मैं दोनों केसेस करूंगी. हाँ, आई विल डू बोथ द केसेस. केस 1 देखो बेटा. इफ आई एम आस्क्ड इन दिस क्वेश्चन that find income elasticity of good X. Good X माने I always write good X. Income elasticity of T. Suppose मुझे इस क्वेश्चन में बोला गया है find the income elasticity of T. तो we know that MRS is greater than PT by PC. It means that we are spending all income on T. क्योंकि T is relatively cheaper. T is relatively cheaper. अच्छा, कैसे पता चलता है? मैम आई डोंट अंडरस्टैंड MRS PX PY कंडीशन. इसमें मुझे हमेशा कंफ्यूजन रहता है. हाउ डू आई नो दैट T इज चीपर? व्हाट डू आई डू टू इट? राइट. सो वेरी सिंपल बेटा. इसमें बहुत सिंपल एक रूल लगा सकते हैं दैट यू कैन कीप ऑलवेज MRS एट 1. MRS को हमेशा 1 से सब्सटीट्यूट करके देख लो इन योर माइंड. एक्चुअल में नहीं. in your mind put MRS as 1 always, and if you put MRS as 1 and take this here, तो ये condition बन जाती है price of coffee more than price of tea. तो ये मुझे बताता है that tea is cheaper. So this condition is same as this condition that tea is cheaper. And when tea is cheaper, I should spend all income on tea. I will spend all of my income on tea. ठीक है. अच्छा, if I am spending all of my income on tea, तो ध्यान से समझो what it means according to the graph. If I have a budget line, suppose this is tea and this is coffee. Okay, this is my budget line. Okay, then it means that मेरा जो highest indifference curve I am reaching ना, वो that is this. When I am consuming all of tea. ये मेरा equilibrium है. Because ये condition कब आया? We got this condition when MRS is more than price ratio. माने this condition is coming when slope of indifference curve is more than slope of budget line. So it actually means that my indifference curve is steeper. है ना? तो indifference curve steeper है, budget line flat है, I get my equilibrium consuming all of tea. अब when I am consuming all of tea and my income increases, तो income change हो रहा है ना? Nothing is happening to price. So I still will have the condition that MRS will be greater than PT by PC. So if my income, if tomorrow someone tells me, no, your income is not 36, your income is 72, what matters? Ye ratio to unchanged, right? This ratio is unchanged. So if this ratio is unchanged, तो माने when my income would have increased, I would have spent all my income on on this tea only. Because tea is still relatively cheap. So when my income increases, then all is spent on tea. The percentage change in income should be equal to percentage change in demand. I am spending all my new income on tea. Right? तो ये कुछ ऐसा केस हो गया that consumption of tea is M by PT. Right? So dt by dm will be 1 by PT. So M by T dt by dm will be M by PT into 1 by PT माने 1. I am spending all my income on T. तो कितना units I can buy? M by PT. ये x axis पे जो आ रहा है. M by PT. I am spending all my income on T. So I can buy M by PT units. Now I am just finding dt by dm. So I am getting 1 by PT. And I am putting it in the income elasticity formula. So I am getting 1. तो हाँ, अगर हम इस क्वेश्चन के टर्म्स में बात करें, if I talk about this question, all of you are in fact correct that income elasticity will be 1. वो ठीक बात है एकदम. There is no denial वहां पे, एकदम ठीक है. But generally, suppose if I just ask you कि generally, if there are two goods X and Y, ठीक है, then what is which are substitutes? दो गुड्स हैं X and Y जो सब्स्टिट्यूट्स हैं. तो जनरली स्पीकिंग अगर मैं पूछूं, देन व्हाट इज द इनकम इलास्टिसिटी ऑफ गुड X? तो अब इनकम इलास्टिसिटी क्या होगा गुड X का? जनरली स्पीकिंग व्हेन आई हैव टू गुड्स गुड X एंड Y जो सब्स्टिट्यूट है, बट आई एम नॉट गिवन एनी कंडीशन, तो फिर इट कैन बी जीरो ऑल्सो. क्यों? बिकॉज what if I have MRS less than PX by PY? When MRS is less than PX by PY, इसका मतलब हो जाता है good Y is relatively cheaper. अगर आप यहाँ 1 plug in करोगे and you'll take Y, PY here, तो आपको मिलेगा that good Y is relatively cheaper. तो माने you will spend all income on good Y. अब when you will spend all your income on good Y, अगर सारा खर्चा good Y पे हो रहा है, so my X star will be 0. I am not demanding any X. So even when my income will increase, still my X star will be 0 क्योंकि X and Y are substitutes. Then also I can spend all my income on good Y. So income elasticity will also be 0. So generally speaking, when we talk about substitute goods, then income elasticity can be 0 also and 1 also. Okay? It can be anything in between also. माने अगर suppose MRS equal to PX by PY है, तो फिर I may not spend my entire income on good X. मैं good X को थोड़ा खरीदूं, I'll buy some of good X and some of good Y. थोड़ा good X खरीदूंगी, थोड़ा good Y. क्योंकि दोनों सेम है. ये वो कंडीशन है where my budget line and indifference curve are coinciding. तो अगर दोनों coincide हो रहे हैं, so all my points are equilibrium. This is also equilibrium. This is also equilibrium. This is also equilibrium. This, right? तो I will spend some on X and some on Y. ठीक है, तो इनकम के इंक्रीज होने पे X will not increase by same amount. मैं X को थोड़ा कम डाल के maybe I will increase Y क्योंकि both of them have same price. Price of X and Y are same. So therefore in this case what happens is that it can be 0, it can be 1 and it can be anything between 0 and 1 also. ये भी possibility है कि when my income increased, मैंने टी को थोड़ा ज्यादा खरीद लिया एंड कॉफी को थोड़ा कम कर लिया इफ एमआरएस इज इक्वल टू पीएक्स बाय पीवाई. बट दिस विल रेयरली बी आस्क्ड इन एग्जाम. हमें हमेशा एक्सट्रीम्स समझने होते हैं. सो वी हैव टू अंडरस्टैंड दैट इट कैन बी 0 एंड इट कैन बी. इज इट क्लियर? Any doubt in this? Anyone? Oh, we got M again. We didn't, na? This is the formula of elasticity, na? So how demand of T changes as income changes into initial income by initial T. Making sense? Man, we have just multiplied with M by T because we have to find elasticity. Okay? Okay. So one last question from here. For the same question जो हम कर रहे थे, for this question, with this background that we had, for this question, find A, price elasticity of T, and B, cross price elasticity of T. Give it a try. Hi, good evening, everyone. Please write it in the group. We are starting. I see a very less presence today. Hey, good evening. Can you please just remind everyone once? Okay, so we'll begin. So I want to go ahead and I want to do the concept of consumer surplus today. Of course, all of us have done this concept in the past. There is nothing new in this concept. But today I want to go ahead and I want to give you the different definition in case वो match the following में आए. So I want to go ahead and I want to tell you the different definitions of consumer surplus and how they can come and match the following. I want to go ahead and discuss that. So first of all, we know the basic definition of consumer surplus जो मार्शेलियन ने दिया था. So according to Marshallian, yeah, leave that also. पहले हम basic definition अगर हमें कोई पूछे कि what is consumer surplus, so you will tell us what you will tell बेटा. Consumer surplus is area below demand curve above price. Right. So if I go ahead and if I make a demand curve and I have some price, area below demand curve and above price, that is called as consumer surplus. Area below demand curve and above price is called as consumer surplus. When we go ahead and when we define demand, then this demand can be defined as the maximum willingness to pay for a commodity. मतलब मैं maximum एक commodity के लिए कितना pay करना चाहूंगी, that is called as demand. ठीक है. So for example, let's say the price of the commodity is 10 rupees. Now, for this first unit, the question is how much the consumer is willing to pay. Maximum वो consumer उस good के लिए कितना pay करना चाहता है. So let's say the consumer is willingness to pay is 30. Then consumer surplus can be defined as 30 minus 10, which means 20. So what you are willing to pay and what you actually pay, the difference between that becomes consumer surplus. ये पहला definition है consumer surplus का. But apart from this also, there are some definitions of consumer surplus. इसके अलावा भी कुछ definition हैं जो हमें समझनी है. In which the first definition of consumer surplus in particular is called as the Marshall approach. So we know that when we talk about Marshall, Marshall had gone ahead and he had given the Cardinal Utility approach. Isn't it? Marshall ने marginal utility related cardinality approach declare किया था. तो according to Marshall, जब हम इसका सिंगल कमोडिटी इक्विलिब्रियम निकालते हैं, इफ आई गो बैक टू वन कमोडिटी इक्विलिब्रियम, व्हाट वाज दैट बेटा? MUX upon MUM is equal to PX. And if I assume that MUM is 1, suppose, तो I get MUX is equal to PX. माने एक कंज्यूमर कमोडिटी को तब तक लेता है जब तक उसका मार्जिनल यूटिलिटी प्राइस के इक्वल ना हो जाए. A consumer will buy the commodity as long till the point as long as the marginal utility becomes equal to price, right? So we understand that MUX should be equal to PX becomes my equilibrium condition. Now just think about it. We know we have diminishing marginal utility. माने marginal utility curve तो ये है. We know that this is price. तो I know that this is my equilibrium quantity. बाकी हर क्वांटिटी के लिए विच इज टू द लेफ्ट, Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4, जो भी लेफ्ट में क्वांटिटीज हैं, ऑल क्वांटिटीज टू द लेफ्ट, वी नोटिस दैट मार्जिनल यूटिलिटी इज ग्रेटर देन प्राइस. मार्जिनल यूटिलिटी माने द एक्स्ट्रा यूटिलिटी वी गेट बाय कंज्यूमिंग द कमोडिटी, दैट इज मोर देन द प्राइस ऑफ द कमोडिटी. ठीक है, दिस इज ऑल्सो कॉल्ड एज कंज्यूमर सरप्लस बाय मार्शल. तो मार्शल ने बोला कि एरिया बिलो मार्जिनल यूटिलिटी अबव प्राइस इज कंज्यूमर सरप्लस. एरिया बिलो मार्जिनल यूटिलिटी अबव प्राइस इज कंज्यूमर सरप्लस. ये डेफिनेशन नंबर 2 ही. अब देयर इज अनदर वे टू सी दिस थिंग. कैसे? जैसे अगर मैं इसको मार्जिनल यूटिलिटी कर्व बोलूं, दिस इज माय मार्जिनल यूटिलिटी कर्व एंड दिस इज माय प्राइस एंड ये मेरा इक्विलिब्रियम क्वांटिटी है, तो आई वांट दिस एरिया बेटा, मुझे ये एरिया चाहिए, दिस इज माय कंज्यूमर सरप्लस. बट इसको हम एक और तरीके से बोल सकते हैं. कैसे? जस्ट इमेजिन इफ आई फाइंड द एरिया अंडर मार्जिनल यूटिलिटी, माने अगर मैं ये पूरा एरिया निकाल लूं, ब्लू एरिया, एंड आई सब्ट्रैक्ट ये वाला एरिया, दिस ग्रीन एरिया, तो उनका जो डिफरेंस होगा इट विल बी दिस. लेट मी मार्क इट विद अ डिफरेंट कलर. दिस विल बी लेफ्ट रेड कलर. माने फ्रॉम ब्लू एरिया इफ आई रिमूव द ग्रीन एरिया, अगर मैं ब्लू में से ग्रीन एरिया को सब्ट्रैक्ट कर दूं, इफ आई सब्ट्रैक्ट दैट, तो जो रिमेनिंग होगा दैट इज गोइंग टू बी दिस रेड एरिया, एंड वही तो कंज्यूमर सरप्लस है. दैट इज व्हाट कंज्यूमर सरप्लस इज गोइंग टू बी. तो उसको हम कैसे निकाल सकते हैं? हाउ वी कैन गो एंड फाइंड दैट. ब्लू एरिया माने क्या? ब्लू एरिया मीन्स आई हैव टू फाइंड एरिया अंडर मार्जिनल यूटिलिटी. ये एंड किसी भी कर्व के अंडर का एरिया कैसे निकलता है मैथमेटिकली? हाउ डू वी फाइंड एरिया अंडर अ कर्व? वी कैन फाइंड एरिया अंडर द कर्व बाय इंटीग्रेटिंग दैट कर्व. ठीक है, तो मैंने आई फाइंड द ब्लू एरिया फर्स्ट. ब्लू एरिया इज एरिया under marginal utility. I find this area. How do we find area under the curve? By integrating marginal utility. Integration means adding all marginal utility together. तो एक बात बताओ, when we differentiate total utility, तो हमें marginal utility मिलता है. It means when I will integrate marginal utility, तो मुझे total utility मिलेगा. If differentiating a function gives you something, तो integrating that will give you that function back. तो माने यहां पर I will have my total utility. This blue area जो है, this is nothing but total utility. ठीक है, अब What is consumer surplus? Consumer surplus ये एरिया है. This triangle is consumer surplus. माने I need this area. ये एरिया चाहिए मुझे. I have already found out the bigger area. Blue area मेरे पास आ गया है. I found that out. But I need to subtract this. If I subtract this area, green area, तो फिर I will be left up with this triangle जो मेरा consumer surplus है. And what is this green area? This is this rectangle, which is nothing but price into quantity, right? So it is nothing but price into quantity. And price into quantity is called what? Total expenditure. So we can go ahead and we can say that consumer surplus, which is nothing but this area of the triangle, ye triangle ye consumer surplus, it can be this entire blue area minus this rectangle, and blue area is nothing but total utility and rectangle is total expenditure. So this is another definition of consumer surplus. Money, if someone tells me what is total utility, it will be consumer surplus plus total expenditure. Money consumer surplus plus price into quantity is total utility. Remember this. Okay. Let me explain this again, right? So in order to explain this, what we can go ahead and we can do is the following. Dekho. This is my marginal utility curve. This is my price. Okay. Consumer surplus is area below marginal utility above price. माने consumer surplus ये area है. This is consumer surplus below marginal utility above price. ठीक है. I want to find this area. ये yellow area निकालना है. If I want to find this area, so what I am saying is that this yellow area can be ये पूरा, this entire thing minus this thing. That will be. So I have to find this entire thing first. I have to find this entire thing. This thing is nothing but area under the curve. Area under curve माने I am integrating marginal utility. तो when I integrate marginal utility, उसका आंसर हो गया total utility. Because when you differentiate total utility, you get marginal utility. So when you will integrate marginal utility, you will get total utility. ठीक है? That's the first thing. तो ये जो entire blank area that you see here, that is total utility. अच्छा, अब I have to subtract this area so that I can get that yellow area. This is rectangle. Rectangle is price into quantity. And price into quantity is total expenditure. Okay. So when I subtract the two, what will I go ahead and what will I get? I will get this triangle. So this consumer surplus has another formula, total utility minus total expenditure. That's right. Yes. Is it clear now? Clear हुआ ये formula भी? ठीक है. Now another thing. So now we go to the Hicksian approach. ठीक है. So Hicksian approach. तो ना मैच द फॉलोइंग में एनीथिंग कैन बी आस्क्ड. माने सपोज इफ आई टेल यू कंज्यूमर सरप्लस, प्रॉफिट, एंड लेट्स से दो अदर चीज दी हुई, से टोटल कॉस्ट एंड से मार्जिनल रेवेन्यू, एंड यू गिवन फॉर्मूलाज. ठीक है, एंड हियर आई एम गिवन total utility plus price into total utility minus price into quantity. ठीक है, and here I am given say total revenue minus total cost, and here I am given integration of marginal cost, and here I am given differentiation of total revenue. ऐसा कुछ माने in exam it may happen कि आपको एक side पे you'll be given the name and the other side will be your formula, so you have to match, huh? So you can see that this total, this consumer surplus matches this formula. ठीक है, this is what is important, that these formulas can come in your match the following. ठीक है, अब हम आते हैं हिक्सियन अप्रोच पे. तो हिक्सियन बेसिकली ही वाज नॉट अ वेरी फैन ऑफ कार्डिनल यूटिलिटी. माने उसको मतलब नहीं था कि व्हाट इज योर मार्जिनल यूटिलिटी, व्हाट इज योर यूटिलिटी, व्हाट इज योर टोटल यूटिलिटी. ये सारा टर्म्स हिक्सियन नेवर cared about, right? And he was always interested in ordinal utility, ranking of bundle. तो हिक्सियन ने कुछ अलग अलग फॉर्मूलाज दिए, एंड हिक्सियन ने कंज्यूमर, हिक्सियन गेव मेनी टर्म्स. हाँ, एक उन्होंने वर्ड इंट्रोड्यूस किया कॉम्पनसेटिंग वेरिएशन. एक टर्म यूज हुआ इक्विवेलेंट वेरिएशन. राइट, एंड एक टर्म यूज हुआ कंज्यूमर सरप्लस. These three terms got introduced. ठीक है, now see, listen to me very carefully, huh? When we talk about consumer surplus, the trick to solving match the following can be elimination. Mani, the things which you mark them first and then you look into the options, right? So out of 4 options, only 1 or 2 will be those options jahan pe what you know is matching correctly. So for example, जैसे यहाँ पे ना, सो फॉर एग्जाम्पल आई नो समथिंग कि हाँ प्रॉफिट इज TR माइनस TC, ये फॉर श्योर है. दिस इज समथिंग आई नो फॉर श्योर. रेवेन्यू माइनस कॉस्ट इज प्रॉफिट. नाउ आई एम गिवन ABCD हियर. आई एम गिवन 1 2 3 4. नॉट ऑल ऑप्शंस में B विल बी मार्क्ड विद 2. ठीक है, तो एक में B विल बी विद 2, एक में B विल बी विद 3, एक में B विल बी विद 1 एंड एक में B विल बी विद 2. So because I know that profit is total revenue minus total cost, माने ये बात clear हो गई that definitely this option and this option is eliminated. ठीक है, तो maybe मुझे I don't know match the following for all 4, but I only know match the following for 2. So using the method of elimination is a good way to do this thing, है ना. फिर एक भी और पता है तो you will get the answer. ठीक है, so you can use the method of elimination and match the following, but फिर भी मेरा suggestion रहता है that you go ahead and you read as many formulas as possible. ठीक है, don't skip out on the formulas. Formulas बहुत important है from exam point of view. ठीक है, let's continue. Yes, beta, we started at 5:30. I waited for 10 minutes before we started. So 5:40 rather. ठीक है, okay. So now we talk about Hicks. तो Hicks में Hicks introduced something which is called as compensated demand curve. एंड इसको रिवाइज करने के लिए द बेस्ट आइडिया इज टू अंडरस्टैंड द स्लट्सकी इक्वेशन or the Hicksian approach, anyone. So when we go ahead and when we see any change in price, जब price बढ़ता है या कम होता है, the total price effect or total effect can be distributed in two parts, substitution effect and income effect. ठीक है? Similarly, this is true for all goods, चाहे हमारा normal good हो, inferior good हो या given good हो. अब what is substitution effect saying? Substitution effect is always related to price of related goods. माने for example, substitution effect बोलता है that let's say price of good X has decreased. तो जो हमारा PX by PY ratio होगा वो definitely decrease हुआ होगा. There must have been a decrease in the PX by PY ratio. And अगर ये ratio decrease हुआ होगा, it would have meant that because good X is relatively cheaper, we should increase the demand of good X. Substitution effect says it does not matter what kind of good we are talking about. इससे कोई फर्क नहीं है कि क्या हम नॉर्मल गुड की बात कर रहे हैं, इंफीरियर गुड की बात कर रहे हैं या गिफन गुड का. Does not matter which good we talk about. Whenever px will change, px by py का रेशियो will change. जब भी px चेंज होगा तो px by py का रेशियो चेंज होगा. And whenever this ratio will change, we should act accordingly. Similarly, if px increases, then px by py increases. So x has become relatively expensive, you reduce x. तो substitution effect, whatever good it is, कोई भी good क्यों ना हो, will always act in opposite direction to price. तो माने यहां पर when suppose price of good X has decreased, चाहे normal good हो, inferior good हो या given good हो, substitution effect says we should increase the demand of good X. We should increase the demand of good X. बेटा अब बात करेंगे हम इनकम इफेक्ट की. Income effect is related to purchasing power of the individual. So when price of good X decreases, the real income of individual increases. The real income of individual increases. तो क्योंकि इंडिविजुअल का रियल इनकम इंक्रीज हुआ है, how we will act will depend on the type of good. Now, when my purchasing power increases, if it is a normal good, I want to demand more. If it is inferior good, I want to demand less. Because it is inferior, मुझे नहीं डिमांड करना जब उसका परचेजिंग पावर अच्छा है मेरा. I don't want to go for inferior good. And if it is given good, I want to demand less. इन दोनों को ऐड करके I get what is called as the total effect. So the sum of these two is called as total effect. Now since these two are moving in the same direction, तो total effect कहेगा कि increase good X. These two are moving in different direction. ये increase है, ये decrease है, but increases more. माने inferior goods में substitution effect is more than income effect. Increase is more than decrease. तो X increase करेंगे. And given goods में income effect is more than substitution effect. So we will decrease good X. तो when price of good X decreases, यहां पे demand of X increases, price of good X decreases, demand increases, यहां पे demand decreases. ठीक है. Therefore, क्योंकि यहां price and demand are moving in same direction, हम बोल सकते हैं that we have the law of demand exception. So we have exception to the law of demand. Law of demand fulfill नहीं हुआ है यहाँ पे. अब बहुत simple है. When I only show the substitution effect कि price change से how X is acting in the substitution effect, when we only show that, तो बेटा उसको बोल देते हैं compensated demand curve. That is called as compensated demand curve. और अगर आप ध्यान दो, so whether it is normal good, inferior good or Giffen good, तो price of X decrease होने पे demand is always increasing according to substitution effect, right? So therefore the compensated demand curve is always downward sloping. माने जो ओरिजिनल डिमांड कर्व है वो अपवर्ड स्लोपिंग हो सकता है फॉर गिवन गुड, राइट? ओरिजिनल डिमांड कर्व कैन बी अपवर्ड स्लोपिंग आल्सो, बट जो कॉम्पेंसेटेड डिमांड कर्व है इट विल ऑलवेज बी डाउनवर्ड स्लोपिंग. How do we know whether it will be more or less? Based on the relation or based on the type of the good, right? Because given goods are those goods which do not satisfy the law of demand, and inferior goods satisfy the law of demand. So ultimately I need यहाँ पे demand to decrease and demand to increase. So accordingly the decrease should be more than increase, and यहाँ पे increase should be more than decrease. What about the sign between them? Sign between them means I didn't get the question. Here price is decreasing and ultimately demand is increasing, so they are moving in opposite direction. So negative relationship, negative relation. Price is decreasing, demand is decreasing, positive relation. Price is decreasing, demand is increasing, negative relation. Is that what you're asking? So you just see this arrow, huh? So if it is in opposite direction, then negative sign. If they're in the same direction, then positive sign. That's how you can go ahead and see. Okay. So now, the compensated demand curve will always be downward sloping because it shows substitution effect. And substitution effect is always opposite to price. Price के relation के हमेशा opposite में substitution effect काम करता है. ठीक है. Hicks के according consumer surplus, जब भी हम प्राइस का लाइन ड्रॉ करते हैं तो ये कंज्यूमर सरप्लस है, right? So according to Hicks, consumer surplus is area below compensated demand curve above price. Area below compensated demand curve and above price. Is it clear? This is how Hicks defined it. Okay. Now, if I ask you, एक कुछ क्वेश्चन लेके देखते हैं. If you're able to solve question on consumer surplus, बहुत सिंपल से शुरू करेंगे. That the demand curve is P is equal to 100 minus 2Q. Price is 20. Find consumer surplus. 800, 900, 1000, Hi, good evening, everyone. Please ask everyone to join in. So we are going to go ahead and begin with the last topic of consumer theory today, which is revealed preference. Okay. Now, after we do this topic of revealed preference, what I'm thinking is that because very recently we have gone ahead and we have revised production function and law of variable proportion. I think we took some marathons just a month back on that, on returns to scale, production function, and law of variable proportion. I'm not going to take producer theory first. We have done that many times now. But I will begin with competitive markets directly. Okay. So tomorrow we'll do perfect competition and then we'll do monopoly, because when I was just making these notes, I realized that just a month back I had revised with all of you production function, law of variable proportion, and we even did that from NCRT, if you remember. Okay, so you refer to those marathons back, but tomorrow we'll start with perfect competition and then we'll do monopoly. Okay, that is what I am thinking of doing. Now, okay, we'll take it. We'll see that question towards then. So today we'll wrap up war. And if we are able, so today is Monday, right? So most probably by the end of this week, that is Friday, we should be able to do monopoly, perfect competition, and oligopoly models. 1 day each, okay, and monopolistic. So if that happens, and if we are able to wrap up entire micro by next week, I want to take a full-fledged marathon next week. So you guys start preparing accordingly. So what we will do is we'll pick up the past year papers of CUET. हम CUET के past year papers सारे उठाएंगे. And we'll try कि कितना हो सकता है. So that day we will not keep IIT marathon, but we'll stretch the CUT marathon to 2.5 hours. And what we will try to do is we'll find out all microeconomics question and do a revision of that. Okay, so we can keep a cutoff. So today is 17th. My plan is that we should be able to do this by mid of next week. So which means that we can keep a day for this, which can be 26th November. So on 26th November, we can go ahead and we can do a full micro revision. Micro revision में what we will do, we will pick up papers of CUET. उसमें जितना भी जहां माइक्रो का क्वेश्चन दिखता जाएगा, we'll keep solving that and we'll go from latest in the descending order. So the first aim will be that we do 2025 paper, then 24, and we'll see कि कितना हम कर पा रहे हैं, right? And because I have declared it today, you have a good 10 days in your hand. Today is 17th November. So I want all of you to do this practice from now onwards. Okay, so you don't, keep this for the last moment. This is only for you to see ki, acha, theek hai. Maybe if there are, say, 25 microeconomics questions, and out of that, say, you were not able to do 5 correctly, and baki 20 you were able to do correctly. So on this 26th of November, you will be able to match कि वो 5 में क्यों नहीं हो पा रहा था, या क्या concept गलत जा रहा था. Okay, but I want all of you to start picking up these CUT papers now and to do these past year questions now onwards. Okay, so that is what our agenda is going to be on the 26th of November. Okay, fine. So let's pick up on the last topic of consumer theory today. And that is basically revealed preference. इतना बड़ा topic नहीं है. It's a very छोटू topic, but it can be asked in the exam. So revealed preference में what we will do, ठीक है, I will simply take a numerical, ठीक है, and I will show you how to check revealed preference theory. अगेन चाहे आईआईटी हो, चाहे गेट हो, चाहे वेदर इट इज CUET, रिवील्ड प्रेफरेंस में ना इससे ज्यादा ऊपर द क्वेश्चन विल नॉट कम. व्हाट वी डू इन क्लास, दैट इज द मैक्सिमम विच कैन बी आस्क्ड टू यू. ठीक है. सो यू आर गिवन दैट देर आर 3 prizes. क्या क्या प्राइज दिए हुए हैं? 1,2,1, 1,1,2, 2,1,1. And for each prize, you are given the chosen bundle. Yeah, beta. So at the first price ratio, the chosen bundle is 1,0,0. Second bit is 0,1,0, and third bit is 0,0,1. You have to check warp and check SARP. Check warp and check SARP. Okay. This is the question which can be asked in exam. तो पहले हम क्या करेंगे? हाउ विल वी सॉल्व दीज काइंड ऑफ क्वेश्चन? फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल वी विल मेक अ मैट्रिक्स. स्टेप 1 हमेशा यही रहेगा दैट यू गो अहेड एंड यू मेक अ मैट्रिक्स. तो हम एक मैट्रिक्स बना लेते हैं. ठीक है. एंड इन दैट मैट्रिक्स वी आर गोइंग टू गो अहेड एंड वी आर गोइंग टू राइट डाउन व्हाट ईच प्राइज इज स्टैंडिंग फॉर. तो हमने यहाँ पे लिख दिया 1, 2, 1, 1, 1, 2, 2, 1, 1. This is my price. Okay. And then we will go ahead and we will write the chosen bundle here. Chosen bundle. तो chosen bundle हो गया 1, 0, 0, 0, 1, 0 and 0, 0, 1. बेटा I am revising the concept of warp and SARP through this example. इसको बहुत thoroughly मुझसे समझ लो. So at this price, the question is saying that at price 1,2,1, we choose the bundle 1,0,0. तो जो भी हम bundle choose कर रहे हैं जिस भी price पे, we will go ahead and we will put a star mark in that cell. माने if this price I am choosing this bundle, तो यहाँ पर I will put a star mark first of all. तो इस प्राइस पे ये वाला जो सेल होगा, this will tell me the income that the consumer has, maximum income that the consumer has, maximum कितना खर्चा एक कंज्यूमर कर सकता है वो ये वाला सेल बताएगा. Similarly, what we will go ahead and we will do now, we will look at the next price. ठीक है. Next price is this beta 1, 1, 2. And next price पे we have the chosen bundle as 0, 1, 0. तो again इस price पे it is given that this is the chosen bundle. So we will go ahead and we will put a star mark here. तो again this cell is telling me, ये वाला सेल में जो भी हम एक्सपेंस लिखेंगे, whatever money we will put here, ये सेल मुझे बता रहा है what is the expenditure that the consumer can do at this price. मतलब maximum income consumer का क्या है, given this is the price ratio, that is what this cell is telling me. Similarly, if I go to the third one, third price ratio, this is the chosen bundle. So again, I will go to this price ratio. And इस प्राइस रेशियो पे मेरा चोजन बंडल ये वाला है, तो आई विल पुट अ स्टार मार्क अगेन कि ठीक है एट प्राइस 2,1,1 माय चोजन बंडल है 0,0,0. ठीक है. नाउ व्हाट वी विल गो अहेड एंड डू इज फाइंड द एक्सपेंस ऑफ ईच बंडल. हर एक बंडल का हमें एक्सपेंडिचर निकालना है. सो हाउ डू वी फाइंड द एक्सपेंडिचर ऑफ ईच बंडल? समेशन PI/XI माने प्राइस मल्टीप्लाइड विद क्वांटिटी. तो ये ऑल 9 सेल्स यू हैव टू फिल. ठीक है. So I will show you for the first cell, multiply this with the quantity. So you will get 1 into 1 plus 2 into 0 plus 1 into 0. So this will give me 1. Similarly, next का निकालो 1 into 0 plus 2 into 1 plus 1 into 0. This will give me 2. Just fill this entire cells. Take a minute, try to fill all the cells. So let's fill the third one. 1 into 0 plus 2 into 0 plus 1 into 1. Mane 1. Fill the next one. 1 into 1 plus 1 into 0 plus 2 into 0. Mane 1. Keep filling beta. 1 into 0 plus 1 into 1 plus 2 into 0. That means 1. All of you keep filling this. They are chosen. It's given now. These are the chosen bundles. Fill in this. Fill the next one. 1 into 0. 1 into 0. 2 into 1. Mane 2. 2 into 1. 1 into 0. 1 into 0. Mane 2. 2 into 0. 1 into 1. 1 into 0. Mane 1. 2 into 0. 1 into 0. 1 into 1. Mane 1. All of you are getting this? All of you are getting this? Now look here. I can name this bundle A, B, and C for your easy understanding. And these prices P1, P2, and P3. Now listen to me very carefully. We are saying, पहले हम warp के लिए टेस्ट कर रहे हैं. तो हमें क्वेश्चन में दिया गया है कि ये प्राइस P1, P2, P3 है एंड ये बंडल A, B एंड C है. अब क्वेश्चन में क्या दिया गया है कि एट प्राइस P1 बंडल चोजन इज A, एट प्राइस P2 बंडल चोजन इज B, एट प्राइस P3 बंडल चोजन इज C. ये गिवन है, यही मैंने यहाँ पे हाईलाइट किया है. एट प्राइस P1 बंडल चोजन इज A, एट प्राइस P2 बंडल चोजन इज B, at price P3 bundle chosen is C. This is what I have highlighted through those stars. अब हमें क्या करना होता है? What we have to do is we have to write all affordable bundles at those price. All affordable bundle. हमें सारे के सारे affordable bundles लिखने होंगे इस प्राइस पर. तो अब अगर हम ध्यान दें, if I look at it, बेटा एट प्राइस P1 बंडल A इज चोजन. हमने A को चूज किया प्राइस P1 पे, तो मेरा इनकम इज 1. आई सेड दैट व्हाट विल बी योर इनकम, वॉट एवर इज द एक्सपेंस ऑफ द चोजन बंडल. तो अगर मैं बंडल A चूज कर रही हूं तो माई इनकम इज 1. सो व्हेन आई चूज बंडल A, तो और कहां कहां 1 या लेस देन 1 है? वेयर ऑल आई सी दैट द अमाउंट इज 1 और लेस देन 1. वेयर ऑल? इन प्राइस P1. डू आई सी फॉर बंडल B? नो, 2 is coming. Do I see for bundle C? Yes, 1 is coming. So when I am looking at price P1, what are my affordable bundles? A को छोड़ दो दोस्तों. What else are my affordable bundles? C. Is it clear? Here 1 is coming. In this row, look wherever 1 or less than 1 is coming. कहां पे हमें दिखता है? We notice that happening at C. तो I write C. इसका implication हो जाता है that A is preferred over C. Because C was also affordable. C पे भी 1 rupee ही spend हो रहा था. But my chosen bundle is A. So we can say A is preferred over C. Is it clear? Now tell me at price P2. मुझे price P2 पे बताओ अब क्या होगा. Tell me at price P2. Income is 1 again. So what are my affordable bundles? What are my affordable bundles at price P2? Very good. A is affordable and C is not affordable. So A. So what does it mean? This means that B is preferred over A. B is preferred over A. So A C के ऊपर prefer है, B A के ऊपर prefer है. Now look at the third one. Price of P3. Now P3, my income is 1. So at price P3, when my income is 1, what is my affordable bundle? What is my affordable bundle? B, correct. So this tells me that C is preferred over B. अब वॉर्प में हमें क्या चेक करना है? इन वॉर्प वी चेक डायरेक्ट वायलेशन. In warp, we check direct violation. माने I am getting A is preferred over C. This is my first row says that A is preferred over C. Do you see anywhere C preferred over A? Do you see reverse happening? कहीं पे भी आपको दिख रहा है reverse हो रहा है? Is reverse happening anywhere? No. I see that row B tells me B is preferred over A. Do you see anywhere A is preferred over B? कहीं पे भी ऐसा दिख रहा है कि A B के ऊपर preferred है? No. Row 3 tells me C is preferred over B. Do you see anywhere B is preferred over C? Reverse हो रहा है क्या? Is the reverse happening? No. So whatever relations we get here, their reverse is not happening. It means directly we are not violating. Whatever relations we have found out, the reverse of those relation is not happening. उनका reverse नहीं हो रहा है. So we can say warp satisfied. Because we don't see reverse relation, warp is satisfied. Any doubt in this? अभी तक मैं बताओ. Is there any doubt? So you find out the relationship. हर रो का एक relationship निकलेगा. और फिर आप उस relationship का reverse देखो. You find out the reverse of that relationship. If it is not violating, तो warp is satisfied. Then warp is satisfied. हाँ, you can check through that also. माने this. तो when when you are starring one, तो all affordable bundles में you put a circle. If you don't see circle in off diagonal, जैसे यहाँ पे you don't see circle in both off diagonal, you don't see circles in both off diagonal, you don't see circle in both off diagonal, then warp is satisfied. Suppose there would have been a circle here also, then warp is violated. So we circle affordable bundles. Here I have not circled, I have written it here. If I will circle C, if I will circle A, if I will circle B, तो circle कर लो. Circle के through check कर लो, एक ही बात है. Off diagonal में सारे circle नहीं आना चाहिए. एक सर्कल चलेगा, दोनों सर्कल नहीं होना चाहिए. माने अगर यहाँ सर्कल है तो यहाँ सर्कल नहीं होना चाहिए, यहाँ सर्कल है तो यहाँ सर्कल नहीं होना चाहिए, यहाँ सर्कल है तो यहाँ सर्कल नहीं होना चाहिए. Is it clear? Tell me if there is any doubt. तो warp satisfied है. Now beta we will look at SARP. SARP में we will check for indirect relations. तो indirect के लिए अब हम transitivity लगाएंगे. How? So row 1 tells me A is preferred over C. And row 2 tells me B is preferred over A. तो if I mix these two, तो इनके थ्रू क्या relation आता है between B and C? A is preferred over C. B is preferred over A. तो between B and C transitivity के through what relationship you are getting? क्या relation आ रहा है इससे? B is preferred over C. Exactly, देखो B is preferred over A, which is preferred over C. तो यहां से तो we get B is preferred over C. Through indirect relation, B is preferred over C. But what is row C3 telling me? Row 3 क्या बोल रहा है? Row is 3 saying C is preferred over B. तो indirectly we are getting wrong or cyclical preference. We are having a violation. एक तरफ we are saying B is preferred over C. एक तरफ हम बोल रहे हैं B C के ऊपर preferred है. Other we are saying C is preferred over B. तो reverse हो रहा है ना. So it means that SARP not satisfied. तो सार्प में हम एक लेवल एक्स्ट्रा जाके वी क्लब प्रेफरेंसेस, हम इनडायरेक्ट प्रेफरेंस भी देखते हैं. वी विल क्लब दिस एंड दिस, रो 1 एंड 2 को क्लब करके यू विल फाइंड अ रिलेशन एंड आप देखोगे डज दैट मैच रो 3. इफ इट मैचेस, सार्प satisfied. If it does not match row 3, तो SARP is violated. हुआ बात क्लियर हुई? Any doubt in this? Anyone? ठीक है, so SARP is violated. I hope all of you are clear with this. अब इसी पे I want all of you to do one question for me. ठीक है, so P1, P2, P3, A, B, C, and I am directly giving you expenditure. माने calculate करने का जरूरत नहीं है. So expenditure is 10, 12, 10, 8, 6, 7, 4, 2, 5. Check warp and SARP. Try करो बेटा. Check warp and SARP.
Ma'am, can you tell which bundle is preferred at what price?
Always, this is assumed. Price 1, first bundle. Price 2, second bundle. Price 3, third bundle. This is always an assumption. Write your answers in the chat, huh? ठीक है, warp satisfied. Okay. Check SARP then. SARP can't be applied. It can be. जैसे it's a 3 bundle, SARP can be applied. ठीक है, let's see. So when at price P1, A is chosen, any other bundle affordable? C. ठीक है, so A is preferred over C. अब सेकंड में देखो, when B is chosen, any other bundle affordable? No. So no relation found. अब रो नंबर 3 में देखो, when we have C chosen, is A and B affordable? Only B is affordable. तो C is preferred over B. A is preferred over C. Second says no relation and C is preferred over B. ये हमने रिलेशंस निकाले. अब वायलेशन देख लेते हैं. तो is C preferred over A in any relation? No. मतलब it's correct. Anywhere we see B preferred over C? No. तो it's correct. तो all of you are right कि warp is satisfied, क्योंकि reverse relation कहीं नहीं दिख रहे हैं. We don't see reverse relation anywhere, so warp is satisfied. अब we have to check SARP. SARP के लिए if A is preferred over C, second में कोई relation नहीं आ रहा, C is preferred over B, तो if I club this, A should be preferred over B. अगर मैं transitivity इन दो से निकालूं, if I club these two, A should be preferred over B. Do I see a violation of this anywhere? Do I see B preferred over A? ऐसा कहीं पे violation आ रहा है A preferred over B का? I don't see any violation. So if I club these two to create a transitivity, I get A preferred over B. ठीक है? And I don't see any violation. मुझे कहीं नहीं दिख रहा B preferred over A. So it means indirectly also मैं कहीं से भी if I club any two things together and I find the third one, उसका violation नहीं है. There is no violation. तो SARP is also satisfied. VOR be satisfied and SARP be satisfied. Right? SARP explain. So SARP is talking about indirect relation. Indirect means we check relation through transitivity. So A is preferred over C. C is preferred over B. Now what transitivity tells you? You have to compare A over B, A over C, C over B. So according to transitivity, A should be preferred over B. This is according to transitivity. Mane, this is an indirect relation. Do you see violation of this? कहीं पे भी आपको दिख रहा है कि A preferred over B violate हो रहा हो? कहीं पे आपको दिख रहा है B over A कहीं पे आ रहा हो इनमें से? Do you see any violation happening? That this relation is breaking? No. This relation is not getting broken anywhere. Like here in the last example, जब हमने transitivity किया A over C, B over A, so we got that B should be preferred over C. But we saw a violation because our cell was telling us C over B. We saw a reverse happening in one of the cells. So SARP was violated indirectly. Right? यहाँ पे we don't see a violation. When we club these two transitivity में, we don't see a reverse of this happening. So SARP is not violated. Give example where warp is violated. हाँ, तो warp automatically violate हो जाता if this would have been 3. अगर यहाँ 3 होता तो when C was chosen, B and A were affordable. Money, we were getting that C was preferred over A. So this is a violation. A over C and C over A. So it's a violation. Both relations I am finding here. Is it clear? Any Hi, good evening, everyone. So today we are able to go ahead and don't worry, the mock tests are supposed to be difficult. If I make an easy mock test, it is just going to make you overconfident. The mock tests are supposed to make you feel underconfident, not overconfident. The idea is that you keep practicing again and again so that you do well in exam. I cannot give a very simple mock test. There is no meaning to it. Right? So it's okay if you're not able to do the complete paper. कुछ हो रहा है, कम स्कोर आ रहा है, कुछ गलतियां हो रही हैं, it is fine. The idea is for you to learn from this. ठीक. अच्छा, let's start. तो बेटा आज का हमारा क्या एम है? We want to do oligopoly. इसमें I will tell you question from Cournot, Bertrand and Stackelberg. ठीक है. There are more chances that we will see questions from Cournot and Bertrand. इससे थोड़ा ज्यादा आते हैं, हाँ. And comparatively, Stackelberg is not that favorite topic of examiner. Just I don't know why, but थोड़ा कम chances होता है Stackelberg आने का. Then apart from this, ये तो I will do in class with all of you. ये तो you have to do it with me. But once you go back home, आप एक बार अपने पोर्टल पे देखोगे तो उसमें there is oligopoly में kinked demand curve and a Sweezy model, right? So this thing you have to, all of you have to go ahead and all of you have to do it yourself. But revise this. ये भी एग्जाम में बहुत high chances होते हैं that it can be asked in exam. So I want all of you to go ahead and I want all of you to revise Sweezy model of oligopoly, from your video lectures. ठीक है? Apart from this, there is also a chance that they can, again बहुत rare chance होता है, but they may ask you in oligopoly what is the role of advertisement. Though वो monopolistic में थोड़ा ज्यादा रहता है, but both of them will have the same role. So we will look into that also, that what's the role of advertisement and how advertisements boost the demand of oligopoly or monopolistic market. Then there can be questions which can be asked on the cartel system of oligopoly. माने suppose Cournot में they tell you that there are two firms and ये दोनों firms जो हैं they collude and they become monopoly. ठीक है? They collude and become monopoly, right? So what will be the feature of this cartel system? ये cartel system कभी कभी unstable क्यों होता है? What's the reason of instability? We will talk about that cartel system also. ठीक है? And again from the portal, I am not doing it in class, but I am leaving it for all of you to revise. ये आप लोग खुद से revise करोगे. So go back to the portal and portal से all of you will revise Chamberlain model of oligopoly. Right. तो ये कुछ चीजें हैं which can be asked from oligopoly market. Once I think I don't remember whether it was in GATE exam या UGC NET exam, किसी एक exam में once they asked an MCQ, I think it was NET only, they asked an MCQ question on oligopoly market में on contestable market. Contestable market given by Baumol. Although this is not a part of your syllabus, माने masters के level पे it should not be asked in exam, but just understand that contestable market. Contest मतलब क्या होता है? What is a contest? A contest is anything where there is competition, right? So what is a contest? where two people come and they compete with each other. So contestable market is any market which is competitive in nature. So if an oligopoly market behaves with features of competitive market, right? माने यहां पर we go ahead and we have some potential competition. कुछ पोटेंशियल कंपटीशन है विच इज डिसिप्लिनिंग द प्राइस. माने प्राइस बहुत ज्यादा हाई या लो नहीं हो पा रहा है. प्राइस इज नॉट बिकमिंग वेरी हाई और वेरी लो. एंड व्हाई इट इज नॉट बिकमिंग वेरी हाई और वेरी लो? बिकॉज ऑफ सम डिसिप्लिन. और वो डिसिप्लिन क्यों आ रहा है? बिकॉज ऑफ सम पोटेंशियल कॉम्पिटिशन इन द मार्केट. देन दैट इज कॉल्ड एज कॉन्टेस्टेबल मार्केट. ठीक है. इट शुड नॉट बी आस्क्ड इन एग्जाम. हमारे कोर्स का पार्ट नहीं है ये मास्टर्स का. But I have just written this that in case they ask you that is contestable market possible in oligopoly, तो हाँ हम कुछ कर सकते हैं कि हमारी oligopoly market जो है उसका भी हम we are able to remove the monopoly and we are able to bring some kind of competition. It is possible. ऐसा कुछ हो सकता है, right? So that is what this is what we can go ahead and we can do. ठीक है. So this is about it. Up, let us go ahead and let us start from the beginning and let us try to do oligopoly in detail. ठीक है. One thing I want to also highlight before I do oligopoly in detail कि oligopoly करने से पहले please understand few of the features of oligopoly बेटा. Features of oligopoly. Oligopoly market is any market where there are one few large firms. कुछ ही फर्म्स हैं और वो लार्ज फर्म्स हैं, उनका ज्यादा पावर है. ठीक है. सेकेंडली ओलिगोपोली मार्केट इज दैट मार्केट वेयर फर्म्स आर इंडिपेंडेंट डिसीजन मेकर. माने दे आर नॉट प्राइस टेकर. प्राइस ले नहीं रही है मार्केट से. दे आर प्राइस मेकर. अपना प्राइस खुद बना रही हैं. दे हैव decision making. But oligopoly market is also a market which is interdependent. और इस इंटरडिपेंडेंस के लिए वी डिफाइन समथिंग जिसे हम बोल देते हैं गेम थ्योरी. माने द डिसीजंस आर डिपेंडेंट ऑन ईच अदर. ठीक है. What I will do depends on what you will do. मैं कितना आउटपुट प्रोड्यूस करूंगी, how much output I will produce depends on how much output you are producing. And how much output you will produce depends on how much output I am producing. तो हम दोनों के बीच में एक डिपेंडेंस है. And this dependence on each other's decision can be explained through something called as game theory. इसको हम game theory के थ्रू एक्सप्लेन कर सकते हैं. Right? And we can define something. यहीं पे हम एक चीज डिफाइन कर सकते हैं which is called as Nash equilibrium. अब Nash equilibrium क्या है? What is Nash equilibrium? Nash equilibrium is where there is no incentive to deviate. ऐसा एक इक्विलिब्रियम where there is no incentive to deviate, that is called as Nash equilibrium. All previous marathons are on portal. ठीक है. If you cannot find them, just WhatsApp sir once. Okay. तो ये हो गया हमारा Nash equilibrium जहां पे there is no incentive to deviate. So हमारा क्या एम है? What is our aim? Our aim is that in any of these model, चाहे हम कूर्नो की बात करें, चाहे हम बर्ट्रैंड की बात करें, चाहे हम स्टैकलबर्ग की बात करें, we find the Nash equilibrium of the firm. माने फर्म के पास there should be no incentive to deviate. और ये जो हमें इंटरडिपेंडेंस है फर्म्स के बीच में, this interdependence between firms. We can show that interdependence. How can we show that? We can show that interdependence through something which is called as a reaction function or a best response curve. Reaction function और बेस्ट रिस्पॉन्स कर्व माने फर्म 1 बताएगा कि उसके लिए बेस्ट क्या है. फर्म 1 विल डिसाइड व्हाट इज बेस्ट फॉर फर्म 1 गिवन द स्ट्रैटेजी ऑफ फर्म 2. फर्म 2 की स्ट्रैटेजी को कांस्टेंट रखते हुए. एंड फर्म 2 विल टेल व्हाट इज द बेस्ट फॉर फर्म 2. फर्म 2 के लिए बेस्ट क्या है गिवन स्ट्रैटेजी ऑफ फर्म 1. This will be called best response function of firm 1. This will be called best response function of firm 2. ठीक है. So basically what is a best response function or a reaction curve? क्या है ये? Best response function or a reaction curve is basically going ahead and telling what is best for you given the strategy of other player. हमारे लिए बेस्ट क्या है दूसरे की स्ट्रैटेजी को ध्यान रखते हुए. गिवन द स्ट्रैटेजी ऑफ अदर प्लेयर व्हाट इज बेस्ट फॉर यू इज कॉल्ड एज अ बेस्ट रिस्पॉन्स फंक्शन. ठीक. अब व्हाट काइंड ऑफ न्यूमेरिकल्स कैन बी आस्क्ड इन एग्जाम. ठीक है. तो पहला क्वेश्चन बेटा ऑल ऑफ यू विल डू इट देन आई विल सॉल्व इट. सो लेट्स से Q is equal to 100 minus P. Cost of firm 1 C1 is 10. Cost of firm 2 C2 is also 10. Let me just write a function here. Q1 is equal to 100 minus P and Q2 is equal to 50 minus P, right? Sometimes you may be given a same demand curve. हाँ, let me explain this also. कभी कभी क्या होगा ना you will be given same demand curve जैसे ऐसे and you may be told that there is this capital Q quantity and this quantity is quantity of firm 1 plus quantity of firm 2. माना ये जो capital Q है this is the quantity of the market, right? This is combined quantity and you may be given different cost functions, marginal cost of firm 1 and marginal cost of firm 2. Most of the time this is what will be given to you. Most of the time. बहुत रेयर चांस है दैट वेरी लेस चांस कि ये कैपिटल क्यू का डायरेक्ट फंक्शन देने की जगह दे मे गिव यू क्यू सेपरेटली. माने Q1 अलग दे देंगे जैसे आई गिव यू एंड Q2 सेपरेटली दे देंगे. सो डजंट मैटर. You can still form this function. You can still say capital Q is Q1 plus Q2 and still get 150 minus 2p. It is possible. आप अपना खुद का Q function बना सकते हो by adding Q1 and Q2 together. But this is very rare. Very rarely it will happen. I just wanted to show you कि ऐसा it may happen in exam. But 99.9% of the chances you will be given one market demand function जहां पे they will say that capital Q is the sum of the two quantities and they will tell you what is the marginal cost of the two firms. Okay? And they will ask you A, they can ask you find reaction function of firm 1, reaction function of firm 2, Nash equilibrium quantity of both firms, price of the firm, या price of the good in the market कर लो, in market, and profit of each firm. Just give it a try. हाँ जी, ओके, तो देखते हैं। हाँ, देखो, पहला, फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल आई विल डू पार्ट सी बिकॉज ऑल ऑफ यू हैव आंसर्ड पार्ट सी, सो लेट्स डू इट। देखो, बहुत ध्यान से समझना है मेरी बात को, लिसन टू मी वेरी वेरी केयरफुली। आई नो मोस्ट ऑफ यू विल नो इट, बट whenever the question is Q is equal to A minus P या P is equal to A minus Q, rather, जब क्वेश्चन ऐसे होता है, राइट, लुक एट द कोएफिशिएंट ऑफ Q का कोएफिशिएंट 1 है एंड मार्जिनल कॉस्ट सेम है, राइट, C1 इक्वल टू C2 है, तो उस केस में वी डोंट हैव टू सॉल्व, हमें सॉल्व नहीं करना है। द आंसर टू क्वांटिटी will become Q1 is equal to A minus C by N plus 1. N is the number of firms. यहाँ पे N कितना हो गया? 2 firms. And Q2 will be A minus C by N plus 1. Both will be same. दोनों same आएंगे. So A is 100 बेटा. ठीक है. Marginal cost is 10. Number of firms कितने हो गए हैं? Number of firms are 2. So if I just plug this and solve this, just let me know what answer all of you are getting. 100 minus 10 by 3, 30. Is it clear? No need to solve. हमें कुछ solve नहीं करना है. We can go ahead and we can just give this answer that Q1 equal to Q2 equal to 30. Identical form. Correct. Correct. Symmetric form, identical form, you can say anything. ये हुई पहली चीज. That if the question asks you this, answer will be Q1 equal to Q2 equal to A minus C by N plus 1. Okay. Now let's go ahead and let's talk about the next thing. Okay. So next thing is that we want to go ahead and we want to we want to go ahead and we want to understand what will be the price, right? So price के लिए भी you can generate a formula if you want to. ठीक है. And अगर वो formula नहीं generate करना है, then you can directly go ahead and you can plug it here. So what is going to happen here? We will get Q is equal to 100 minus P. So P will be 100 minus Q. 100 minus Q is Q1 plus Q2. Right? So Q1 is 30, Q2 is 30. You will just plug 60 here and you will get the answer as 40. तो P का value हमें मिल जाता है that price of the good will be 40. Price will be 40. ठीक, दो क्वेश्चंस we have solved. अब हम आते हैं रिएक्शन फंक्शन पे. If I have to ask the reaction function now. So reaction function of firm 1, how do we find it out? बहुत easy है. You write the profit function of firm 1 and you maximize profit of firm 1 with respect to Q1. So what is going to be profit function of firm 1, beta? It is going to be price into quantity minus marginal cost into quantity. I want to pause here for a second. Can someone tell me कि मैंने marginal cost into quantity क्यों किया? Total cost is average cost into quantity. तो हमने इसको marginal cost into quantity क्यों किया? Can someone tell? Very good. Absolutely. All of you are right. That is correct. That if you have constant cost, the average cost and marginal cost are same. Because this is constant. Very good. ये एक number है. So if it is constant, then average cost and marginal cost will be the same. तो हम यहाँ पे marginal cost लिखिए, average does not matter. तो बस profit function लिख लो. This is going to be 100 minus capital Q into Q1 minus C is what beta? C is 10 Q1. So this is 100 minus capital Q की जगह Q1 plus Q2 Q1 into 10 Q1. So this is going to be 100 Q1 minus Q1 square minus Q1 Q2 minus 10 Q1. 90 Q1 minus Q1 square minus Q1 Q2. Right? This is going to be profit. Maximize profit with respect to Q1. 90 minus 2 Q1 minus Q2 equal to 0. And find Q1 from here. 90 minus Q2 by 2. 90 minus Q2 by 2. This is going to be a best response function. Is it clear? Anyone? अब मुझे बताओ what will be best response function of firm 2? What will be best response function of firm 2? How will you find that out? यहाँ पे there is again a trick. Since the firms are symmetric, ध्यान से सुनना, since the firms are symmetric, देखो cost is same function, सब same है दोनों firms का. Since the firms are symmetric, you can replace Q1 with Q2 and you will get the best response function of firm 2. माने यहां पे अगर मैं Q1 की जगह Q2 लगा दूं और Q2 की जगह Q1 लगा दूं तो ये firm 2 का best response function हो जाएगा. You don't have to maximize profit. आपको ये नहीं करना. You don't have to maximize profit with respect to Q2. नहीं करना ये. No need to waste time. Whenever firms are symmetric, reaction functions will be symmetric. Symmetric reaction function का मतलब क्या है? Q1 replaced with Q2, Q2 replaced with Q1. This is what symmetric reaction function means. It will be asked as a 1 mark MCQ in exam. आपको पता होना चाहिए ये बात. Is it clear? अब कुछ नहीं है. ये हमारा Q1 as a function of Q2 है, Q2 as a function of Q1 है. अगर हम इनको simultaneously solve करें, माने if I plug Q2 का value here, Q1 equal to 90 minus Q1 by 2, तो Q1 and Q2 का the value that you will get ना, वो यही आएगा. Is it clear? I'll zoom out for all of you. Check. प्रॉफिट आई एम लीविंग फॉर यू टू सॉल्व. प्रॉफिट में मुझे कुछ करना नहीं है. इसमें Q1 और Q2 का वैल्यू डाल दो, यू विल गेट द प्रॉफिट. जस्ट ऑल ऑफ यू राइट द प्रॉफिट इन द कमेंट. Done? Okay. Question number 2 for all of you. P is equal to 150 minus Q. Cournot ही है, हाँ, दिस इज Cournot बेटा. Solve. Ten, 11. अच्छा, okay, maybe I think I may have done some incorrect options. देख लेते हैं एक बारी. How will you solve it? Simple. Q1 will be A minus C by N plus 1 beta. A is 150, C is 40, 10 plus 1. 110 by 11. Okay. In my mind, I was thinking I have given the denominator as 10. Okay. So it will be 10, 10. All of you are right. Correct. Okay. So now next question, huh? ये समझ में आए? Anyone who has doubt? Is this clear? This formula is printed in all of your mind. ठीक है. अब next question बेटा. Q is equal to P is equal to 100 minus 3Q. C1 equal to C2 equal to 10. N equal to 5. Find Nash equilibrium. बेटा Cournot ही समझना है, हाँ? This is Cournot model. Find Nash equilibrium. Give it a try. Very good. For all of you who don't know this in exam, who don't know till now, huh? बेटा please general formulas हमें याद करने हैं. यहां पर we need to use a general formula. ठीक है? And what is the general formula? How will we go ahead and how will we do it? So if I say P is equal to A minus BQ, एक बार we'll generate it. Exam में we don't have time. So profit function of firm 1, it will be beta A minus B, Q1 plus Q2, price into quantity minus cost. So this will be A Q1 minus B Q1 square minus B Q1 Q2 minus C Q1 is profit function of firm. If I differentiate this with respect to Q1, I will get A minus 2B Q1 minus B Q2 minus C equal to 0. तो मेरा Q1 आ जाएगा A minus B Q2 minus C by 2B. Similarly, you can find Q2. And you can plug Q2 in Q1. ऐसा कर सकते हैं हम, Q2 को Q1 में plug in कर सकते हैं. So I can take this and I can put it here. तो क्या आ जाएगा बेटा? I will get Q1 is equal to A minus B Q1 minus C by 2B minus C by 2B. So I will get 2A minus A plus B Q1 plus C minus 2C upon 4B. And I will get A plus B Q1 minus C by 4B. This will be Q1. And I can take this here. तो ये हो जाएगा. And take then this here. So I will get 3B Q1 equal to A minus C. Q1 will be A minus C by 3B. General formula है. Q1 निकालने का with B available. A minus C by 3B. 3 क्यों आया? Because there were two firms. दो firm थे तो I got 3. If there will be n firm, तो general formula will be what? A minus C by n plus 1 B. Bas, just plug it here. So what is A? What is C? Upon 3. What is B? So 90 divided by 9. That is 10. So all of you who have answered it, 10 is correct. Hey, what happened? What is 5? Sorry. Oh, sorry. This is 5. So it will be 6. Sorry. I did for 2. Okay. It will be 6. So you can solve accordingly, huh? Okay. So this will be 90 divided by 18. I hope this is clear. ये general formula है. We have to remember this general formula. Okay. Next question. Cournot. Find Nash equilibrium quantity. Do it, beta. Find Nash equilibrium quantity. No, not 90 divided by 6, na. You have B parameter also here, right? So you have to consider that B. So this is n plus 1. If n is 5, तो ये 6 हो गया. But there is a B component, na? The coefficient of this Q is B, which is 3. तो यहाँ पे there will be 3 beta. ठीक है? And numerator में A minus C. So that B has to also come. ठीक है? Do this one. बेटा think and do. जल्दी में मत करना. Please. देखो, this is a parameter with P, not with Q. Please think first. उसके बाद करना है. जो ये B component है हमारा, it should be with Q. I will have to convert this. इसको reverse करके you have to write it. Please don't do like that. So Q is equal to 100 minus 4P को I will write P equal to 100 minus Q divided by 4. This will be my A. B is 1 by 4. A is 100 by 4. C is 10. Now solve. So two different answers are coming. Think and solve.
से पहले भी कई ऐसे वफा टूटे हैं, इसी तो राह है पे।
Hi, good evening, everyone. So today is the last day of us revising market forms. And we're going to go ahead and we're going to talk about monopolistic competition. ठीक है? Not more than one question can be asked from monopolistic. Mane, this is the least asked topic in market forms. But why this is important is that sometimes they may go ahead and they may ask you some kind of comparison. ठीक है, कुछ ऐसा बोल सकते हैं कि match the following, or they may give you some features. So just as a differentiation, how monopolistic is different from perfect competition, from monopoly, उसलिए it is important. मतलब उतना you have to go ahead and you have to know that what is the difference between monopolistic versus monopoly versus perfect competition. Otherwise, monopolistic competition is not much asked in exam, right? So what is monopolistic competition? Monopolistic is one which has features of both monopoly and of perfect competition. तो कुछ फीचर्स वो परफेक्ट कंपटीशन से एक्सट्रैक्ट करते हैं, कुछ फीचर्स वो मोनोपोली से एक्सट्रैक्ट करते हैं. So it has, number one, it has mixed features. Mixed features of perfect competition and monopoly. ठीक है, क्या मिक्स्ड फीचर्स हैं? So it has the feature of differentiated product. So iska, in near your college you can think, but usually I give the example of North Campus. जब हम North Campus की बात करते हैं, you will realize कि there is a complete lane of cafes. Cafe 1, Cafe 2, Cafe 3 and so on. And सभी पिज्जा सेल कर रहे हैं. But each of the student, each of you may have preference towards one particular cafe. माने जैसे मुझे I used to love a cafe called Big Yellow Door. During my time, it was just recently opened. उस time खुला ही था बस, right? Oh, we used to love that cafe. उसका we used to, for us it was a new concept कि we are going to a cafe. अभी it's very common. तो आपके लिए कुछ और हो सकता है. So there may be 10 people selling pizza. But for you understand the difference in taste. Okay? So there are many firms, not few firms. Oligopoly में few firms हैं. यहाँ पे there are many firms, बहुत सारे firms हैं. But they're selling differentiated product. And ये differentiated product, they are close substitutes of each other, but not perfect substitutes. है ना, माने एक पिज्जा दूसरे पिज्जा का सब्स्टिट्यूट हो सकता है, राइट? It's just pizza at the end of the day, but they're not perfect substitutes. I don't like 1:1, right? एक pizza का slice of cafe A may not substitute with respect to cafe B. They are not perfect substitutes क्योंकि वो differentiated है. And the monopolistic competition concept, ये सबसे पहले it was brought by an economist, Edward Chamberlain. ठीक है, एग्जैक्टली दैट्स राइट, इट वाज ब्रॉट बाय एडवर्ड चेम्बरलिन. ठीक है, तो हम बोल सकते हैं कि दिस कॉन्सेप्ट, बिकॉज इट हैज मेनी फर्म्स, तो ये चीज तो परफेक्ट कंपटीशन जैसा हो गया. बट प्रोडक्ट्स आर नॉट होमोजेनस, प्रोडक्ट्स आर डिफरेंशिएटेड. ठीक है, सो बिकॉज ऑफ दिस ना ये मोनोपोली है ना ये परफेक्ट कंपटीशन है, इट इज समवेयर इन बिटवीन, राइट? And because there are many firms, you cannot have infinite profit, है ना? Because बहुत सारे firms हैं market में, so the profits are limited. We'll talk about this. अभी profit के बारे में बात करेंगे, but profits are limited. तो व्हाट आर द की फीचर्स ऑफ मोनोपोलिस्टिक कंपटीशन? ये कैसे प्रोडक्ट डिफरेंशिएट होता है? प्रोडक्ट कैन बी डिफरेंशिएटेड ऑन मेनी एस्पेक्ट्स, जैसे ब्रांड नेम, जैसे क्वालिटी ऑफ द प्रोडक्ट, ठीक है। अब जस्ट टेक एन एग्जाम्पल, एज स्मॉल एग्जाम्पल एज अ फेस मास्क. हाँ, रिसेंटली आई ऑब्जर्व्ड, सो वन ऑफ दिस इन्फ्लुएंसर, बहुत रिसेंटली मैंने देखा इंस्टाग्राम पे, आई डोंट रिमेम्बर द नेम ऑफ द इन्फ्लुएंसर, बट शी वॉज प्रमोटिंग अ मास्क कि ओ माई गॉड, उससे मेरा फेस इट हैज इम्प्रूव्ड 10 times एंड दिस एंड दैट, इट्स द बेस्ट मास्क. So I found out that that face mask, I mean, it's just एक बारी के यूज के लिए, that face mask was costing 1400 rupees. That's a lot of money. और वही सेम तरीके का फेस मास्क you also get for 45 rupees in the market. The brand may be different, but you get it for 45, you get it for 99, you get for 145, you get for 200, and you get for 1400. It's the same mask. Same mask in the sense कि you use it once. Of course, every brand will be promoting it different कि इसके अंदर हमने ये डाला है, right? So quality is what they differentiate their product on. कोई बोलेगा मेरा प्रोडक्ट बहुत प्रीमियम है, that is why I am charging premium money for it, right? But ultimately the product is face mask. हाँ, तो the quality is what they differentiate their product on. इसी तरीके से पैकेजिंग, ठीक है. And this is also, I mean, very interesting. So very recently you will notice that, और ये थोड़ा ज्यादा बढ़ गया है, हाँ, since the time we have come into this era of influencers, that these packaging have beautified so much. इतना सुंदर packaging they have started doing with such beautiful product. Again, I'll come back to this face mask example. So again, once you start looking at social media, the kind of ads you see, they are selling a notebook now. Just imagine, we are not selling notebooks for education sector, but they are selling notebooks. और उसमें क्या है? They have kept days, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And हर एक में they place one mask. ठीक है? They make that into a premium notebook that you pull out one mask on daily basis and you use that. So just imagine कि packaging के basis पे people are able to sell a better I mean, charge you more for the same product, right? And this is very common. ये तो पहले भी होता था, like when we used to go to Big Bazaar, which is no more there. But Big Bazaar में they would ask you, do you need a bag, which is a plastic bag, or do you need a paper bag? हाँ, paper bag में they would charge you ₹10 for a bag. ऐसा भी करते थे. So packaging is also something which increases the price of the product, right? Which shows some premiumness in the product. Location, taste, style. जैसे location में, so if you go to these premium places, yeah, leave premium places. Location में if you go to some pilgrims, ठीक है, जैसे for example, suppose I go ahead and I want to go to say वैष्णो देवी, ठीक है, I'm just giving you one example ऐसे. वहां पे भी देर मे बी अ मैकडोनल्ड्स जो एकदम उन्होंने हाइट पे बना दिया होगा. Now just because it is on height, it has a monopoly. वहां जाके आप उसी से खाओगे. It can charge you more for the same burger. Same happens on airports, right? अगर मैं airport के अंदर जाके Burger King, McDonald's, Starbucks, whatever, I take something from the airport, even a dosa, it will cost me 3, 4, 5 times more. Location, right? तो पैकेजिंग, क्वालिटी, लोकेशन, ब्रांडिंग, टेस्ट, स्टाइल, जो भी ले लो, ये सब चीजों पे दे कैन डिफरेंशिएट देयर प्रोडक्ट, ठीक है. और इसी को ही हम बोल देते हैं मोनोपोलिस्टिक कंपटीशन. अब दिस मोनोपोलिस्टिक कंपटीशन, इसमें आ जाता है हमारा फ्री एंट्री एग्जिट. माने ये चीज इसका परफेक्ट कंपटीशन के जैसे है, ठीक है. और क्योंकि फ्री एंट्री एग्जिट है, देयरफॉर लॉन्ग रन में नो फर्म कैन एंजॉय सुपर नॉर्मल प्रॉफिट. कोई भी फर्म सुपर नॉर्मल प्रॉफिट नहीं अर्न कर सकता, बिकॉज there is free entry exit. If there will be profit, the new firms will see, they will enter the market, profit will be eliminated from the market. In the long run, you only earn economic profit. Super normal नहीं होता, माने in the sense that your profit is, the total revenue is exactly equal to total cost. जो आपका वो profit है, that is actually the opportunity cost of the owner. Correct, normal profit, that is right, exactly. ठीक है, फिर इसका एक और फीचर आ जाता है that there is selling cost और एडवर्टाइजमेंट. अब कैसे हम अपने प्रोडक्ट को इन चीजों पे डिफरेंशिएट करें? हाउ डू आई शो यू कि माय प्रोडक्ट इज डिफरेंट फ्रॉम अदर प्रोडक्ट? मुझे उसके लिए एडवर्टाइजमेंट करना होगा, मार्केटिंग करनी होगी, ब्रांडिंग करनी होगी, पैकेजिंग करनी होगी. आई हैव टू कन्विंस द कस्टमर कि मेरा प्रोडक्ट आपसे बेटर है, आई एम हैविंग अ बेटर प्रोडक्ट, माय प्रोडक्ट इज यूनिक. ठीक है, तो इसमें बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट फीचर आ जाता है सेलिंग कॉस्ट का. सेलिंग कॉस्ट प्लेज अ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट फीचर. ठीक है, because you have differentiated product, right? So you are also having some market power. आपके पास मार्केट पावर होता है. मार्केट पावर माने यू हैव मोनोपोली पावर, माने यू कैन गो अहेड एंड यू कैन चार्ज द प्राइस ओवर एंड अबव योर मार्जिनल कॉस्ट बिकॉज यू हैव सम अमाउंट ऑफ मोनोपोली विद यू कि मेरा प्रोडक्ट अलग है. इन दैट सेंस दिस इज द प्रोडक्ट विच ओनली आई हैव, हेंस आई कैन चार्ज अ हायर प्रोडक्ट प्राइस फॉर दिस प्रोडक्ट. इस सेंस में आपके पास कुछ मार्केट पावर भी रहता है. तो ये कुछ फीचर्स हैं मोनोपोलिस्टिक के जो हम लोगों को पढ़ने हैं. ठीक है, अब क्योंकि हम शॉर्ट रन में एंट्री एग्जिट अलाउ कर रहे हैं, वी आर अलाउइंग एंट्री एंड एग्जिट इन द शॉर्ट रन, तो शॉर्ट रन में सुपर नॉर्मल प्रॉफिट भी हो सकता है, लॉस भी हो सकता है, लाइक परफेक्ट कॉम्पिटिशन. ठीक है, जब हम परफेक्ट कॉम्पिटिशन भी देख रहे थे, परफेक्ट कॉम्पिटिशन में हम ये देख रहे थे कि शॉर्ट रन में फर्म कुड अर्न प्रॉफिट, firm could earn loss, firm could earn just a normal profit. But long run में we were only in a normal profit situation. उस सेंस में monopolistic and perfect competition same है. But सबसे important feature monopolistic competition का, most important feature of monopolistic competition is called as excess capacity. ये है मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट फीचर. दिस इज द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट फीचर ऑफ एक्सेस कैपेसिटी. एनी आइडिया व्हाट इज एक्सेस कैपेसिटी? कोई भी मुझे बता सकता है व्हाट इज एक्सेस कैपेसिटी? वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. ठीक है, सो देखो, ध्यान से देखना. हाँ, बेटा, दिस इज माय AR, दिस इज माय MR. ठीक है, आई हैव दिस एज माय लॉन्ग रन एवरेज कॉस्ट. हमें एक फीचर पता है दैट मार्जिनल कॉस्ट कट्स लॉन्ग रन एवरेज कॉस्ट एट इट्स मिनिमा. तो ये मेरे लॉन्ग रन एवरेज कॉस्ट का मिनिमम पॉइंट है. ठीक है, मेक श्योर दैट इट पासेस थ्रू द मिनिमम पॉइंट. हाँ, ऐसे बनाना दैट इट पासेस थ्रू द, आई थिंक अभी भी इट इज नॉट थ्रू द मिनिमम पॉइंट, दिस इज द मिनिमम पॉइंट. ये हमें पता है, मार्जिनल कॉस्ट विल कट लॉन्ग रन एवरेज कॉस्ट एट इट्स मिनिमा. ये कॉस्ट कर्व में किसी में भी हम ये पढ़ते हैं, वी स्टडी दिस थिंग. Now listen to me very carefully what is happening in the long run. In long run, hey, what happened here? I think I pressed something here. Give me a minute. Let me sort this out. ठीक है. In long run, क्या होता है बेटा? We know that we must have zero economic profit. माने we should have normal profit. तो P is equal to LAC. ये वाला पॉइंट. ये प्राइस है, ये लॉन्ग रन एवरेज कॉस्ट है. एंड here if I just continue with my MR curve, तो we will be producing this quantity. देखो, this quantity. At this quantity, we will notice that we will have P as long run average cost. P equal to LAC हो रहा है. ठीक है. But if it would have been perfect competition, अगर एक perfect competitive firm होता, then where will a perfectly competitive firm produce? Perfectly competitive firm will produce where P is equal to LAC. But because this is P, it is AR, it is MR, तो मेरा LAC is also at its minima at this point where marginal cost is cutting. माने this point is where my perfect competition produces, where long run average cost is at its minima. If I consider that point, कि वो point कौन सा point है where long run average cost will be at its minima, तो वो point यहाँ आएगा. It will be here, where long run average cost attains its minima, where MC is equal to LAC, right? वो point होगा हमारा, right? So this is the quantity where a perfectly competitive firm would have produced, isn't it? तो एक perfectly competitive firm यहाँ कहीं पे produce करता. This is called my excess capacity. इसको हम बोल देते हैं excess capacity. So what is excess capacity? A monopolistic firm does not produce, ध्यान से, ये MCQ का the only important question in MCQ. It does not produce at the minimum of average cost even in the long run. Long run में भी वो average cost के minimum पे produce नहीं कर रहा. माने अगर वो production increase करे, if it increases production, average cost is further falling. But it cannot do so. क्योंकि if it will produce here, तो do you notice that cost is here, but price will be here? तो it will be in a loss. Price, cost will be more than price. तो वो production को increase नहीं कर सकता. It cannot increase production because even though cost is falling, but cost will become more than price. So a monopolistic competitive firm cannot produce at the minimum point of long run average cost. वो long run average cost के minimum point पे produce नहीं कर सकता है even in the long. Therefore, it is producing here, right? It is producing less than the optimal capacity, or the difference between these two. This is called as excess capacity. और ये क्यों हो रहा है? If someone may ask you, why is excess capacity there? Because my demand curve is downward sloping. तो जो हमारा P equal to AC point है, I reach it earlier. In perfect competition, demand curve is horizontal. So I reach that point here itself. But यहाँ पे, here, I am reaching this P equal to AC कर्व पे दिस पॉइंट वेयर प्राइस एंड एवरेज कॉस्ट बिकम इक्वल, ये क्वांटिटी वी गेट अर्लियर, right? So this is the point where my economic profit becomes zero. यहीं पे मेरे इकोनॉमिक प्रॉफिट जीरो हो जाते हैं, राइट? तो व्हाट इज द इंटरप्रिटेशन, क्या मीनिंग है इस पूरी चीज का? फर्म कैन रिड्यूस कॉस्ट बाय इंक्रीजिंग आउटपुट, बट इट विल बी इन अ लॉस, राइट? बिकॉज देन कॉस्ट विल बिकम मोर देन प्राइस, सो इट कैन नॉट डू सो. एंड बिकॉज ऑफ दिस, क्योंकि यहां पे हम ऑप्टिमल क्वांटिटी पर नहीं है, our quantity of monopolistic is less than quantity of perfect competition, and perfect competition is always called optimal quantity. इसको हम equilibrium बोलते आए हैं आज तक. So our output is less than efficient output. हमारा output optimal से कम है, efficiency से कम है. So we can go ahead and we can say that therefore we have the presence of डेडवेट लॉस. इस वजह से हमारे मोनोपोलिस्टिक कंपटीशन में डेडवेट लॉस होता है. दैट इज व्हाई वी हैव द प्रेजेंस ऑफ डेडवेट लॉस. ठीक है, डेडवेट लॉस बहुत सिंपल है. डेडवेट लॉस इज नथिंग बट दिस ट्रायंगल. दिस इज माय डेडवेट लॉस. तो क्वेश्चन इज व्हाई डेडवेट लॉस इज हैपनिंग? बिकॉज यू आर प्रोड्यूसिंग अ क्वांटिटी लेस देन द मोस्ट एफिशिएंट क्वांटिटी. जितना हमें प्रोड्यूस करना चाहिए वी आर प्रोड्यूसिंग लेस देन दैट, right? So this is what is called as deadweight loss. ठीक है, I will read it again. Look, I'll just make it again, huh? So see, this is my long run average cost. This is my marginal cost, cutting LAC at its minima. Okay. This is my MR, and MR के, you know, twice that flatter becomes my AR. So this is my AR. अब for monopolistic, MR is equal to MC is at this quantity in long run. My equilibrium quantity is QM. At this equilibrium quantity, long run में we notice P is equal to average cost. देखो tangency है, tangency means they are equal. So P means AR is equal to average cost. ये दोनों equal हो रहे हैं. And because price and average cost are equal, there is no economic profit. In this sense, it is same as perfect competition. So this is the price charged by monopolistic competition. Okay. इतना में ये वाला जो condition है, this matches perfect competition कि long run में price and average cost are equal, so economic profit is zero. Now, where equilibrium happens for perfect competition, ये तो condition है ही कि P equal to AC. But for perfect competition, the condition is also that LAC is at its minimum. You remember हमने जो marathon perfect competition में किया था, when I used to give you a cost function, suppose I would give you 100 plus Q square plus 2Q, and I would ask you find equilibrium quantity. आप इसमें से average cost निकालते थे, you would minimize average cost and get Q. वो एक क्वांटिटी था at which perfect competition was producing. So perfect competition में LAC is at its minimum point, right? So this is the quantity of perfect competition, right? This gap, इसको हम बोल देते हैं excess capacity, right? And which quantity the perfect competitive firm will be producing? कौन सा quantity वो produce करता है? No doubt, we want P equal to AC. बट परफेक्ट कॉम्पिटिशन में द फाइनल कंडीशन वी गेट वो ये हो जाता है P इक्वल टू AR विच इज ऑलवेज ट्रू, इक्वल टू MR इक्वल टू MC, बट इट इज ऑल्सो इक्वल टू मिन ऑफ द LAC. ये सब एक साथ हो रहा होता है फॉर परफेक्ट कॉम्पिटिशन. ऑल ऑफ दिस हैपेंस टुगेदर. So for perfect competition, we notice that this is my P equal to AR equal to MR. This is my MC. This is my LAC. And this is my perfect competition equilibrium quantity. So LAC becomes at its minima at the same point where you have P and MC intersecting. तो ये सब एक दूसरे के साथ equal हो जाते हैं, right? So this becomes my optimum quantity or efficient quantity. And this gap becomes my excess capacity. Is it clear? Any doubt in this? Is everyone clear with it? Okay. So this is one feature of monopolistic competition. Okay. So now sometimes people may ask you what are the benefits of monopolistic competition. तो उसमें कुछ benefits ये हैं कि one, you get a variety of goods, right? You get better customer service because firms are always competing with each other to show better quality of their products, and firms also want to innovate. ठीक है, because firms want to show a differentiated product, इसलिए they also want to go ahead and they also want to innovate. So this is more or less about perfect competition. इसमें most important thing in perfect competition is your excess capacity and its features. If you can do that well, then we are sorted. ठीक है. Now, what do I want all of you to do is, as a homework, as I told you in the beginning also, you will make a table. Table में क्या करोगे? You'll write perfect competition, monopolistic, monopoly, oligopoly, and you'll write features. Where price equilibrium, where quantity equilibrium, all the possible features you will write down, huh? And you will keep this table intact. ठीक है? What is the type of product? Homogeneous है या differentiated है? What are the number of firms? Many, less, single. ठीक है? What is your demand curve? Is it downward sloping or is it horizontal? What is your short run profit? What happens to long run profit? ठीक है? What happens to efficiency? What happens to markup? ठीक है? What happens to entry of firm? जो भी आपके दिमाग में फीचर्स आ रहे हैं, ठीक है? All of these features you will write and you will do a comparison of market structures. सारे market structures को you will go ahead and you will compare. ठीक है? So that एग्जाम में अब दोबारा हमें ये सारे लेक्चर्स को डिटेल में करने की जरूरत नहीं पड़नी चाहिए. राइट? ओके. Hi, good evening, everyone. Can you please ask everyone to join in? So I thought of combining the marathon for today because I need to do the same topic, which is perfect competition. So why not just do it together for the level of CUET, IIT, and GATE? We'll take all type of questions, okay? Can you ask everyone to join in? I see comparatively a lesser participation. So let's take the first question for the day. You're given that. So we begin with finding out long run equilibrium for perfect competition. We'll take one on each type, huh? We'll cover deadweight loss also today. So when we talk about finding the long run equilibrium for perfect competition, इसमें हम क्या करते हैं बेटा? Where is the long run equilibrium graphically if I have to show this? So a perfectly competitive market is one where you are a price taker. So this is P equal to AR equal to MR. This is my marginal cost curve. MR and MC meet here. This is the output I produce, profit maximizing output. And in long run, my economic profit is zero. अगर मेरा economic profit zero है, it means that my long run cost curve, average cost curve, will also be here. So at this quantity, I notice that price and average cost are equal, which means total revenue and total cost will be equal and economic profit will be zero. And whenever price is equal to average cost, we notice that average cost is at its minimum. Average cost is at its minimum. तो बहुत कुछ हो गया long run में. P equal to AR equal to MR equal to MC equal to LAC and LAC at its minimum. अब इनमें से हम कुछ भी यूज कर सकते हैं. Exactly what we will use इन सब में से, it will be dependent on what your question is asking. One of these conditions has to be used, but क्या यूज करेंगे वो डिपेंड करेगा. ठीक है. So question number 1. You're given that the total cost is 50 plus 2Q plus 2Q square. अब एक important aspect. देखो, usually whenever you are given a fixed cost component, देख रहे हो यहाँ पे there is no Q. माने ये fixed cost होगी और ये variable होगी. So whenever you are given a fixed cost component, usually it is a short run cost क्योंकि fixed cost है. Right? I'm given a number here, huh? With no attachment to Q. कोई भी ये connected नहीं है Q से, ये 50. So under normal circumstances, it should be a short run cost and not a long run cost. But in exam, suppose they mention that this is the long run total cost function. So don't start challenging them कि अरे long run में तो कोई fixed cost नहीं होता. Why have you given this? It's a wrong question. It's incorrect. नहीं. If they have told you that it's a long run cost, कोई नहीं. Consider it as long run and solve the question. right? So don't start saying that the question is incorrect. Okay. Yes, you are correct that usually if there is a fixed number attached to it, it should be short run. But अगर long run लिख दिया गया है, then you have to solve it. Take it as given and solve. ठीक है. अब हम क्या कर रहे हैं? You are given that this is a short run total cost function in my question, and you have to go ahead and calculate the long run equilibrium price and output. Try this. Long run equilibrium price and output. Others? $522, $522. Okay, let's see. So first question, before I even solve, because I've just created this question randomly. First question, did you consider 50 in the long run or not? Okay. So listen to me very carefully. We say that in the long run, the firm can change plant size, capital, etc. Okay. So in the long run, it does not mean that you will remove this 50, what I explained to you. If 50 is given, you continue to consider this 50. Just it means that now this 50 can keep fluctuating as you will change the plant size. It does not mean that you will remove this from the question. Okay, you are given a cost function, you will continue to take that exact cost function in the solution. So we will find the average cost, which will be total cost by output. Average total cost. So it is going to be 50 plus 2q plus 2q square by q. Okay. So when I do this, I will get 50 by q plus 2 plus 2q. This will become your average cost. Now, average cost has to be at its minima at this point. So we have to minimize it. So minimize it, differentiate it, minus 50 by q square plus 2 equal to 0. So 2 is equal to 50 by q square Q square is 25, तो Q is 5. Now we know, so at this Q5, अगर मैं long run average cost में डाल दूं, then that is exactly the value of price also. Both are same. So I can put this Q in the long run average cost function. In this function, whatever your long run average cost function is, in this you can put this Q. And you will get the price. Okay. So all of you are correct. That is the
Excuse
right
me,
answer.
ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am, in this question, is the long run average cost and short run average cost the same because we keep interchanging it?
Yes, yes. You can use the two. I mean, you can use any jargon for it. The only difference is that in long run, the 50 can keep fluctuating. You still want to cover this 50 rupees in the long run, right? Whatever money you're investing on the machine, it needs to be covered, right? So you're not erasing the fixed cost. We are simply saying that fixed costs are not fixed. The fixed cost. So in short run, what the only difference we have is that this 50 cannot go to 40 or 50, 80, right? Because this is fixed by the number of plants. In the long run also we have some constant component, but that constant component can fluctuate because I can change the plant size. That is exact meaning of long run. Okay. So
Okay, ma'am.
so it does not mean that I will not consider this constant component, which many students think. It just means that this constant component can change in the long run by choosing different plant size. But I still have to cover. माने मैं plant पे जितना भी खर्चा कर रही हूँ, whatever I am spending on plant, I have to go ahead and I have to cover that cost, right? Just that cost can keep changing in the long run. Short run में that cost is not cannot change. Okay, I'll zoom out. You can take a note of it. Why did we differentiate average cost? Because we had to find its minimum point. So how do we minimize something? We differentiate and equate it to 0. So you are producing where LAC is at its minima, this point. Clear? Anyone, any doubt? Take it. So now let's consider another question. So another important question which comes in exam is related to number of firms in मार्केट या इकोनॉमी. ध्यान से समझना इस कॉन्सेप्ट को. हाँ, देखो, द मार्जिनल कॉस्ट कर्व of a perfectly competitive firm is called as the supply curve of the firm. माने as long as it is above average cost in long run and average variable cost in short run, which means the firm is not shutting down. तो as long as the firm is not shutting down, अगर firm operate कर रहा है, तो जो हमारा marginal cost curve होगा उसको हम firm का supply curve बोलेंगे. So if I have this as P equal to AR equal to MR, I have this as MC, then that part of marginal cost which is above average cost in the long run, इसको हम firm का supply curve बोल देते हैं. ठीक है. अब once I know that marginal cost is supply curve of the firm, तो इसको कैसे निकालेंगे? अगर एग्जाम में कोई आपको बोले find the supply curve of the firm, so you will do P equal to MC and इस इक्वेशन को आप बोल दोगे supply curve of firm. ठीक है. जैसे फॉर एग्जाम्पल suppose someone tells me that the total cost function is 100 plus say 4q plus q square, suppose. Okay, so marginal cost will be what? 4 plus 2q. So I will get p equal to mc माने p equal to 4 plus 2q. ठीक है, तो ये जो है इसको आई कैन री राइट ऑल्सो ना, इसको मैं ऐसे भी लिख सकती हूँ, q इज इक्वल टू p माइनस 4 बाई 2 माने p बाई 2 माइनस 2. ये हो जाएगा सप्लाई कर्व ऑफ द फर्म. दिस इज द क्वांटिटी फर्म विल बी सप्लाइंग. ये हो गया फर्स्ट चीज दैट यू हैव टू अंडरस्टैंड व्हाट इज सप्लाई कर्व ऑफ द फर्म. सेकंड, once we get the supply curve of the firm, इसको हम small q भी लिख सकते हैं because this is the supply curve of the firm. Once we get the supply curve of the firm, तो supply in the industry will be supply of the firm. हर firm कितना supply कर रहा है, and all firms are symmetric, तो सब firms equal supply देंगे. So we consider supply of the firm into the number of firms. This will give me supply curve of the industry. ठीक है, then in that same question अगर मुझे demand curve दिया हुआ है of the industry, ठीक है, so wherever demand and supply meet, that will be equilibrium. Wherever demand and supply meet, that will be equilibrium. So this can be used, ये equation की demand should be equal to supply, this equation can be used to find the number of firms in the industry. Because हम इसकी जगह पे we can write QS into N. ठीक है, QD हमारे पास हो गई. We can use this equation to find the number of firms in the industry. Let me give you a question. आप पहले अपने आप करो, then I will do it. So let's say the demand curve is 1200 minus 5p and cost curve of any firm, we can take the same only, is given as 100 plus 4q plus q square. Okay, first find supply curve of firm. Second, find number of firms that will exist. Give it a try. First you give it a try, then I will do it. And I can give another question. Achha, I'll do this much, then I will tweak the question. I hope all of you are looking at the latest syllabus for all your exams, right? I don't want anyone to be referring to any old syllabus. I am just putting it in the chat section also. Please make sure that you go ahead and you bookmark this link, okay? And you refer to the syllabus only from this link. because you should not be studying anything extra in any subject. So I want all of you to be doing the syllabus or the things which are mentioned on this page only and nothing more. I'm going to just give you the link for all courses, okay? CUET थोड़ा weird है UGC क्योंकि I don't know why they have gone ahead and they have given money. They have gone ahead and they have given international economics as part of consumption and investment function. God knows why. Why they have given growth models, Hieronymus and Solo in consumption and investment function, I don't know why. It should have been part of international and dev. But anyways, just refer to the syllabus and only do this syllabus. Okay. Similarly, let me give you the link for IIT and GATE also. Don't miss anything in that, but don't do anything extra also. Okay, 108 firms. Okay, I'll ask to share it in the Telegram group also. I'll ask sir to share it. That's right. Yes. As you do these things, keep doing a tick mark. कि ये हो गया, ये हो गया, ये हो गया, and so on and so forth. Okay, very good. I think all of you are doing it in the right way. Let's see how you can solve. तो सबसे पहले बेटा क्या करेंगे ना हम? We have to find the supply curve. So we find marginal cost. This will be how total cost changes as output changes. So if I differentiate, I will get 4 plus 2Q. अब you remember that we want to cover our average cost in the long run. तो हमारा average cost क्या आ रहा था? Our average cost was 100 by Q plus 4 plus Q. Okay. So just think about it. We are saying that whatever marginal cost curve I am getting, marginal cost curve है 4 plus 2Q, माने marginal cost curve ऐसा कुछ बनेगा. Right? This is my price. P equal to AR equal to MR. This marginal cost curve will be my supply curve, but it has to be above this average cost curve का minimum point. इससे ऊपर होना चाहिए इसको. Right? This part is not my supply curve. If I'm not able to cover average cost, then I will supply 0 units because I will be in a loss. So I understand that marginal cost will be my supply curve, but I have to be above this point. And ये point क्या है? It's the minimum point of average cost. तो माने if I start solving this, so I will get the minimum point of AC minus 100 by Q square plus 1 equal to 0. And यहाँ से हमारे पास Q आ जाएगा 10. So I understand that this Q is 10. जहाँ पे average cost is at its minima, that Q is 10. Is it clear? So which means that if I want to cover my, if I put this Q in the long run average cost function, अगर मैं इसी में इस Q को डालूं, if I plug it here, so what will I get my average cost as? 100 by 10 plus 4 plus 10. So I will get 24. I'll get here 24. So we have got a lot of information. क्या information आया? First, we understood that each firm is producing 10 units. And second, we understand that the price at which they want to sell is 24. So if I club these two things together, तो अब ध्यान से देखो, this is an industry बेटा, यहाँ पे demand, supply, यहाँ पे एक price आता है, and this is a firm. If this is firm, this is industry. और इसी price को firm takes at given, and ये हमारा long run average cost curve है और ये मेरा marginal cost curve है. And here I got that the number of firms will be 10. Okay. And I got that the price here is coming out as 24. Now, my equilibrium requires that demand should be equal to supply. Demand curve क्या दिया हुआ है? What is the demand curve? 1200 minus 5p. And supply curve क्या है? Each firm is supplying how many units? 10 units. And how many firms are there in the market? N firms. The total supply क्या होगा? 10 into n. And what is the equilibrium price? 24. I get 1200 minus 5 into 24 equal to 10n. Right? So 1200 minus 10n. Right? So I am equating the demand to the supply. Just find the value of n. I think all of you have done it correctly. 108 is the answer. Correct. Is it clear? So it's a tricky question, but it is one of the most important question in exam. समझे? तो हमें समझना है that this is going to give me the supply curve. Supply curve is marginal cost curve. तो वो कुछ नहीं है but P equal to MC. माने P equal to 4 plus 2Q. ये मेरा supply curve है. But I also know, अच्छा, one more thing which is wrong, which I should be correcting, because I am giving the cost function of firm ना, तो इसको हमें small q represent करना चाहिए. It makes more sense because it is at firm level. So you should write this as small q. Capital Q हमेशा industry level पे होता है. It should represent the industry. So we find the average cost. Average cost जिस point पे minimum होगा, that is the quantity you will be producing. You put this quantity back in the average cost function and you get the price. इस price को आप demand function में डालोगे, you will get the demand. And supply will be each firm is producing 10 units into the number of firms. Any doubt in this? Anyone? Where we got the value 24. Okay, so very simple. So you got that you will be producing 10 units. So if I see diagrammatically, this is my marginal cost. You can find from anywhere. Okay, this is my marginal cost and this is my P equal to AR equal to MR and this is my long run average cost. And I got that this quantity is 24. Sorry, this quantity is 10. Yeah. Up, yeah, I need this value. So I can put this 10 either in this function or I can put this 10 in marginal cost function because all these curves are intersecting. So you can put in any one or you can put this 10 in AR or MR curve. अगर ये दिया होता तो. I am not given this, so I cannot put 10 here. So I can put my 10 either in marginal cost function or I can put my 10 in long run average cost function. दोनों में से किसी भी एक में डालोगे, you will get the answer. So even if I put it in my marginal cost function, I'll get 4 plus 2 into 10, माने 24. Even if I put it in my long run average cost function, because both are intersecting, na, so both should give me the same value. So if I put here, then also I will get the answer as 24. So that means that this value is 24. But this value is also the price. So price becomes 24. अब अगर प्राइस 24 है तो what will be the demand? 1200 minus 5 into 24. 1200 minus 120, 1080. So total demand of this product is 1080. Supply is how much? Each firm is producing 10 units and there are n firms in the market. So how many firms should be there ताकि वो ये 1080 यूनिट्स प्रोड्यूस कर पाए? अगर हर फर्म 10 यूनिट प्रोड्यूस कर रहा है, the number of firms should be 1080 divided by 10, 108. Is it clear now? ठीक है, okay. So now let's do one more question. So one question we can do on surplus, that is also something important. So let's say you're given the total cost is q square by 2 plus 10q plus 5, ठीक है, plus 20 कर लेते हैं and I make this small because it's at firm level. The question is asking very simple, find producer surplus. Find producer surplus. Give it a try. Yeah, perfect competition, of course. All questions are perfect competition. Not necessary. Acha, so this is interesting. And it's a good and valid point. So, not necessary are we saying that the producer surplus will always be 0? Okay. The producer surplus is 0 when we assume that the supply curve is horizontal, right? But if the supply curve is upward sloping, then we can have some producer surplus. So if this is my demand curve and supply curve, then we understand that the producer surplus is 0. But usually जो भी क्वेश्चन हम डेड वेट लॉस, कंज्यूमर सरप्लस, प्रोड्यूसर सरप्लस के जनरली सॉल्व करते हैं इंडस्ट्री के, उसमें बैकग्राउंड में assumption यही होता है that we have perfect competition. ठीक है, so you can definitely have an upward sloping supply curve of the industry. So question can be asked to find the producer surplus, this area. So we are talking about industry. Okay. How about others? So let's see. Total cost is q square by 2 plus 10q plus 20. Find marginal cost. 2q by 2 plus 10 q plus 10. Okay. So what is going to be your what is going to be your supply curve? P equal to MC. So P equal to q plus 10. So q equal to P minus 10. This will be the supply curve of my firm. This is the supply curve of my firm. Okay. If I were to plot this marginal cost, अगर हम इस marginal cost को plot करें, Q plus 10 को, so we will notice that this marginal cost will have, so when quantity is 0, marginal cost is 10. And as quantity increases, marginal cost increases. तो ये मेरा marginal cost curve होगा. You can put some values. माना अगर quantity 1 है तो marginal cost 11 होगा, quantity 2 है तो marginal cost 12 होगा, quantity 3 है तो 13, 4 है तो 14 and so on and so forth. So this is my marginal cost curve. ठीक है. Now, we know that to break even, the price that, price and quantity I will be producing is where total cost is at its average cost, total average cost, or you can simply say average cost. It is at its minimum. माने अगर मैं यहाँ पे एक प्राइस निकालूं तो इस प्राइस पे ये मेरा एवरेज कॉस्ट अपने मिनिमा पे होना चाहिए. और दूसरा तरीका ये है देखने का दैट इट इज दैट क्वांटिटी, ये वो क्वांटिटी है जिसपे एवरेज कॉस्ट एंड मार्जिनल कॉस्ट विल इंटरसेक्ट विद ईच अदर. ठीक है. तो दोनों तरीके हैं टू फाइंड इट. ईदर यू मिनिमाइज योर एवरेज कॉस्ट और यू इक्वेट योर एवरेज कॉस्ट टू मार्जिनल कॉस्ट. बोथ विल गिव यू द सेम आंसर. So if I minimize my average cost, तो क्या मिलेगा? First I will find my average cost. तो मेरा average cost हो जाएगा q square by 2 by q plus 10q by q plus 20 by q. So it is going to be q by 2 plus 10 plus 20 by q. And if I have to minimize this, right? So it will give me 1 by 2 plus 20 minus 1 by q square equal to 0. So what will I go ahead and get? I'll get 1 by 2 equal to 20 by q square. So q square equal to 40. So q will be root of 40. Right? Root of 40. So root of 4 is 2, root 10. This will be my quantity. So I get that my quantity is 2 root 10. Now you can find the price. Price निकाल लो by putting it in any of these functions. किसी भी एक function में डाल लो या put it here or put it in the marginal cost. So marginal cost is q plus 10. So this will give me 2 root 10 plus 10. So what is going to be your producer surplus? It is going to be so if I have to find the producer surplus can be justified as the area below price above the quantity. But in this question, first I have to find out the supply curve for the market. पहले market का supply curve निकालना पड़ेगा. So we can go ahead and we can say that I think I should have given you more information, right? So I have to go to the market. So to find the supply curve of market, we understand that it is going to be supply of individual into number of firms. तो यहाँ पे हमारे पास आ जाएगा 2 root 10 into n. I didn't give n, कुछ n देना चाहिए था to find the market supply curve. So once you get the supply curve of the market and you understand that the price is 2 root 10 plus 10, you can find out the producer surplus as this area. Okay, I cannot do that. I cannot solve this because I haven't given you any value of n, but this is how you can do it. So the supply curve of any individual firm is this. P is equal to Q plus 10 or Q is equal to P minus 10. The supply curve of the market will be P minus 10 into number of firms. I haven't given n, so therefore you cannot solve it. Now you tell me, how did you guys get an answer to this? कैसे किया? कुछ नंबर कैसे आ रहा है? How are you getting 1200, 19, 20, 146? Anyone? Can you tell me कैसे हुआ वो? How are you getting a number? Which triangle? Acha, I will remove one confusion forever. You cannot find this as producer surplus. Don't do that. This is not producer surplus because you will produce only as long as you cover your average cost. Mane, my supply curve of the firm is this part. Supply curve of the firm is not this. इस quantity के नीचे I will supply 0 units in the market. I will supply only if I exceed this quantity. Isn't it? वो rule number 1 नहीं था? That your marginal cost is the supply curve of the firm only if you cover your average cost. Average cost के ऊपर वाले part को हम supply curve बोलते हैं. So this part is not the supply curve of the firm. ये supply curve नहीं है. So don't integrate or don't find area of that. That is wrong. So the maximum thing, अगर यहाँ पे number of firms नहीं पता है, right? My closest answer would be 0 if I were to find the producer surplus of only this firm. Right? Assuming that this price is charged. So at this price, I am assuming कि marginal cost भी इतना है, supply भी इतना ही है, price भी इतना ही है. So P equal to MC है, so there is no producer surplus. As one of you pointed in the beginning. At firm level, I cannot do that. Right? Only when someone gives me at industry level. माने अगर किसी ने मुझे industry का demand supply बता दिया होता, then I could have gone ahead and I could have found out कि okay, this is the price, this is the quantity, so okay, this is the producer surplus at the industry level. That I could have done. But you cannot go ahead and you cannot determine the producer surplus here. Don't find this area. This is not even the part of supply curve. That is absolutely incorrect. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Today, we will continue with general equilibrium and we will go ahead and we will talk about finding competitive equilibrium. तो कल हमने जो भी क्वेश्चंस किए थे वो पेरेटो एफिशिएंसी से रिलेटेड थे और आज हम कुछ क्वेश्चंस देखेंगे वेयर वी विल टॉक अबाउट competitive equilibrium. Now, the moment we talk about competitive equilibrium, what happens is that there is a role of market. And market का मतलब हो गया that there is a role of prices. तो when we have one consumer, एक single consumer होता है, we find out general equilibrium, we find out competitive equilibrium by going ahead and by finding out the tangency between budget line and the indifference curve. ऐसे ही निकालते हैं. तो single consumer में we go ahead and we do MRS equal to PX by PY. माने ये मेरा इक्विलिब्रियम हो जाता है सिंगल कंज्यूमर में. अब जब हमारे when we move from 1 to 2 consumer, तो एक important aspect which we have to remember here is that first of all there is going to be only one common budget line. माने दो अलग बजट लाइन नहीं होगा. वी विल नॉट हैव टू सेपरेट बजट लाइन कि इंडिविजुअल ए का बजट लाइन अलग है एंड बी का अलग है. नो, दोस टू बजट लाइंस विल कोइंसाइड विद ईच अदर. तो वी विल ओनली हैव वन कॉमन बजट लाइन. ये पहला एस्पेक्ट है इन द एजबर्ग बॉक्स. सो ऑफ कोर्स दोनों कंज्यूमर सेम मार्केट में हैं. दे आर पार्ट ऑफ द सेम मार्केट. So because both consumers are part of the same market, therefore we notice that they will face the same price. जो प्राइस कंज्यूमर ए फेस करेगा वही बी भी फेस करेगा. So if I face price px for good x and py for good y, and this becomes the slope of consumer A's budget line, वही slope of consumer B's budget line भी होगा. Right? Because both of them are in the same market. So they're facing the same price. So because now we are talking about two consumer, हम जब दो consumer की बात कर रहे हैं, so we will have each consumer finding their equilibrium. तो consumer one will do what? He will equate his MRS to price ratio. And consumer B क्या करेगा? He will also equate his MRS to his price ratio. दोनों consumers अपने अपने MRS को they will equate their MRS to the price ratio. माने each consumer will go ahead and will find the tangency condition, tangency between budget line and IC. Now what happens in this process is that because the right hand side is same, क्योंकि हम देख रहे हैं that each consumer is equating to the price ratio. But both of them are facing the same price ratio. दोनों तो same price face कर रहे हैं. So in this process, what we notice is that since the right hand side is equal, दोनों का ही px by py है, so we get that MRS A should be equal to MRS B. So this condition that the MRS A and B are equal, ये किस चीज का condition था? It was the condition of Pareto efficiency. So we began by the condition of competitive equilibrium and we reached the condition of Pareto efficiency, right? This itself, it is called as the first welfare theorem. So, इसी को ही हम first fundamental theorem बोल देते हैं. This is called as first fundamental theorem that every competitive equilibrium is Pareto efficient. Whenever we find competitive equilibrium, जब भी हम competitive equilibrium निकालते हैं, what competitive equilibrium means बेटा? कंपेटिटिव इक्विलिब्रियम का मतलब है दैट ईच इंडिविजुअल इज इक्वेटिंग इट्स एमआरएस टू द प्राइस रेशियो। हर इंडिविजुअल ने अपने एमआरएस को प्राइस रेशियो से इक्वेट किया है। So when we are finding this competitive equilibrium, because they face the same price ratio, right hand side is same, so left hand side will automatically be the same. So we will get MRS A will become equal to MRS B. And ये हो जाएगा Pareto efficient equilibrium. So any competitive equilibrium will automatically lead to Pareto efficiency. ये बहुत important है. What it means is that if I leave market to itself, अगर मैं market को अपने हाल पर छोड़ दूं, if I leave market to its own, right? As long as market is competitive, it will lead to efficiency. अगर market competitive है, तो efficiency वो automatically attain कर लेगा, right? So that is what the first fundamental theorem goes ahead and says. Now, our competitive equilibrium also goes ahead and also requires one more thing here. And what is that thing which we require, beta? We require that in this competitive equilibrium, where was I writing? So we require that in this competitive equilibrium, our market should also clear. Our market should clear. Clear market मतलब market clear होने का क्या मतलब है? That for each good, demand should be equal to supply. And हमने already पढ़ा है where this supply is coming from. ये supply कहाँ से आती है? The supply comes from endowment bundle and demand from this tangency condition. तो हमें चाहिए होगा that the total demand should be equal to the total supply. At all times जो हमारा total demand है वो total supply के equal रहे. That is what is competitive equilibrium. ठीक है? So let us try to go ahead and look in it through one question, and let's see if we are able to solve it. So suppose I tell you utility function of individual A is XA, YA, and utility function of individual B is XB, YB. Endowment bundle is given to you as 0-10 for individual A, 10-0 for individual B. Find competitive equilibrium price ratio and demand of each consumer at equilibrium. Give it a try. So let's see कैसे करेंगे हम ये क्वेश्चन. बेटा टेंजेंसी कंडीशन से वी ऑलरेडी नो द इक्विलिब्रियम because it's a Cobb-Douglas function. So we don't have to really solve through tangency condition. उतना time exam में कहीं नहीं होगा. What we have to go ahead and we have to do is we should know that individual A का demand for good X will be alpha upon alpha plus beta M by Px. Man, it is going to be half M by Px. And individual A का demand for good Y will be beta upon alpha plus beta M by Py. माने half M by Py. यहाँ पे I'll write A everywhere. Simple. Similarly, I know कि individual B, क्योंकि ये एक Cobb-Douglas production consumption function है. So for individual B demand of good X will be alpha plus beta income by price of good X. माने half income by Px. And similarly, YB will be half plus half income by price of good Y. माने half income by Py. ठीक है. Now I have to fill the gap. माने मुझे income निकालना है individual A and B का. So let's find out the income now. So what is going to be the income of individual B? Value of his endowment. That means it will be 0 Px plus 10 Py. तो ये हो गया 10 Py. And what will be the income of individual B? Value of his endowment. माने 10 Px plus 0 Py, 10 Px. Income भी आ गया. Just put those values here. So this will give me half 10 Py by Px, half 10 Py by Py. So this gets cancelled. This is 5. Half 10 Px by Px माने 5. And this will be half. Income of individual B is 10 Px by Py माने 5 Px by Py. Right? So I have found out the demand of demand of individual A and B. अब हमें पता है that demand of individual A plus B, जो भी total demand है good X का, it should be equal to total supply of good X. And total supply क्या होगा? 0 plus 10 माने 10. So we will get this half 10 Py by Px plus 5 should be equal to 10. So I will get 10. This can cancel out. You can simply write 5. तो ये हो जाएगा 5 Py by Px equal to 5. इसको यहाँ लेके जा सकते हैं. So you will get Py by Px equal to 1. माने Px by Py will also be 1. ठीक है. So we understand that the price ratio, competitive price ratio is 1:1. Px by Py is 1:1. अब आता है demand of each consumer. तो of course, अगर demand of good X by B is 5 और total supply 10 है, so this will also be remaining 5. Similarly, if this is 5 and total Y is also 10, माने ये भी 5 ही होगा. Right? So we have got that the demand bundle will be 5, 5, 5, 5. And that's the equilibrium. Tell me if there is any doubt in this. इससे ज़्यादा time we don't have to take on this question. This is the maximum time you can take on this question. Is it clear? Any doubt? Okay. So you do one more question for me then. U of individual A is min of XY and utility of individual B is X plus Y. endowment bundle is 0 10 A का and 10 0 B का. Find price ratio at competitive equilibrium. Give it a try. The supply part, हाँ. So you can find the supply from endowment bundle. So यहाँ पे my endowment bundle was what? 0 10 and 10 0. So एक था 0 10 and B का था 10 0. So if I add, I get 10 comma 10. 0 plus 10 10. 10 plus 0 10. That means total supply of good X is 10 and Y का भी total supply is 10. तो डिमांड शुड बी इक्वल टू सप्लाई. सो जो एक्स डिमांड करेगा, ए इंडिविजुअल ए जो एक्स का डिमांड करेगा एंड बी जो एक्स का डिमांड करेगा, सो टोटल डिमांड ऑफ गुड एक्स इट शुड बी इक्वल टू 10. सिमिलरली टोटल डिमांड ऑफ गुड वाई जो ए डिमांड करेगा एंड जो बी डिमांड करेगा, दैट शुड बी 10. सो आई हैव जस्ट इक्वेटेड दैट. टोटल डिमांड शुड बी 10. So X का demand by individual A is this much and individual B is this much. So this plus this should be 10. So when you solve, you will get the price ratio. We can't use MRS A equal to B to find price ratio. You won't find it using that. How will you find it? And even if you do that, so it is only for Cobb-Douglas. What about others? You have to make the market clear. Go ahead, give the next question a try. The more you practice, na, उतना ज्यादा you will understand this kind of question. माने एक दो क्वेश्चन करने से नहीं होगा. You have to give a lot of thought to these kind of questions. अब ये क्वेश्चन देखते ही मुझे समझ में आ जाना चाहिए कि how I will be solving this question. Please take utmost care, okay? Delhi में the weather is horrible. Everyone around me has cold, including me. So you have to make sure कि exam season is on peak. You have good food. Please don't eat street food at all. And use mask whenever you go out. अभी सबका semester exams हैं. Make sure whenever you go out, you cover yourself with proper mask. You wear enough clothes so that you're protected. This is your peak season. As student, you cannot afford to waste time. And थोड़ा बहुत भी cold होगा, it will take at least a week of yours. So only eat healthy food, stay at home and study. Question solving should be done at this point, beta. I mean, I think you can only learn through questions. So that is what you have to focus on now. अच्छा देखो ये क्वेश्चन एक बारी. So this is a min function. Min means that consumer A, he would need both goods. उसे गुड X भी चाहिए होगा and गुड Y भी चाहिए होगा. A would need both. And this is a substitute good function. Now listen to me very carefully. If I take Px less than Py, तो individual B will consume all of good X and उसका demand for good Y will become 0. थोड़ा सा इसको हमें logically सोचना है. That if Px is less than Py, then definitely B will not consume any amount of good Y. So if B does not demand good Y, अगर B good Y खरीदेगा ही नहीं, so for market to clear, all good Y will go to individual A. तभी market clear कर पाएगा. We have to equate demand to supply. But if all good Y will go to individual A, तो जितना y उतना x चाहिए उसको, बिकॉज दीज आर कॉम्प्लीमेंट्री गुड्स, ये मेन फंक्शन है. तो a would need all of x also, but that is not possible because b has purchased all of x. तो ये बहुत कॉन्ट्राडिक्टरी हो गया. When px is less than py, if he takes all of good x and 0 units of good y, मार्केट को क्लियर करने के लिए you have to sell all y to individual a. But for individual a, x and y should be equal. So we are stuck with a contradiction. Similarly, if px is greater than py, then also I will reach a contradiction. Right? अगर px less than py है, तो all of good y will be demanded by individual b. He will demand 0 units of good x. अब अगर उसने 0 units of good x लिए, so every good x has to be purchased by individual a for market to clear. But if he purchases all of good x, तो ये तो complementary function है. He needs that much y also. उतना market में y होगा ही नहीं because he has purchased all of good y from his income. So we reach a contradiction. So because the first individual is consuming both the goods, हमें चाहिए second individual should also consume both the goods, ताकि दोनों मिलके, it's like दोनों मिल बांट के खा पाए. दोनों, both these individuals are able to have both goods in some amount. And when is that individual b will have some x and some y? कब वो he will be taking some amount of x and some amount of y? Only when the price of both goods are equal. Then he can go ahead and he can spend some of his income on good x and some of his income on good y. So the only equilibrium possible, बाकी दो को तो मेरे को चेक करने का भी जरूरत नहीं है. The only equilibrium possible is when px will be equal to py. There is no other possible competitive equilibrium in this case. This is the only possibility that we go ahead and we have, right? So we get that the only price ratio possible will be when px is equal to py. So yes, you're right that px should be equal to py. Okay, that's the right answer. So there can be infinite such cases which you can practice in this competitive equilibrium also. Okay, which I will give you as homework. Now, assume px and 1 and then so that's also right. I mean, it depends. After a point, see, when we start teaching general equilibrium, shuru mein it requires us to take a numeraire price. But later, it's not required. Once you get the hang of it, you can do it without assuming a numeraire price. Okay, now let's go to second welfare theorem. The second welfare theorem, तो first welfare theorem क्या कह रहा था? That if competitive equilibrium, then Pareto efficient. This was first welfare theorem. The second welfare theorem is the reverse. It says if Pareto efficient, then for some price ratio, I can make it as competitive equilibrium. माने suppose, let's say ये मेरा एक Pareto efficient equilibrium है. This is Pareto efficient, right? Now let's say this is my budget line. Budget line. Now, if I want that this point E, जो भी मेरा ये point E है, if I want this point E to become competitive equilibrium, तो E को competitive कैसे बनाया जा सकता है? How do I make something competitive? By bringing tangency between indifference curve and budget line. माने if I want that this E should be competitive, my budget line should be passing through this point. Right? There should be tangency between budget line and indifference curve. So I am saying that, okay, initially this point E is Pareto efficient. But how do I make this as competitive equilibrium? I make this as competitive equilibrium if my budget line passes through this point, right? अब budget line का एक property रहता है in general equilibrium, that budget line always passes through the endowment bundle. Budget line always passes through the endowment bundle. तो suppose मेरा endowment bundle यहीं कहीं था, through which my initial budget line was passing. Now I have to somehow change my budget line. तभी it will become competitive. तभी there will be tangency between budget line and indifference curve. मेरे को किसी तरीके से इसको competitive बनाना है. तो competitive बनाने के लिए first thing is I have to change this endowment bundle. मुझे इस endowment bundle को यहाँ place करना पड़ेगा. And second thing is I may have to change the slope of the budget line. px py को change करना पड़ेगा. ऐसा accordingly I'll have to change the slope. तो changing endowment bundle का ये मतलब हो गया that I may have to take something away from one consumer and give it to another consumer. Some redistribution has to take place. ये मेरा point था. I have to go from here to here. So if I am going from here to here, माने I am reducing the amount of good X available by individual A. I am doing some kind of redistribution. And I am also reducing the amount of Y available with A. So in this process, जब हम किसी भी Pareto efficient को competitive बनाते हैं, when I make some Pareto efficient equilibrium competitive, इस प्रोसेस को करने के लिए there is some redistribution work required because I have to pass the budget line through this tangency point. और who can do this redistribution? Government. कैसे कर सकती है? टैक्सेस चार्ज करके, दूसरे इंसान को सब्सिडीज देके, या किसी से पैसा लेके किसी और को देके. This is what the government usually do. One task of government is redistribution. You take money from the rich, you give money to the poor. So one thing is that for second welfare theorem, we are going to do some redistribution of resources. हम resources का redistribution कर रहे हैं, right? We have to change the point through which the budget line is passing. और वो करने के लिए I must redistribute the endowment bundle. And then I may have to change the price ratio. इसीलिए हम लिखते हैं for some price ratio. कोई एक ऐसा price ratio तो exist करेगा ना for this budget line. There will be some price ratio that will exist. So for some price ratio, after we do the redistribution, जब हम redistribute कर देते हैं, then we can achieve any Pareto efficient as competitive. उस particular Pareto efficient outcome को हम competitive बना पाएंगे. We will be able to make any Pareto efficient outcome as competitive. ये बात समझ में आई? Is it making sense? So this is called as the second welfare theorem. Very important statement from the point of view of exam. इस पे बहुत तरीके के MCQ questions बन सकते हैं. So you have to remember that it is possible through some redistribution. Yes. So we are saying that suppose this is my current budget line, old budget line. I find out that this is a Pareto efficient equilibrium. I have to make this Pareto efficient equilibrium as competitive. Competitive बनाने के लिए I have to pass the budget line through this point. So I have to change the budget line. I have to make a switch. मेरे को budget line को change करके नया budget line पे लेके जाना है. वो करने के लिए I am saying number one, हर budget line एक endowment bundle से पास करता है. तो अगर budget line completely change करेंगे तो it means that मुझे endowment bundle को यहाँ कहीं और लेके आना पड़ेगा. Because it has to pass through endowment bundle. ये इसका rule है. It has to pass through the initial endowment bundle. तो नंबर 1, जब मैं इंडोमेंट बंडल चेंज करूंगी, इट मींस आई एम रीडिस्ट्रीब्यूटिंग. मैंने किसी से कुछ लेके किसी और को दिया है, ओनली देन आई कैन चेंज द इंडोमेंट बंडल. And secondly, when I move from this to this budget line, there may be change in slope of budget line. ठीक है, it may not be a parallel shift. Budget line ऐसा 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 कैसा और हो सकता है. So अगर budget line का slope change होगा, if there will be a change in slope of budget line, माने मेरा price ratio मैंने change किया to achieve competitive equilibrium. So when I have to make Pareto efficient outcome competitive, one, there will be change in the price ratio for some price ratio. And secondly, there will be redistribution of the endowment. Why can't we shift both the consumer ICs on the right side? Good question. But that is what the second welfare theorem is. That you are fixing Pareto efficient point. If something is Pareto efficient, Mane, I fix my Pareto efficient bundle. I want to achieve this bundle as competitive. Government thinks कि यहाँ पे बहुत equal distribution है दोनों लोगों के बीच में, मुझे इसको competitive बनाना है, right? So government is fixing first efficiency. First, it is fixing the Pareto efficient bundle and accordingly switching the budget line. Is it clear? So I hope that mota the chapter is clear to all of you. First welfare and second welfare theorem बहुत important. Hi, good evening, everyone. So today we will go ahead and we will take questions based on game theory and monopolistic competition. But I have posted some MCQs today. I will post more. I've made some more. ये MCQs हैं मोनोपोली पे, perfect competition पे, right? I will post some more MCQs on the topics that we have covered. So I want all of you to go ahead and do these MCQs from the portal. Okay. Now let us go ahead and let us begin with game theory and monopolistic competition. अच्छा, अब पहले game theory की बात करते हैं. In game theory, it's not very vast what can be asked in exam. Majorly, you will get questions from three main topics. First, simultaneous model minus simultaneous game, जिसमें 90% of the time it will be a two-player game. Two-player, two-strategy game. 90% of the time. ठीक? Rarely ऐसा होगा कि it will be a three-strategy game या three-player game, but 90% of the time two-player, two-strategy game. Second, mixed Nash. This is the second thing which can be asked in exam. And third, sequential game. Sequential, as far as CUET or IIT is concerned, I have not seen कि वो sequential game दे. Maybe GATE में 1 or 2 times they have given this, some usage of sequential game. But usually, because वो tree पूरा exam में बनाना becomes difficult for them, so I have not seen them giving a sequential game question in exam. But nevertheless, हम एक example करके चलेंगे, ठीक है? In this simultaneous model game, you should be doing a zero-sum game. ठीक है, जीरो सम गेम में माने द सम ऑफ पे ऑफ विल बी जीरो. एक ये हमें करना है. एंड यू शुड बी डूइंग प्रिजनर्स डिलेमा. माने आपका जो नैश निकल के आएगा, जो भी हमारा नैश इक्विलिब्रियम होगा, इट विल बी डिफरेंट फ्रॉम पेरेटो ऑप्टिमम. इसका एक एग्जांपल करेंगे वेयर नैश इक्विलिब्रियम विल बी डिफरेंट फ्रॉम पेरेटो ऑप्टिमम. ठीक है. एंड वन, you can go ahead and you can do any game where there can be more than one Nash. ऐसा भी हम एक एग्जाम्पल देख के चलेंगे. We will look at some example where there is more than one Nash equilibrium. ठीक है. So these are the different things which can come in exam from the point of view of game theory majorly. Now, I've already uploaded it. It's towards the last on my in advanced microeconomics. Okay, now let's go ahead and let's look at the first question. So let's say that there are two firms. Firm 1 and firm 2. Okay. And firm 1 can either keep high price or low price. Firm 2 can either keep high price or low price. Okay. And some payoffs are given to you. So the payoffs are, of course, अगर दोनों firm high price रखेंगे, their profit will be more. So 8,8. If one firm keeps high price and other keeps low price, तो हम assume कर रहे हैं कि जिसका भी low price है, they get more market and hence more profit. So this will be suppose 3,10. This will be 10,3. And if both keep low price, so मार्केट इक्वली शेयर होगा, प्लस दे विल गेट लेस रेवेन्यू क्योंकि प्राइस कम है. सो लेट्स से द profit or payoff is 5,5. So I want you to go ahead and find Nash equilibrium of this game. That's the first thing. And secondly, check if it looks like prisoner's dilemma. हमें चेक करने की क्या ये prisoner dilemma जैसा लगता भी है या नहीं लगता. So this is the question which I want you to do. Give it a try. Okay. ठीक है, but you have not answered the second question. गुड, वेरी गुड. ठीक है, सो लेट्स सी. तो देखो, व्हेन वी सी दैट फर्म 1 हैज हाई प्राइस, अगर फर्म 1 का हम हाई प्राइस मान के चले, व्हाट इज द बेस्ट स्ट्रेटजी फॉर फर्म 2? वी विल कंपेयर बिटवीन 8 and 10. विच इज मोर, 8 या 10? 10. सो वी विल सर्कल 10. लेट्स से फर्म 1 goes for low price. फिर we will check the best strategy for firm 2. So we will compare between 3 and 5. क्या बड़ा है, 3 या 5? 5. So we will mark 5. Now let's say firm 2 goes for high price. Now we will check what is best for firm 1. What is best for firm 1? So 8 या 10? Clearly 10. So we will mark 10. Similarly, we will go for low price. What is best for firm 2? 3 or 5? Clearly. For firm 1, 3 or 5? Clearly 5. So we see that both the circles are coming where in the strategy low. I notice both circles are coming here in the strategy low. So माने this becomes my Nash equilibrium. तो मेरा Nash equilibrium क्या हो जाएगा? It is going to be low. अब बेटा एक important part है यहाँ पे, ठीक है, which you have to understand very well. Question है, check if it looks like prisoner dilemma. Prisoner dilemma is any situation, कोई भी situation where a better outcome is possible for both players. अगर दोनों प्लेयर्स के लिए एक बेटर आउटकम पॉसिबल है, then it is prisoner's dilemma. So do you notice that both player payoff can be increased here? दोनों का एक साथ higher payoff should be available. So if I shift to high comma high, दोनों का payoff high होगा, but it is not Nash. क्यों Nash नहीं है? Because there is incentive to deviate. हमने देखा Nash is low comma low. But we notice that at high comma high, the payoff of both players will be more, right? So if that is possible, so yes, it looks like prisoner's dilemma. Question can come that find Pareto efficient outcome. So Pareto efficient means that outcome from which if you deviate, कम से कम एक प्लेयर का तो कम होगा ही, the other payoff will also decrease, right? So if we notice that this is giving me good payoff for both players, if I deviate from this strategy to any other strategy, किसी भी और strategy पे जाओगे तो एक का payoff बढ़ाने के लिए दूसरे का कम करना होगा. To increase the payoff of one player, you have to decrease the payoff of the other player. You cannot increase payoff of both players from 8,8. So this is Pareto efficient outcome. And this is Pareto inferior. ये मैक्सिमम रिजल्ट नहीं दे रहा है, बट दिस इज नैश इक्विलिब्रियम. ये नैश है, देयर इज नो इंसेंटिव टू डिविएट. तो हम बोल सकते हैं दैट दिस काइंड ऑफ सिचुएशन इज अ सिचुएशन वेयर पेरेटो inferior outcome becomes your Nash equilibrium. जो हमारा पेरेटो inferior outcome है, that is Nash. The players are not getting the maximum payoff, but it is a Nash equilibrium for the players. Is it clear? All these questions can be asked in MCQ. सब कुछ हमें अच्छे से समझना है, जो भी MCQ में यहाँ पे आ सकता है. So they can ask you about Pareto efficient outcome. They can ask you about what is why Nash is Pareto inferior. ठीक है? They can ask you does it look like prisoner's dilemma or not. ये सब आपको अच्छे से करना है. Now let's go ahead and take the next question. So please write down. So let's say I'm doing a coordination game with you all. तो लिखो बेटा, suppose there are two depositors and they have decided whether they want to withdraw the money or stay with the bank. So stay, withdraw, stay, withdraw. Beta player 1, player 2. And the payoffs are 5, 5, 1, 1, 0, 6, 6, 0. First, find Nash equilibrium. Does it look like prisoner dilemma? Is Nash equilibrium Pareto efficient? Give it a try. Try करो इसे. ठीक है, okay, good, all of you are right. So when you go for S between 5 and 6, 6 is more. When you go for W between 0 and 1, 1 is more. When you go for S between 5 and 6, 6 is more. When you go for W between 0 and 1, 1 is more. ठीक है, तो all of you are right. अब अभी तक ठीक है that yes, Nash is weak. इससे एक better payoff available है 5, 5. So does it look like prisoner's dilemma? Yes. Is Nash Pareto efficient? No. दोनों का payoff increase हो पा रहा है. So it is Pareto inferior. Now I have a suspense question. So suppose X, Y, Y, X. ध्यान से करना, हाँ. Find the range between which X and Y should lie for it to look like prisoner's dilemma. आपको x और y का वो वैल्यू बताना है that it looks like prisoner's dilemma. Think. We have to make it look like prisoner's dilemma. कब prisoner's dilemma बनेगा ये बताओ मुझे. कौन सा x और y का वो वैल्यूज होना चाहिए. Okay. How about others? All of you are giving separate answer. ठीक है, देखो ध्यान से देखो. Let's see. I have to match it to prisoner dilemma. माने if I just look one game up, क्योंकि ये भी prisoner's dilemma था. Where all do I need a circle बेटा? मुझे कहाँ कहाँ circle चाहिए? I need a circle here. कोई भी prisoner's dilemma game से we can compare. I need a circle here. माने ये जो 10 है, जो भी यहाँ वैल्यू, whatever value I see here, it should be more than this value. तभी तो कंपैरिजन में I will get a circle there. So if I want to circle this payoff, अगर मुझे इस वाले को सर्कल करना है, then this has to be greater than this value. तभी तो I will circle. तो माने this value, it has to be more than this. तभी तो I will circle that value. So x must be greater than 5. तभी I will circle x. ठीक है. Similarly, look in the second row. When the second person is selecting this, then between this and this value should be greater. Right? This value should be greater. माने 1 should be greater. है ना? तो y has to be less than 1. तभी this will be selected. Now look here. I want from here that I should be selecting this value. माने this value. So इसके लिए x should be again greater than 5. Satisfied. And इस तरीके से here I need this value to be selected. माने 1 should be greater than y. तभी तो ये value select होगा. So the range or the bracket in which x and y can lie is x का any value greater than 5 and y का any value less than 1. Then it will act like prisoner's dilemma. बस इसी से you can compare it with this. So I want this 10 to be more than 8. मतलब अगर यहाँ देखें, I want this x to be more than 5. And I want this 5 to be more than 3. माने I want this 1 to be greater than y. बस, you will get the answer. Okay. So all of you who answered x greater than 5 and y less than 1, that is the correct answer to this question. Now I want to do one negative payoff question. तो लिखो, you're given, suppose left right में कर लेते हैं. So left right, but let's do with negative payoff. minus 10, 40, 04, -5, -5. Find Nash equilibrium of this game. ठीक है. Then also we can say no. So see, even if you didn't have that one, you should be very clear with what the prisoner's dilemma says. So for prisoner's dilemma, I know that what is dominating the other strategy. I know I want the lower payoff to be the strategy to be chosen by the player. माने मुझे चाहिए that this weak or whatever this W was, this should be chosen by the player. So I want this to be my Nash, right? So how will I get this to be Nash if everywhere W is chosen? So between S and W, I want this W to be chosen. Between S and W, I want this W to be chosen, right? So when we go ahead and when we mark these, we understand that this X should be greater than 5 and we understand that Y should be less than 1. So you have to think in terms of prisoner dilemma. In terms of prisoner dilemma, जो भी lower payoff वाला strategy है, that should be chosen, right? So W is, this can be asked in exam. कि what is a dominant strategy and what is a dominated strategy? So this is dominating SS. So SS is getting dominated. It's a dominated strategy. Yes, all of you are correct. That is correct. There will be two Nash equilibrium, this and this. Correct. ठीक है. So negative payoff से घबराना नहीं है. There is nothing to be scared after seeing the negative payoff. But normally we have to solve. Negative में we should be very clear that the bigger the number, the smaller it becomes. Right? जितना, so -10 is less than -5. बस उतना हमें clear रखना है. And others thing you should be able to do. ठीक है. Okay, so now I want to give a question on zero sum. Head, tail, player 1, player 2, -2, 2, 2, -2, 2, -2, -2, 2. Give me the Nash equilibrium of this game. Exactly. तो इस गेम का कोई भी Nash equilibrium नहीं होगा. There will be no Nash equilibrium of this game. When you will go ahead and when you will try to find the equilibrium, you will notice कि कहीं पे भी दोनों marks नहीं आ रहे हैं and hence no Nash equilibrium of this game. So we will extend this question only. So for this question, find mixed strategy Nash equilibrium. Find mixed strategy Nash equilibrium. Go ahead, give it a try. It is true for all zero-sum games actually, yeah. As long as this is satisfied. Mane these are inverse, huh? -2, 2, fit 2, -2. So it gets reversed. Only then. Had this also been like this, so good question. So let's see this. So you're asking कि क्या हर mixed strategy Nash equilibrium में zero sum Nash equilibrium, zero sum game में Nash equilibrium will not exist. So think about it. So I'm taking another game, right? So strategy is A, B, A, B. And your payoffs are 2, -2, 5 minus 5 minus 5 5 minus 2 2. पहले जस्ट फाइंड, इसमें देखो, फाइंड Nash in this case. Just find Nash in this case. Exactly. So when you go for the first A, so between minus 2 and minus 5, minus 2. When you go for B, between 5 and 2, 2. When you go for A, between 2 and minus 5, 2. And when you go for B, between 5 and minus 2, 5. तो हम देखते हैं that this is coming out to be a Nash, 2 minus 2. तो माने, although it's a zero sum game, although I notice that the sum of payoff in each box is 0, ठीक है, not always it will be the case कि Nash will not exist. Nash is existing in this case, ठीक है. Similarly, even for this game, if I would have changed the payoff here and reversed it, right, that means each box has same payoff, minus 2 2 minus 2 2 minus 2 2 and minus 2 2. हर बॉक्स का payoff सेम ही है, तो हर बॉक्स ही Nash इक्विलिब्रियम है, isn't it? So not always a zero sum game means no Nash, but if the payoffs are same and reversed, माने minus 2 2 2 minus 2, then 2 minus 2 minus 2 2, only then we see कि यहाँ पे there was no Nash equilibrium. सिर्फ तब no Nash होगा, ठीक है. Okay, just find mixed strategy. Yes. How about others? ठीक है, गुड. तो वी विल डू इट फॉर वन ऑफ देम. एक का करके देख लेते हैं. लेट मी राइट इट बेटर. So what we will do, beta, we will take a payoff P here, probability P here, 1 minus P here, Q here and 1 minus Q here. कोई भी प्लेयर मिक्स स्ट्रैटेजी में ऐसे असाइन करता है प्रोबेबिलिटीज को such that he is indifferent between two strategies. So which means that the expected payoff from head should be equal to expected payoff from tail for all players. अब हम प्लेयर 1 की तरफ से देखते हैं. So we will look from the point of view of player 1. From the point of view of player 1, we will say that expected payoff from head should be equal to expected payoff from tail. So his payoff from head is this. He gets minus 2 and 2. ठीक है. With these probabilities, क्योंकि हम expected payoff निकाल रहे हैं, it means that you will get payoff with some probability. तो आपका आ जाएगा expected payoff from head हो जाएगा बेटा minus 2 into Q plus 2 into 1 minus Q. So it will be minus 2Q plus 2 minus 2Q, मान it will be 2 minus 4Q. Similarly, expected payoff from tail. So we will go to tail. So what are the payoff of player? Beta clear दिख रहा है minus 2 and 2. ठीक है. So again, sorry, this will be 2 minus 2, my bad, huh? And this will be minus 2 and 2. Again, we will multiply the payoff with the probability. Mane 2 will be multiplied with Q and minus 2 with 1 minus Q. So it will be 2 into Q plus minus 2 into 1 minus Q. तो ये हो जाएगा 2Q minus 2 plus 2Q. It will be 4Q minus 2. Now you have to equate the two payoff. So 2 minus 4Q equal to 4Q minus 2. 4 equal to 8Q. So Q will be half. So Q का value will come out as half and 1 minus Q भी half आ जाएगा. On very similar basis, you will find for P also. I'm giving you that as a practice. You find the value of P. All of you are right कि वो half ही आएगा. Hi, good evening, everyone. Today, we are going to go ahead and we are going to talk about externalities. Okay. Now, in externalities, let me first tell you what are the important topics which can be asked in exam. Okay. So first of all, they can go ahead and they can give you a numerical on positive and negative externality. Usually, chances are there that they will give you a numerical on negative externality. Okay. That's the first thing. The second thing is that they may go ahead and they may give you a numerical on the solution to externality. Mane Pigovian tax pe. There may be a numerical. Okay. And the third thing which can be asked in exam is basically the question related to the addressing of externality. What are the ways in which we can resolve the problem of externality? Or usme they can give you a question on the Coase theorem. Okay, so these are some of the important aspects which can be asked in externalities. So सबसे पहले let's understand कि externalities होता क्या है. Externalities is that side effect, I can say, that side effect of economic activity, okay, which is not captured in the market operation. माने जो market price है, अगर वो उस effect को capture नहीं कर रहा है, ठीक है, then it is a part of externality, right? So It can be the side effect of production activity or consumption. Mane, suppose if I am smoking, its side effect is that the health of the person sitting right next to me will be affected. Okay. Yeah, if I am producing and I'm causing pollution, then its side effect is that pollution can harm the lungs of another person. So the economic activity can be production or consumption. कोई भी activity हो सकता है, या producer वाला activity होगा या consumer वाला. But इस economic activity के जो side effects है, माने pollution, smoke generated, या कुछ positive side effect भी हो सकते हैं. Whatever side effects are generated due to this economic activity, that is called as externality. उसको हम externality बोलते हैं. These effects are not accounted in the market price, right? And because they're not accounted in the market price, क्योंकि वो हम उसको market price में नहीं ले रहे हैं, that's the reason externalities become a market failure. Externalities को हम एक market failure बोलते हैं. Because these side effects, when you smoke, the health of other person affected, उसको हम market में नहीं introduce कर रहे हैं. So therefore it becomes the concept of market failure, right? Market is failing. Market पूरा effect capture नहीं कर पा रहा है, and that is a market failure. Now there are some key concepts in externalities. तो यूजुअली स्पीकिंग जब भी हम एक इक्विलिब्रियम निकालते हैं किसी भी इकोनॉमी में किसी भी गुड के लिए, द इक्विलिब्रियम इज डिसाइडेड wherever the cost equals the benefit. जहां पे भी cost and benefit equal होंगे, that will be called as the equilibrium in the market. Usually जब there is no market failure, when there is no market failure, so then we have private cost equal to private benefit, right? Private cost equal to private benefit when there is no market failure. But in case of externalities, we want social cost equal to social benefit. हमें चाहिए कि जो social cost हो वो social benefit के equal हो पाए, where the social cost is private cost plus external cost, and social benefit is private benefit plus external benefit. ठीक है, तो let's say that, अच्छा, by the way, I'm writing everything in terms of marginal, क्योंकि this is a principle of economics that the decision always takes place at margin. ये एक बहुत important principle economics का. तो when we say that private cost equal to private benefit, माने I'm saying marginal private cost equal to marginal private benefit. Marginal cost निकालते हैं, marginal benefit निकालते हैं. Similarly, when I say social cost and social benefit, marginal means हम हमेशा we ask what's the cost or benefit of producing one extra unit. एक extra unit का cost extra कितना, benefit extra कितना. So that is marginal cost and marginal benefit. Now, when we talk about externalities, so depending on production or consumption, there can be two: positive externality, negative externality, positive externality, negative externality. Sometimes in exam, they may ask you match the following, या they may give you ऐसा कुछ question that which of the following is example of positive consumption externality. ऐसा कुछ दे देंगे and they'll give you 4 options. Which of the following is example of positive consumption externality? Mane, this is that part where there is a positive external benefit. इसका बहुत बेसिक एग्जाम्पल है when you are reading newspaper in a metro and the person sitting near to you is also reading that newspaper, उसको भी वो newspaper पढ़ने को मिल रहा है, then that is basically your positive external benefit. And it's a consumption side benefit क्योंकि कुछ भी produce नहीं हो रहा, there is no production which is taking place. Similarly, there can be positive production externality. Right. So let's say that I am a firm and I am producing something. मैं एक एरिया था, ये एरिया एकदम खाली एरिया था. No one wanted to invest in this area. I came in this area. I started production. I created demand of product, due to which new firms also benefited. Right? नए firms को automatically existing demand generate हुआ. Right? So it is a positive production externality. Similarly, बहुत often when you read the books, you will see the example of flower orchard and honeybee. कि यहाँ पे honey produce हो रहा है, यहाँ पे flowers हैं, right? And this firm is selling flowers, this firm is selling honey, and honey is becoming sweet because honeybees can go here and get the sweet nectar. So ये भी एक positive externality है, right? Now, there is also negative externality, which means there is a negative effect. So, negative production externality हो गया the air pollution from factory. या the water pollution caused, water contamination from industrial waste. और negative consumption externality हो गया जो हमने हमेशा बोला है smoking, right? और traffic congestion. ठीक है, बहुत सारे लोग रोड पे आ जाएं because of which your time increases, right? So this kind of question can be asked in exam. जैसे अगर कोई बोल दे that a firm's R&D, right, that leads to technological spillover. एक फर्म ने कुछ रिसर्च एंड डेवलपमेंट किया बट देयर इज अ टेक्नोलॉजिकल स्पिलओवर, माने वो टेक्नोलॉजी जो है इट गॉट introduced among other firms also, it benefited other firms also, is an example of, and then they will give you 4 options: positive consumption externality, positive production externality, negative consumption externality, negative production externality. ठीक है, so we know that क्योंकि there is a firm and it's a positive effect for other firms, it is a positive production externality. Correct. ठीक है, so this kind of questions, these are very common questions in exam. Vaccination, positive consumption externality. एक वैक्सीन लगाता है तो उससे डिसीज ट्रांसमिशन कम होता है, the disease transmission falls, so everybody else also gets affected. Education, when you get educated you become a more responsible voter, right? You are creating more productive workforce, तो it's a positive consumption externality. तो ये कुछ हमारा first aspect हो गया where they may go ahead and they may ask you about the examples of externalities. So let's do a question now. So let's say marginal private cost is say 10 plus 2q. ठीक है, external cost, this is also at margin only. हाँ, external cost भी हमेशा at margin given होगा, that's q, and the marginal private benefit is given to you as 50 minus q. हमेशा benefit will have a negative sign क्योंकि it's like a demand curve. Demand curve is always downward slope. So, and cost is like a supply curve. So इसमें it will be a positive sign, right? एंड इसको दूसरे तरीके से भी वी कैन सी दैट वी हैव डिमिनिशिंग मार्जिनल यूटिलिटी, राइट? सो एज अवर कंजम्पशन इंक्रीजेस द बेनिफिट शुड फॉल, इसलिए भी नेगेटिव साइन होना चाहिए. So you tell me what is the market equilibrium without regulation? Market equilibrium with regulation, right? Deadweight loss, सब कुछ ही कवर कर लेते हैं इसी क्वेश्चन में. So deadweight loss, Pigovian tax. Do step by step. First, just give me answer to point number A. Please, हाँ, everyone, again I am repeating. थोड़ा सर्दी का टाइम है. मेक श्योर यू ईट हेल्दी एंड हॉट फूड. प्लीज टेक अटमोस्ट केयर ऑफ योर सेल्फ इन दिस सीजन. कोई भी बीमार नहीं पड़ना चाहिए. So give me the first answer. Market equilibrium without regulation. Okay. So without regulation means that you don't consider externality. You don't consider externality. आपको externality से कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा. You're not considering externality. So you will just equate private cost to private benefit. 10 plus 2q equal to 50 minus q. So 3q, you can just take this here, equal to 50 minus 10. 3q equal to 40. Q is equal to 40 by 3. So how come you guys are getting 20? Without regulation है, हाँ. Without regulation का बहुत simple मतलब है that firms don't consider the problem of externality, right? So what will be 40 divided by 3 in decimals? Always given decimal. What is 40 by 3? Good. ठीक है. So we will write it as approximately 13.33 unit. अगर by chance exam में they give you because these are units, that is why ये समझाना जरूरी है, क्योंकि ये units है, ये production है. तो एग्जाम में if they give you discrete numbers, तो it is approximately 13. हम इसको 13 ही मानेंगे, right? We'll round it off to 13. अब आता है पॉइंट नंबर बी. सो यू डू दिस क्वेश्चन नाउ. मार्केट इक्विलिब्रियम विद रेगुलेशन माने समहाउ द गवर्नमेंट इज एबल टू ब्रिंग द एक्सटर्नैलिटी इनटू बीइंग. माने गवर्नमेंट इंपोज कर पा रहा है फर्म्स को कि देखो एक्सटर्नैलिटी कंसिडर करो, राइट? सो दिस इज मार्केट इक्विलिब्रियम विद रेगुलेशन. फर्म्स हैव टू कंसिडर द प्रॉब्लम ऑफ एक्सटर्नैलिटी. तो अब क्या होगा? हाउ विल वी फाइंड दैट आउट? Go ahead, do that. तो विद रेगुलेशन में यू विल कंसिडर एक्सटर्नैलिटी. तो हमारा फॉर्मूला क्या बन जाएगा? इट विल बी सोशल मार्जिनल बेनिफिट इज इक्वल टू सोशल मार्जिनल कॉस्ट. माने प्राइवेट मार्जिनल बेनिफिट प्लस एक्सटर्नल बेनिफिट इज इक्वल टू प्राइवेट मार्जिनल कॉस्ट प्लस एक्सटर्नल कॉस्ट. So just plug the value. Private marginal benefit 50 minus Q. External benefit 0. Private marginal cost 10 plus 2Q. External cost Q. So you will get 50 minus Q is equal to 10 plus 3Q. Mane take this here and this here. 40 equal to 4Q. Q is equal to 10. तो इससे एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट एस्पेक्ट हम डिफाइन करते हैं, क्या? दैट विदाउट टेकिंग एक्सटर्नैलिटी यू आर प्रोड्यूसिंग अबाउट 13 यूनिट्स एंड विद एक्सटर्नैलिटी यू आर प्रोड्यूसिंग 10 यूनिट्स. तो एक्सटर्नैलिटी के साथ यू आर प्रोड्यूसिंग मोर, सो वी कैन से दैट externality, negative externality leads to overproduction. मतलब अगर आप नेगेटिव एक्सटर्नैलिटी कंसिडर नहीं करोगे, इफ यू विल नॉट कंसिडर नेगेटिव एक्सटर्नैलिटी, इट विल गो अहेड एंड इट विल लीड टू ओवर प्रोडक्शन. ये बात समझ में आ रही है? इज इट मेकिंग सम सेंस? सो with considering negative externality you have to produce 10, but अगर firm ये consider ना करें the amount of pollution they are creating, if we don't ask the firms to consider the external cost कि आपने कुछ किया उसकी वजह से बाहर के लोगों को फर्क पड़ रहा है, if the firms don't consider that how much external cost is involved, then they will produce 13 units. तो how we can show this diagrammatically बेटा, इसको कैसे दिखा सकते हैं? So we have marginal benefit and we have marginal cost, and यहां पर ये इक्विलिब्रियम आ रहा है at 13.33. बट हमें क्या कंसिडर करना है? वी हैव टू कंसिडर सोशल. ठीक है, तो यहां पर somehow I have social marginal cost, right? Social marginal cost is more than marginal private marginal cost, क्योंकि इसमें हम एक्सटर्नल कॉस्ट को ऐड कर रहे हैं, वी आर एडिंग एक्सटर्नल कॉस्ट टू इट. तो जब हमने एक्सटर्नल कॉस्ट को ऐड किया, व्हेन वी एडेड एक्सटर्नल कॉस्ट टू इट, बेटा वी गॉट दिस न्यू इक्विलिब्रियम व्हिच इज 10 यूनिट्स. हमें एक न्यू इक्विलिब्रियम मिल गया व्हिच इज 10 यूनिट्स. इज इट मेकिंग सेंस? सो दिस वाज ओवर प्रोडक्शन. एनी डाउट इन दिस? एनीवन? Why external benefit is 0? Because nothing is given in the question now. External cost given hai, marginal private benefit and marginal private cost. So we will assume external benefit is 0. Clear? ठीक है. So now do the third part beta. Find deadweight loss. हाँ करेक्ट, तो आप निकाल सकते हो, यू कैन एक्चुअली फाइंड दैट आउट प्लॉटिंग वाइज. तो देखो दैट सोशल मार्जिनल कॉस्ट इज प्राइवेट मार्जिनल कॉस्ट प्लस एक्सटर्नल कॉस्ट. तो प्राइवेट मार्जिनल कॉस्ट इज व्हाट? इट इज 10 plus 2q and this is q. तो ये क्या हो जाएगा? इट विल बी 10 plus 2q plus q, माने इट विल बी 10 plus 3q. ये सोशल मार्जिनल कॉस्ट हो गया. एंड हमारा प्राइवेट मार्जिनल कॉस्ट है 10 plus 2q. So if I have to plot this, if I have to make a correct diagram of this, यहाँ पे quantity है, यहाँ पे cost है. So when quantity is 0, when I put 0 here, social marginal cost will be 10. And when quantity is 0, अगर मैं यहाँ 0 plug in करूंगी, private marginal cost भी 10 है. Now when quantity is 1, तो social marginal cost will be 10 plus 3 माने 13. And when quantity is 1, private marginal cost will be 10 plus 2 माने 12. So when quantity is 1, तो मेरा private marginal cost will be 12 and my social marginal cost will be 13. Same you can check for second unit also. So if I put Q as 2, my social marginal cost will be 10 plus 6, that means 16. And my private marginal cost में when I put Q as 2, private marginal cost will be 10 plus 4 माने 14. So quantity 2 में it will be 16 and the other one will be 14. So you will have this going here and this going here. ठीक है, माने you can make it. So yes, you're right that दोनों का slope will be different. यहाँ पे slope will be 3. how social marginal cost changes as quantity changes is 3. हर बारी जब क्वांटिटी इंक्रीज होगा सोशल मार्जिनल कॉस्ट विल इंक्रीज बाय 3 यूनिट्स. एंड यहां पे हाउ प्राइवेट मार्जिनल कॉस्ट चेंजेस एज क्वांटिटी चेंजेस इज 2. Right? So they have the same intercept term, but of course, I mean, you have to plot it a bit better, but they will have the different slopes. ऐसा कुछ आएगा, ऐसा कुछ, right? So you will notice one more thing यहाँ से, that as quantity increases, इनके बीच का gap continuously increase हो रहा है, right? They are not parallel lines. जैसे जैसे quantity बढ़ेगा, the gap between social marginal cost and private marginal cost will increase. Why? Because इन दोनों के बीच का gap क्या है? What is the difference between social marginal cost and private marginal cost? External cost. And external cost का क्या formula है यहाँ पे इस question में? What's the formula? External cost is Q. So external cost is Q. So when quantity is 1, external cost is 1. When quantity is 2, external cost भी 2 हो गया. When quantity is 3, external cost भी 3 हो गया. माने for the first unit इन दोनों बीच का gap will be 1. For second unit the gap between these two will be 2. For third unit the gap between these two will be 3. तो हम बोल रहे हैं कि जैसे जैसे प्रोडक्शन बढ़ेगा, as production will increase, the externality, negative externality is also increasing, right? So yes, that's right. Okay, so do the third part, deadweight loss. Find deadweight loss. Anyone? Okay, 16.65. How about others? 3.33. Itna difference. Okay. So let's find deadweight loss. कैसे निकलेगा deadweight loss? देखो बेटा, ये 10 था. आई एम प्लॉटिंग दैट सेम ग्राफ जो हमने अभी ऊपर प्लॉट किया. एंड दिस इज माय सोशल मार्जिनल कॉस्ट एंड माय प्राइवेट मार्जिनल कॉस्ट. ठीक है. अब अगर मैं बेनिफिट को देखूं, इफ आई लुक एट द बेनिफिट कर्व, दिस इज 50 माइनस क्यू. माने अगर इसको हम प्लॉट करेंगे, इट विल बी समवेयर लाइक दिस. दिस इज 50 एंड दिस इज ऑल्सो 50. ठीक है. दिस क्वांटिटी, ये क्वांटिटी आया था 40/3 एंड ये क्वांटिटी आया था 10, right? So how do we find the deadweight loss? क्या है deadweight loss? Deadweight loss can be found out by this triangle. This is your deadweight loss. Right? This triangle is going to be your deadweight loss. Okay, so just find this deadweight loss. Half base into height. So अब हमें, I need this vertical gap. What is this vertical gap? It is the difference between social marginal cost and private marginal cost. इन दोनों का difference क्या है? External cost. At which quantity? 10. तो external cost का formula क्या given है इस question में? Q. So external cost at quantity of 10 will be 10. है कि नहीं है? So this is going to be 10. This gap is 10. So my deadweight loss will become half base height, तो 5 into 3.33, जो भी आंसर आ रहा है, that is going to be your answer. Is it clear? ओके, लास्ट क्वेश्चन, पिगोवियन टैक्स। अब ये क्वेश्चन करने से पहले I want to go ahead and I want to talk a bit about how to address externality. How to address the problem of externality. तो जब भी हमारे पास externality होगा, there are three main things which we can do. First is called as Pigovian tax. What a Pigovian tax does is that you are imposing a tax. I'm talking about negative externality, huh? You are imposing a tax, and this tax is helping reduce production because the cost of production is increasing. जब भी हम टैक्स लगाते हैं तो टैक्स एक कॉस्ट की तरह है, तो फर्म का कॉस्ट ऑफ प्रोडक्शन बढ़ जाता है. Now, when the cost of production of the firm increases, automatically they will produce less. तो हम क्या कर रहे हैं? We are trying to shift the private marginal cost curve upwards by the amount of tax. तो ठीक है, हमें पता है कि फर्म को ये नहीं पता that it is causing external cost. वो तो फर्म नहीं आइडेंटिफाई कर सकता है. But we know that we want to bring the equilibrium at 10. किसी तरीके से I want to reduce the equilibrium. So what I will now do is that I will go ahead and I will increase the cost of production of the firm. मैं ये कॉस्ट कर्व को ही फर्म का अपवर्ड शिफ्ट कर दूंगी. आई विल इंक्रीज द कॉस्ट ऑफ प्रोडक्शन ऑफ द फर्म सो दैट द फर्म प्रोड्यूसेस लेस. ठीक है, तो पर यूनिट वी विल चार्ज अ टैक्स विच विल इंक्रीज द प्राइवेट कॉस्ट ऑफ फर्म. कैसे करेंगे? सच दैट द न्यू प्राइवेट कॉस्ट इज एग्जैक्टली द सोशल मार्जिनल कॉस्ट. तो वी आर सेइंग ठीक है, आपको नहीं पता ना एक्सटर्नल कॉस्ट क्या होता है, नो प्रॉब्लम, बट यू विल बी चार्ज्ड अ टैक्स सच दैट योर प्राइवेट कॉस्ट इटसेल्फ इंक्रीजेस बाय द अमाउंट ऑफ टैक्स, एंड जो न्यू प्राइवेट कॉस्ट कर्व है एंड न्यू डिमांड कर्व है, दे विल मीट एट दिस क्वांटिटी. तो ऑटोमेटिकली वी विल अटेन इक्विलिब्रियम इन द इकोनॉमी. इसको बोल देते हैं पिगोवियन टैक्स, राइट? द वन एग्जाम्पल ऑफ दिस can be carbon tax. Carbon tax is a tax which is done on emission of greenhouse gases. ठीक है, अब दूसरा thing that we can go ahead and we can do here, that is basically regulations. तो इन रेगुलेशन हमने क्या किया? हमने outrightly बैन कर दिया that no one can produce more than 10 units. We will put a ban on the activity. कि no one can produce more than 10 units in a factory. Emission limits will be there. You cannot emit more than this much carbon in the economy. Okay. So that's the second thing that can be done. The third thing is called as tradable permits. I am just giving you main, huh? Tradable permit mein there is something which is called as cap and trade. Cap and trade scheme. Cap and trade scheme क्या है? जिसमें we go ahead and we put a maximum acceptable level. उसको हमने बोल दिया capping. तो हमने एक अपर लेवल सेट कर दिया दैट यू कैन नॉट पॉल्यूट मोर देन दिस. ठीक है, एंड बेस्ड ऑन दैट, बेस्ड ऑन सेटिंग द मैक्सिमम लिमिट, हमने क्या किया? हमने बोला कि ठीक है, सपोज आई टेल यू दैट यू कैन एमिट से 100 यूनिट्स ऑफ कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड, इतना एमिट कर सकते हो. बट सपोज देयर इज फर्म 1 विच ओनली एमिट्स 80 यूनिट्स and there is firm 2 which wants to emit 120 units. So this firm 1 can sell its permit to firm 2 कि मेरे से 20 units का permit purchase कर लो. So they can trade the permits. ठीक है, it can be bought and sold in the market. That is why it's called cap and trade. So we are putting a maximum acceptable limit, but there is also permit which is there. ठीक है, So this is called as your negative externality. Okay, this is how you can address the problem of negative externality. A positive is just the reverse of this. माने positive externality में you give subsidies. ठीक है. Positive externality में you give public provision. जैसे हमें पता है that education is a positive externality. National defense is a positive externality. तो ठीक है, we will put it under the government. We'll keep public provision for it. Right? So this is what can be done in positive externality. अब इसी में we go ahead and we define something which is called as the Coase theorem. So C-O-A-S-E, Coase theorem. Coase theorem goes ahead and says that if the property rights are clearly defined and the transaction costs are low, मैं assumptions लिख देती हूँ. Property rights clearly defined, transaction cost low, okay, then the private parties can reach social outcome through negotiation. Through negotiation. Mane, for example, the best example which we go ahead and which we give is that let's say that there is this firm. Let's say there is this firm and it is causing pollution in the river. This is affecting this firm too negatively. ये firm 1 है. So what we can go ahead and what we can do is that we can define the rights clearly, right? So we can go ahead and we can say, wait, someone is not muted. Harsimran, can you please see? You're not muted and I'm not able to mute you as well. Okay, anyways. So we can define the rights. Mane, we can say that firm 1 owns the river. तो उस केस में firm 2 को firm 1 को पैसा देना होगा. It has to pay something to firm 1 to not pollute. When firm 2 will pay firm 1 for not polluting, तो firm 1 के पास एक incentive रहेगा to not pollute, right? And it will pollute less. So externality can be removed. Similarly, we can give the property rights to firm 2. तो firm 2 को हम बोल सकते हैं that you own the river. Now, for creating pollution in the river, firm 1 has to pay to firm 2. सिर्फ तब वो pollution create कर सकता है, right? Otherwise, it cannot create any pollution. So, therefore, what we can go ahead and we can see is that if we define the property rights well, अगर हम बता दें कि ये river किसको belong करता है, then also it is possible to reach a social equilibrium outcome. Right? And this is called as Coase theorem. इसी को हमने Coase theorem नाम दिया है. Right? So this is the ways in which we can deal with the problem of externality. अब go back to this question. Try to find out Pigovian tax. Right. That is right. Correct. तो Pigovian tax मतलब कितना tax? If I go back to the diagram, I want to reach this equilibrium. तो माने मेरे को प्राइवेट मार्जिनल कॉस्ट को इतने से अपवर्ड शिफ्ट करना होगा, राइट? सो पिगोवियन टैक्स कैसे कैलकुलेट करते हैं? इट इज नथिंग बट द एक्सटर्नल कॉस्ट एट social equilibrium. It's the external cost at social equilibrium. तो at social equilibrium मेरा external cost function क्या given है? EC is equal to Q. And what is my social equilibrium? I want 10 units. So external cost at 10 units will be, instead of Q put 10. So my tax will be 10. तो हम बोल सकते हैं that here the tax rate is going to be 10. Is it clear? So the external cost will be 10. Any doubt? Anyone? More than this will never come in exam. इससे ऊपर कुछ नहीं आ सकता है. Okay. So how do I find out the Pigovian tax? Right. In order to find the Pigovian tax, I want to increase the cost of the firm to reduce its production. Okay. So माने I want to shift the private cost curve upwards ताकि equilibrium is 10 पे आ पाए. अब equilibrium is 10 पे आने के लिए, right, मेरे को private cost को इतना upward shift करना होगा. This much. And this is what? This is nothing but the external cost. So basically, how to find Pigovian tax? You find the external cost at this equilibrium. And हमें external cost function क्या दिया हुआ है? What's the external cost function? EC is equal to Q. So at my social equilibrium of 10, my external cost will be 10 because the function is simply Q. So therefore, the tax rate will become 10. It's already there on the portal. I can redirect you to this. I think there are many questions. I'll just redirect you. Is it clear now what external cost is? Pigovian tax clear हो गया? Any doubt in Pigovian tax? Anyone? ठीक है. So this ends this chapter of externalities.